onto Man right now. The OTP is coming out from He's dead! It's over! Tessia with another MVP!
Tony goes for it, blocks it. He is not playing games. I can't believe Was gets away alive right there.
Rake stun, big fear coming out from Preb onto Abster. He's got a trinket, but isn't going to be enough defense. Peekaboo on his last leg here. 10% HP, and Tropic Rift is chasing him.
Alien could just flounder at any moment. It's massive damage. He blinks into the midfield. Another big shield, but that shield doesn't matter. Touch of Death comes in. F tier men are looking unbeatable against
double leg sweep. Swaps over onto Waz. Massive damage.
Now he's caught up in the storm mode. Trying to carry the team.
Isn't even more CC. Drake down to 5%. The move. Just take him down.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the War Within Season 1 Grand Finals. My name is Aya. I'm here with Zico, Ven, and Supatese. We're going to be joined by Azael just a little bit later. If you didn't tune in yesterday, we had our gauntlet, which means we now have our fourth team for both the EU and the North American region. Supatese, in your mind, how did yesterday go? Talk to me about those games that we saw.
Well, I mean, if you missed yesterday, you missed probably the best gauntlet that we have ever had in AWC history, whether it was Europe or North America. But to start things off in Europe, ILTU. They had so many people counting them out. They were the last boomkin standing in the tournament. They started from the very bottom of the gauntlet, and they clawed their way through the entire bracket, taking down some of the biggest names in AWC history, like Swapsy, just a legendary name, Zeepai, legendary name in the scene, and they managed to make it all the way through to the top four to today. And in North America, it was curveballs. It was just weird stuff happening in every single series. We had double Warlocks threatening teams, taking the first round of the gauntlet, but the Silk Tigers were able to undo them in this series 3-1 and advance then to face off against the Power Toads, against their double Druid rogue composition, this peculiar setup that had Cerealium against the ropes with no ice blocks, and in his final moment he lands a counterspell to win the game on Today's, which then set them up to face the final boss of the gauntlet, being Liquid, with Lord Mez throwing the biggest curveball of them all, a Blood Death Knight, banking Liquid's opportunities to qualify on that specialization. But even that curveball would not be enough. Cerealium just absolutely outdoing left and right every single time in every single one of these series. Just an insane roster. The Silk Tigers basically had almost as legendary of a run as ILTU did in Europe.
Absolutely, Sid, could not agree more. It was an incredible day of games. I can only expect that to continue even more today, because now we are in the thick of it. We're going to start off in the EU region. We can take a look at that bracket as well. And Zico, looking at the games that we're going to be seeing today, especially in the EU region, I could not be more excited.
Absolutely. I mean, we got some exciting matchups happening today. We got Echo versus ILTU. We got Drive Overload versus Streamer Zone GG. These are the teams that made it to this weekend, and they're going to be playing here for the glory. This is the biggest tournament all season long so far in the War Within. They're going to be playing for all of the prize pool money. We got $300,000 that we are going to be dishing out to all the competitors this weekend, but that's not the only thing that these teams are going to be playing for. More importantly than the money to some is the glory, playing for that EU championship title, playing for the NA champion title. We got the first place, second place, and third place medals that we will also be handing out this weekend. So definitely a lot on the line. The stakes could not be higher.
No, definitely not. Of course, we are going into NA a little bit later, but we'll get to that in just a moment. Of course, we are starting off in EU. We've got four teams, like we were saying. Then let's get into it a little bit more if some of these viewers watching from home are not quite as familiar with the teams as we are.
Sure, we have four Titan teams lined up this weekend. They've been battling it throughout the Cups for the entire season, and now we have them available. The first team we can go over is Drive Overload. JT, Elsewave, TJ, and Brunhilde. For me, Elsewave has really stepped up this season. He's been looking phenomenal. A lot of players say he's one of the best multi-classers in Europe, picking up Mage as if it was his longtime main, backed up by JT and TJ, as well Brunhilde, that fourth player on the roster. We haven't seen him too much, but he could be a key player for this roster this weekend. Then we have Streamer Zone, of course, Tony Farrell, Relza, and Casso. That three has been together for a long time, playing that jungle cleave, just always really on point with that composition. This season, they brought on Tessia, and he's been a great addition to the roster, giving them that flexibility and that amazing mage gameplay. Has made this team really level up, and it's exciting to see their growth, and I'm curious to see how they do this weekend. And then, of course, we have Echo, one of the most absolutely dominant teams we've ever seen in the history of World of Warcraft. Raikou, Chanimal, Waz, and Med. They won all 4 cups in Europe. They're definitely the team to beat. They have a lot of momentum going into this weekend. We'll see if they can do it. But they will be going up against Team ILTU, who had a phenomenal performance yesterday. We mentioned it, Corki on the Balance Druid, teaming up with Coffee on the Demon Hunter, and Kankito, of course, on that Preservation Evoker. We saw Guz on Elemental Shaman. This team shocked a lot of us, going from that 7th and 8th position in the gauntlet, making it all the way through, the first team in history to end the finals. I mean, that would be absolutely incredible.
Definitely would, and that's going to be the first match that we're going to see, ILTU versus Echo. So chat, Twitch chat, I'm talking directly to you. If you're watching from home, get your predictions in now. They were pretty locked in yesterday when we were looking at the leaderboard. Chat was pretty on the money all day, but I think ILTU, they're looking to throw kind of a wrench into the competition here, maybe upset Echo if they can. But, I mean, Supatees, we know what Echo is capable of. We know that they've been so consistent tournament after tournament, year after year, and they've had an incredible season so far in the War Within.
Yeah, I mean, they're fully powered up, but I would say so is ILTU. What I loved about ILTU is they just played aggression, but more specifically on Echo, man, this is a roster that's been competing for years at this point. Waz and Raikou in particular. This has just been a deadly duo for such a long time. Their synergy is absolutely peaked throughout all the different years and all the different cups that they've been competing on, and now bringing Chanimal into this roster as well has been a force to be reckoned with when we see him paired up with Waz, and even potentially in the future in other patches with Mage Warlock. But I just love that this team is just fully synergized. They're ready to go no matter what threat comes their way. We can see Streamer Zone took them to game 7 in that final cup, but they just don't let anything get to them. They keep up their pressure. Chan is always carrying the damage meter. He's always topping it no matter what. Other players are switching off of Warlock, saying that's no longer a Warlock meta, but he just keeps it going. Echo is a well-oiled machine.
They certainly are, but I mean, another team that we've talked about quite a bit already today, ILTU, they've stepped up to the plate, Zico, and they're looking to make a show here.
Absolutely. I mean, ILTU was a team that started, like we said, at the very bottom of the gauntlet. They really had to go through all of it. They went through so many legendary teams yesterday, taking out, big name legends of the game like Kara, people that have won BlizzCon in the past, and they did it with such style as well. Especially, I love their games on Blackrook Hold, where basically they were just winning in the first minute against multiple of these teams. They went through the entire gauntlet, taking down, legend after legend, Blizzo, Lontar, Kara, Z-Pi, Swapsy. I mean, they really had to fight all of Europe, and they looked so great at it as well yesterday when they did it. And now they are going to go up against the final boss. I mean, if they can beat Echo, all of a sudden, ILTU, maybe they come in as 8th place and then through the gauntlet and coming in here in 4th place. But I would put them as the team to beat in the entire tournament. That is, though, if they can beat Echo. I mean, yesterday they had some nail-biter games going all the way to game 5. Hopefully it didn't drain all of their energy. Hopefully they have that momentum and they can carry it forward and show us exactly what they've got prepared here for Echo. I have a feeling, though, it's going to be some more Munkin Rogue coming out of these guys.
All right, we'll certainly have to see. We're getting those teams ready to go, getting them loaded into the game. But in the meantime, let's take a look at the predictions that we had here on the desk for this matchup. I made the mistake yesterday of doubting ILTU, and I kept voting against them. And unfortunately, I'm going to do the same today. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I think they could get one game off. Sid, you're on my side also. You think that they could maybe get one game off of Echo here?
I think their offense could be a curveball that throws Echo off for one round. I think the Boomkin and the Prez Evoker damage with the Rogue, they could maybe clutch out a kill in one of the games. But Echo is such a well-oiled machine. I think particularly Waz's Subtlety Rogue. Like, Subtlety Rogue is like the kryptonite for a Preservation Evoker, and then you're fighting debatably, you know, the best rogue in the region, possibly the world, on Echo. So you got to fight at that disadvantage on class and on that level of skill. It's going to be really tough, but ILTU, I bet they're going to make things interesting just because they have a completely different play style than any other team in this top 4.
Yeah, I think so as well. And I don't know, how much Echo was predicting this at all. So potentially, lack of expectation might have a play into this matchup. But it looks like we're getting the game ready to go. We are starting off the grand finals for the European region here. It's best of 5. It's ILTU, the team that rose from the depths of the gauntlet yesterday, and Echo, the team has remained undefeated basically this entire expansion. But is ILTU the team that can do it? Find out right here for game number 1.
All right, blind picks are in for the Grand Arena. Echo going to be leading with Chanimal on the Warlock, Waz on the Outlaw Rogue, and Matt on the Discipline Priest. ILTU putting their best foot forward. This is what we saw them with yesterday that carried them all the way out of the gauntlet into this position for the finals. Our first game of the day underway.
Yeah, and I really like that ILTU. They're sticking to their guns. They're bringing in the aggression, and Echo, of course, going to be leading with arguably their strongest composition. We're going to see Chanimal already under some pressure. Kankiro getting spell off there, and Waz almost going down right there. Having to use his trinket and his first vanish right there. Almost taking a lethal hit in the opener. Really good aggression mix-up here coming out from ILTU. Meh is also playing that Gnome Priest, so anticipating the Boomkin pick here from ILTU as well. And I think Waz could be a very, very, very easy target for ILTU to go after in the remainder of this match. It's time for Echo, though, to get aggressive here onto Corki.
Ooh, beautiful job there by Coffee. Pre-Cloak of Shadows, the Haunt Stunlock coming in. So really keeping that up aggression. Man now into a bash. Corki gets shut down by Waz. He's all over him. But at the same time, Chanimal taking a huge hit of damage. Corki now trading out the Barskin, trying to bolster his defenses. Kankito backs him up, rescuing him away from the fight. But Waz is there with the cheap shot. Is there any follow-up? Doesn't look like it just yet. Cyclones on Chanimal, deny the fear. And it looks like both these teams are focusing primarily on the Rogue in this matchup. And Waz has really no defensive cooldowns. At the same time, though, Corki taking a huge hit of damage. He lands the Cyclone onto Waz, but he is unrelenting in his pressure.
Yeah, Corki playing this out so aggressively. Nice Stunlock Solar Beam here onto Chan. Going after him there for just a little bit, but Meh with the preemptive pain suppression, reading that situation beautifully. He's going to be able to keep him alive. Chan, though, gets Cyclone. They try to gateway away from that one. Corki now caught up in a Stunlock. He's going to be taking a lot of damage here in that kidney shot. Oh my goodness, Waz is on a solo mission there with those dots, but Corki does manage to stay alive, and now Waz could be in a little bit of trouble here as he did sit through another kidney shot there, but Coffee now taking some return fire from Echo. Is he going to be ready to deal with it? Kankiro is looking good right now in this position, goes for a full sleepwalk onto Meh, and now Echo could be in trouble here. Do they have any more follow-up? Nice deep breath there as well, but he needs to be careful. Corki is taking a lot of damage. Chan just trading out early with the unending resolve, keeping up the aggression.
Yeah, nicely done there. Good defense and backup by Waz, getting the interrupt on the Cyclone. But I like that Corki and Kankito, they're double casting these CCs. So out of the stun, they're going for sleepwalks and Cyclones, and it's much more difficult to shut down both of those. Ultimate Penitence going to be used here by Meh. And it looks like that should be enough to keep Chanimal alive, but the damage from Corki and Coffee is high. The pressure on Echo is really immense, more than I really thought it would be. ILTU, their offense has been good so far, but Kankito, he's been burning through a lot of mana. Corki is a little bit low on health right now. They make a swap over onto Waz, trying to keep him honest in the match. Maybe force out some of his cooldowns defensive, which would be really good. If they can force out a defensive Cloak of Shadows, that's going to make Waz a lot more vulnerable throughout the match.
Yeah, Mess hitting through a blind right there, but Corki is the one rotting down. Nice Emerald Communion, though, from Kankito. Trying to keep Corki alive. He's dying through the Communion right now. So much damage, even with Waz in a Cyclone. Finally does recover there. Had to use the Rewind there in that position as well. And Corki is just taking so much damage from Chanimal's dots, but he goes in for the bash, into the full Cyclone. Waz in a lot of trouble, but he's going to trade out the Cloak of Shadows. The Cyclone actually was still on diminishing return from that blind earlier. Now Chan, though, going to be the target of choice here for Coffee. He's looking to get some work done here on the Warlock, but Chan, at the same time, Corki is taking a lot of heavy fire there in the backline. Kankito with basically no cooldowns left here. They need to get some good offense on the side of ILTU, or Echo could just be walking away with this one.
Definitely. We'll see what they can do. Kankito a little bit low on health. Has somebody catch up here on Corki. Corki getting really low here. They are pushing in, but a cheap shot over onto Meh. Is there any follow-up? Solar Beam onto Chanimal, denying that with the stun lock. Corki goes down to 10% health, though. Full blind on Kankito. Is he going to make the trade? He's got the trinket, but he's being greedy, opting not to do it. Fear comes out from Chanimal, and it looks like Corki might be able to survive, but he's just so incredibly low on health.
Yeah, that was a really close call there. Corky not out of the woods just yet. Kankito manages to hold on to his trinket for a little bit longer. Nice fake us there by Corky. Gets the Cyclone onto Waz, and that is going to shut down his damage there for a moment. But still, Kankito is struggling to keep Corky alive here. Dampening is ramping up, and we know that Chanimal loves dampening. He's going to be doing a lot more damage with that Rot pressure. Corky now in a kidney shot. Waz looking for the damage there, but a nice peel coming in from Coffee, making sure that Waz is also going to be kept honest in that position, dropping to about half HP in that cheap shot, kidney shot. But he did have to hold on to his trinket there, actually. So Waz going to be having that defensive for a little bit later. Matt still looking decent on mana, still have answers in terms of defensive position. But Kankito, he's got no more cooldowns. He's got no trinket. He's got no Emerald Communion. I'm really afraid here. But Waz just gets one shot out of nowhere. What is going on? They had so many answers. What happened there?
That was unreal. I mean, that was a massive swell of damage on Waz in those final moments. They took him down. ILTU strikes first blood in this matchup. I mean, these guys are on an absolute dream run, taking the first game off the best team in Europe. So we'll see how far these guys can go. But I honestly think ILTU, they had great pressure on Chanimal throughout this entire match. And this is obviously something Echo knew they were going to be playing into. So maybe they don't be as confident in this matchup with Chanimal. Maybe they tag in Raikou in the future, but let's see how this unpacked here, Zico.
I was just talking about how Meh has answers. He still has his trinket. He still has his void shift. They still have cooldowns to trade. And I was more afraid, actually, for ILTU in this position. But then Waz just gets deleted. Look at Meh. Is he actually in any crowd control there? I don't think he is. I think he just used maybe a wrong global.
Way late.
Yeah, he did trade out the paint stuff, but it's like...
At 1%.
I mean, it does nothing. Yeah, 1%. It doesn't do much. Also, Waz not playing Sheet Def here either. So, pretty strange position there for Echo. Definitely an under response there. Not something that you would expect to see here. But this is the finals. This is where mistakes can happen. This is where some teams they can feel the pressure and just crumble. And man, yeah, look, he just trades out the pain suppression too late there. He could have just swapped him. Yeah,
he pain supped and was Hellstone. He still died. So I think it's like you play out these situations. Like Echo's one of those teams that's probably played out these situations 10,000 times. And it's like, 9,000 out of the 10,000 times you're going to survive that situation. I could see exactly what happened. I mean, look at this. He's got his Crimson Vial up. He uses his Hellstone. But it was just a lot of damage. Kankito contributing 2.1 million damage in those final moments. So putting out a ton of burst. And that's the thing, man. Kankito, he has been one of those Pres Evokers to get that damage out, especially in this composition. You were so enabled on that Preservation Evoker to really help out, and that probably caught them off guard. But I was not surprised. I was not expecting that one. That's a big surprise for me. ILTU is absolutely on fire.
Yeah, that was crazy. ILTU, man, like you said, what a dream run for these guys. Coming out of the depths of the gauntlet. Can you imagine if they win here against Echo? Oh my goodness. I mean, this is going to be a comp. I think people are going to start just copying them, and it's going to be too late at that point. Like, how are you going to be able to copy these guys? They've been playing it the whole season, It's not like you can just pick this comp up and perform on it just like that. So, very, very interesting. I feel like that matchup was really even, though. I didn't feel like... It felt like both teams had win conditions there. Both teams had pressure, but I would say Echo felt like they were at least one major defensive ahead because they had forced out the Trinket, Rewind, and the Emerald Communion from Kankito, where Meh still had his answers. So the game would have been tied up, though, in that position. So ILTU, even if they didn't get the kill there, they definitely could have still gotten it later on in the match. This is a team that came to play this weekend. You can tell they've been putting in a lot of practice, and for all the Boomkin doubters out there, including myself, Corky really is showing us how strong it is.
I've never been a doubter. I've always thought balancers are really good, especially since the updates. I mean, having the double incarnation, it provides you so much consistent offense, and we'll see what ends up happening here. I mean, Echo obviously making some mistakes in that final moment. They need to shake it off. This is the finals. I mean, this is what they've worked the entire season for, winning all 4 cups. But ILTU, they have been on an absolute rampage, winning game number 1. That blind pick, big solar beam coming in early on. Looks like they want to make a healer swap on Matt. He trinkets. He is not messing around. He's not going to under-respond. But I like the aggression and confidence from ILTU.
Yeah, ILTU, they definitely love to go for these super aggressive openers. They know they have a little bit of time. They usually are on the timer. Meh, though, in a full blind, no trinket available. Do they have any follow-up out of that, though? It doesn't look like it. Cork is pushing in for the bash. Not able to find it there onto Mac. Excellent positioning coming out of him. And now Coffee, he's behind enemy lines. He gets caught up in a cheap shot, but they're actually going to go ahead and go after Corky. Instead, they get a cheap shot onto Kankito, but no fear to be followed up on that one. Mac gets shut down. Not able to find it. They find the blind instead, though. Coffee is rotting down. Trades out the evasion right there in that position. Might have to use his Cloak of Shadows as well. Kankito finally coming out of crowd control. Has a little bit of catch up to do, but they are just looking for the aggression right now. They are looking after Chan here. Corky pushes in, looking for the Cyclones. They get the Sleepwalk onto Matt. Big damage here. Corky fake has to interrupt. He gets the Cyclones. He's got the precognition. Coffee is low though, but they managed to Cyclone Chanimal. Nice Typhoon there on the ultimate penitence on Meh there. Just delaying it for just a moment and manages to recover from that position. But now Corky in a little bit of trouble. Nice Solar Beam onto Chan, shutting down his damage for a second. Was caught up in stun lock, but Meh is there to back him up, and Corky is just going to Cyclone him on full HP, make sure that he delays that next setup, which Echo is definitely looking to pull the trigger on very soon.
Look at this damage. I mean, what is going on? Pain suppression trades, but Chanimal is still in trouble. He gets gripped and is forced to use his gateway to safety, but I can't believe it. ILTU, they're really pushing the pace here in this match. At the same time, Corky is met with a kidney shot. They have some rot pressure on him, but they're confident. Bash comes in, and Chanimal is forced to portal away, looking for fears, but this is really difficult for Meh. He's been struggling to keep his team alive so far in the match. They made a big swap on him. They get the early trinket, and ILTU, they've had so much pressure and momentum here onto Chanimal. Let's see how Echo's going to be able to recover some pressure here onto Corky, but I really feel like they need to find that crowd control on Kankito. He's been free for most of this game. Here comes the kidney shot, potential fear to follow it up. There it is, and this is their opportunity to strike back here on Corky.
Ooh, Haunt connects here onto Coffee. Be careful here. He's going to be taking a lot of damage from Chanimal. Soul Rot does get interrupted, but still Coffee's rotting down. Trades out the Cloak of Shadows there, respecting the position that he was in. Coffee manages to get back to full HP there. Kankito with a big heal in the backline. Defensive Solar Beam once again from Corky, realizing that if they don't shut down Chanimal, he is going to take over the game. Matt gets caught up in the Cyclone. Nice deep breath there coming out as well from Kankito. Chan stuck in a kick here for a second, looking to get some casts off as well. Not able to find any CC though, but meanwhile, Waz is getting blasted once again. The Prez Evoker is doing so much damage with the Chrono Flames, adding in the Fire Breath, just going all out with the laser beams. And Waz is definitely feeling the pressure here. He was a very exposed target in that last match, and they need to try to hold on their cooldowns for that position. Matt getting out of a blind might just be too late. Chanimal trinkets as well. They get 2 trinkets in one push on the side of ILTU. Chan is an exposed target still. Corky is just blasting off anytime that Incarnation is ready. Look at Waz as well, just dying in a kidney shot. There's so much damage coming out here from Corky and ILTU, and they might just take game number 2 here. Look at Chan, he's running down. He might just die. There's the Void Shift coming in this time from Meh, but it's overlapped with another unending resolve from Chan.
Yeah, this is unreal, but at the same time, Corky is in trouble. He gets interrupted into a stun lock. Echo is looking to strike back. Can they do it? Rewind from Kankito keeps Corky alive, and now it's Echo that has no defensive cooldowns whatsoever, but crowd control is never ending here. Onto Kankito, gets the Dream Breath, and this is their chance. This is their opportunity. Can they go up 2-0 against Echo? Chanimal is in trouble. Cyclone lands on Meh, but he is now free from crowd control. Solar Beam onto Chanimal. Corky doing what he can to just slow down some of the damage. Malefic Rapture's incoming. Unfortunately, Coffee misses his kick, and Big Haunts will connect as a result. Echo getting real aggressive here in these moments.
Yeah, but they still have the Emerald Communion. They have no cooldowns on Echo. Chan could easily go down. Meh could also go down. They have a pain suppression. They have the pre-pain stuff. But meanwhile, Corky is taking a lot of damage here from Echo. They're just going all out on aggression. Corky manages to fake us and interrupt their Chan as well, though. Here comes the Haunt onto Corky from Chan. But the Emerald Communion does trade there from Kankito. That is the last line of defense. Both of these teams with basically nothing left. It's going to be about who finds the pressure. Look at Waz going for the CC chain. Going for the kill onto Corky. Kankito comes out of the stun lock. Manages to recover Corky one more time from the brink of death, but Meh now caught up in a full blind. He's going to trinket out immediately here, wasting no time in that position, but Corky is not feeling safe. Waz is not feeling safe. This could be a cross-kill situation here, but both teams do manage to recover. Meh with basically no mana left as well. If ILTU can just stay alive, Meh's got no mana. They can just win on damage here. Chanimal is low. They get the kidney shot. They get the solar beam. Corky's looking for the damage. He's looking for the kill. ILTU pushing for the 2-0. Can they do it? Kankito is there with the big damage, but Corky needs to go away. He needs to kite. He needs to try to stay alive one more time. Ducks into bear form. Frenzied Region is doing work for him as he holds on one more attempt, but man, he's got no mana left, man.
ILTU, can they do it? Blind goes out on Kankito. They need to keep Corky alive. Meh has nothing left. Chanimal has nothing left. He portals away at 20% health. Desperation looking for health stones, but Kankito shuts it down. Can they make the push? Chanimal goes down, and ILTU up 2-0 in this series. I can't believe it. I mean, this team, they are owning.
ILTU, man, from the depths of the gauntlet, now on match point against the reigning back-to-back times 10 champions of Europe. This is unbelievable. How are they doing this? They are looking so clean today. What an insane performance. They actually win the war of attrition. They just have so much pressure in the matchup here. We're going to see it at this point. Man, he's used all of his cooldowns. He's used all of his answers. Chan ports away. How are they doing this? They are looking so clean today. What an insane performance. They actually win the war of attrition. They just have so much pressure in the matchup here. We're going to see it at this point. Man, he's used all of his cooldowns. He's used all of his answers. Chan ports away. Goes for a desperation soul well, and then the offensive pressure here coming out onto Corky from Wes was nice, but it's not going to be enough. The killing spree connects, the damage is good, and ILTU taking Ashamane's fall from Echo. What do you do now if you are Echo? Because honestly, when I was looking at this matchup, I was expecting Raikou to be pulled in from the get-go.
I think you will.
Yeah, I feel like playing a mage into Boomkin actually isn't that bad because there's not a lot of range interrupts that you have to deal with. It's just, you know, the occasional solar beam, and it's more about just trying to stay alive during those scary burst windows. So I really feel like this could be a moment where Raikou is going to have to save the day here, and Echo may be forced to default into the RMP. That is so crazy, though. Chan went 19-0 before he had his first loss on broadcast during the regular season. And in the finals, he's 0-2.
I also, I just want to highlight Kankito in these games. Kankito is having a phenomenal series. I mean, his positioning, the heals he's getting out, the damage at the right time, like he's really assisting his team both offensively and defensively, which isn't necessarily an easy thing to do. So, yeah, we got to keep an eye on Kankito for the series. But I think we're going to see Raikou. I feel like ILTU, they're going to have extreme confidence in this matchup. And for Echo, I would be very surprised if they lock in the same thing based off what we've seen in game number 1 and game number 2. I mean, they're not even winning the longevity. Okay, there it is. Raikou gets tagged in on the Frost Mage. He's going to have to save the day. It's been a lot about Chanimal for Echo this season. But Raikou on that Mage, I mean, this is a phenomenal Rogue Mage Priest. And I think in general, Rogue and Mage together is a very strong in the preservation evoker.
Yeah, absolutely. The roots are super annoying to deal with if you are the Prez Evoker. And then in addition to that, you know, all the stuns, all the things that can just put you in crowd control. Because you are forced to play in that mid-range. And that is a position where you are going to be very susceptible to those crowd control chains. Especially on a composition where you don't have that many ranged interrupts. You don't have something like a Mage or a Warlock that can consistently land, you know, ranged interrupts. You're just going to have to go for that Moonkin interrupt. And to be fair, Corky did a phenomenal job with that. And I mean, ILTU, one game away from proving the entire desk, probably majority of the chat too, if I had to guess, you know, that they are here to play. They are winning. 70% of the chat voted in favor of Echo winning this one, and 100% of the desk voted that Echo convincingly would win this. So this is probably one of the biggest upsets, and what an insane start here to the grand finals this weekend. I couldn't have asked for a better series to start it off with. It's been very, very exciting. And one thing I noticed, you know, after that game number 1 is that the Rogues are not opting for the cheat death talent anymore. They got the double feint charges now in this patch. So it's technically better, but it did cost them that first game. So we could see more situations where a Rogue gets swapped to like out of a Cyclone or, you know, out of a Fear or out of a CC. And that could be another win condition here when they don't have that trinket up.
All right, here we go. ILTU, can they do it? 3-0 Echo, sending them to the lower bracket, a situation almost nobody predicted. We'll see if Raiku's going to be able to turn the tide of the fight. Big setup here on Meh. Once again, Power Infusion with the Rapture Shields should be enough for Echo to stabilize this opener. But once again, ILTU, their aggression is really keeping Echo on the back foot. As I say that, though, Corky taking a huge hit of damage. Kankito keeps him alive with a big rescue. Massive heal over time effects going to be on Corky, and I think he should be able to survive.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. Matt is also in position here to just get aggressive on the Corki, almost chasing him there behind the pillar. But Coffee's taking a lot of hits there as well. Now swapping back to Corki. Here comes Echo. Are they ready? Kankiro is in a full CC chain. Corki might just go down right now. Beautiful shadow meld there actually by Corki with the renewal. Nice fake cast there to get the precognition as well. Corki is playing this out beautifully. It did cost them their Emerald Communion though. Kankiro just holding on to his trinket and his rewind for now. But now here comes the offensive pressure. They got the full sleepwalk onto Matt. They're going after Raikou. Can they push for the ice block? They're looking for it. They have the DR blind there onto Matt as well, but not enough damage. Waz shuts it down with a double stun lock there onto Kankiro and Corki, but now they don't have that offensively. Oh my goodness, they land the fear there onto Kankiro. Beautifully done there by Matt. Raiku's in position to land a full poly as well, and Corki is just getting bullied here by this RMP. His healer is permanently in CC. Nice bash cyclone onto Raikou is going to allow Corki to recover once again, allow Kankiro to hold on to his trinket, but anytime they have pressure on the side of ILTU, those CC chains are so deadly from Echo's RMP, but Raikou is taking a lot of damage here. The Incarnation is doing some work there for Corki. Definitely needs to be careful. Waz also rotting down. Beautiful pain suppression coming out from Matt. Nice CS there on the sleepwalk, but the Cyclone is going to connect. Waz could be in trouble. He's got no sheet death. He goes for the Cloak of Shadows there. He's going to die through it. Coffee almost takes him down. Trinket, Void Shift coming out from Matt.
Cloak of Shadows, Evasion, Trinket, Void Shift, everything from Echo to keep Waz alive. And now it's Raikou that could just die. He gets gripped away. I mean, this damage is completely overwhelming. Echo, ILTU is owning. They're getting every single defensive cooldown. A full kidney shot on Meh. Can they take him down? He's got the pain suppression. Solar Beam comes in. He's solo on him. Oh, he got a 3-0. Meh trying his best to get away. He gets caught into the Cyclone. ILTU with all pressure, and Raikou could go down 1% health. He gets sniped by Corki. ILTU 3-0 Echo. What a start to the day.
What is going on, ILTU? We thought we saw their final form from the gauntlet yesterday, but these guys show up today and they look even better. They 3-0 the reigning champions of Echo, sends them to the lower bracket. What? How did they do that? They just flipped the switch. It looked so bad at some point. The CC chains were just endless from the RMP, but then I don't know what happened. I don't know what Corki had for breakfast this morning, but it is looking absolutely fantastic right now if you are ILTU.
I don't know what to say. I mean, they proved us all wrong on the desk. And Echo just didn't have the pressure. I really thought that they would. I mean, this is that panic moment where he uses the evasion and the Cloak of Shadows, and Meh feels like he has to Trinket Void Shift, kind of dropped the ball in game number 1, under responding to the damage, but then they immediately turn the pressure here onto Raikou. They get the ice block out of the way. At that point, Meh's still low. Now they make a swap on Meh with a full kidney shot, and now Meh's just dead. So desperation keeping Waz alive, desperation keeping Raikou alive. Now Meh all of a sudden is just dead, and they eventually just turn the pressure over onto Raikou. He just doesn't get his health recovered. The shield, he has a massive shield on himself, so it's a bit of a false sense of security, but once that shield fades, that's just it. There it is. He just lost 80% of an absorb on his health, and they're able to take him down.
Dude, we need to watch this again. This entire sequence here was just like a highlight reel. I mean, this was so expertly done. There's so many like small little things that happens that ILTU are just capitalizing on. So there's the swap onto Waz here. They set up the kidney shot. They get the pain suppression. So Waz doesn't want to cloak right away. They find the full cyclone because Kankiro goes for a sleepwalk. So he tanks the interrupt. Then they get the killing spree into the cloak, which forces Meh to Trinket Void Shift because that's not going to do anything. Then they swap to Raikou. They have a bunch of extra damage still left over because Waz was in cloak. So Corki still hasn't dumped his damage. Then look at that. Grapple hook kick from Coffee onto Meh. Force out the ice block. Then Matt wants to go for the ultimate penitence because there's no kick. He just gouges it. Then he kidneys him to shut it down. But then he's like, wait, we can just swap to Matt right now. And then they swap and they cover it with the beam so he can't pain suppression. Then he has the pain suppression super late. Now the clone DR is back. They cyclone the pain suppression. The ice block has ran out. The shields ran out. The damage is there and they just take him down. It's actually unbelievable. Like, they played it perfect. This entire replay from ILTU was 100% played perfect by all of them. Actually insane.
Dude, this payout, 4.1 million points.
Everyone lost all their points.
Yeah, wow. Oh boy, to 166 people.
Well, congratulations to them, but bigger congratulations to ILTU. I mean, this team is looking insane. I think it's just important to note once again, we mentioned it. Echo won all 4 cups all 4 cups. I mean, this is the team to beat. ILTU, they make it out of the gauntlet in that 8th position, just winning series after series, series after series. And now here they are against the number 1 seeded team, and they 3-0 them. And they made it, I mean, I don't say they made it look easy, but like they were, that was an amazing, I mean, we're going to make a montage out of this. So we'll see how far this team can go.
Yeah, see it on YouTube. Oh my gosh. I mean, the good news is for Echo fans is that is the upper bracket. They are not out of it just yet. They're going to be dropping down and do have another chance, but that's the last that we're going to see them today. They're going to play the first match on Sunday. So they have a chance to battle back out, and I have to imagine they're going to immediately try and figure out how to beat this team, because I think that's the question of the day. ILTU. Do you think that part of this, Zico, is maybe because no one prepared for ILTU, considering they started in round 1 of the gauntlet?
I think that's definitely part of it. I think there's a couple of things here. I think you can definitely see that ILTU, they have been putting in the practice. They have really been leveling up. But I also do think that a lot of people probably didn't expect ILTU. I certainly didn't expect them to be here. When you looked at the gauntlet, you see Bleach Bones there. It's like, yeah, Bleach Bones could make it. Phoenix Reborn, they could make it. You know, ILTU, definitely not a team that I did expect it to make it, which is, I think I bet against them in every single series they played yesterday. So
Same.
I went 0-4 for my predictions
Same.
because I didn't expect it. So I think there's definitely maybe a little bit of both on that side. But ILTU, they are scary. I mean, what an insane! Imagine if they win the finals from the depths of the gauntlet to just champions straight up. Like that would be insane.
I mean, they've already beaten a record, right? They were the only team that ever came out from round 1. We were saying that yesterday. No team has started from round 1 and actually won the gauntlet, and they've beaten that record. Now they've beaten the record of beating Echo. And really, honestly, the sky's the limit for this team. So I've prepared something. Dear ILTU, I apologize for any confusion or inconvenience my previous actions may have caused. I recognize that my response may not have fully met your expectations. Thank you for your cooperation, and I apologize. Best regards, Aya.
That's a very heartfelt apology.
Yeah, that was, I handwrote it and everything. Okay, anyways, we're going to head to a break. When we come back, we've got more upper matches coming up here. We've got Drive Overload versus Streamer Zone GG. Every single EU match we've played so far has been an ILTU game. So we're going to give those guys a break. We're going to get some more games in here. Heading to a break. Drive Overload versus StreamerZone.gg coming up next. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are in another upper bracket series. It is Drive Overload versus StreamerZone.gg. I am just as excited to get this one going. I feel like this weekend has already been jammed-packed full of some exciting moments. And Zico, I'm sure that these players are going to deliver once again. Are there any players that you'd like to highlight in this series?
I mean, we got some phenomenal names here in both of these teams, but I got to give a big shout out to the man, Mr. Tessia. Once again, he's going to be my player to watch here. And I feel like Tessia, he's been such a great pickup here for StreamerZone.gg. I think that, you know, if we take a look at his accomplishments, Season 1 Finals, 2nd place, Grand Finals, 2nd place in 2021, 21 times rank 1. He's played the Outlaw. He's played, you know, it's funny because at some point he was rank 1 as a rogue and as a mage simultaneously, and you didn't really know what he mained, but happy to always see him on that mage, and he's been a huge pickup for StreamerZone.gg. You know, StreamerZone.gg historically has always been that jungle cleave only. It's so funny because they always play jungle and then they just have like a random mage extra on their roster. They have like Gelu and, you know, they just have like one of these top mages in Europe on their team on the side, but they never really incorporate him. I feel like the first time they actually have been able to incorporate somebody has been when they have brought on Tessia. And you can see it, you know, in their previous matchups against Drive Overload, it's been all about that jungle cleave. But as we went on later into the cups, we started seeing Tessia really pop off on the Frost Mage, doing so much work for this roster. And you can tell that that's where they put most of their practice. They realize, hey, we're not making it right now with jungle. It's not good enough in the meta, and they realized that, and they picked up Tessia, and he's been such a massive playmaker. Really love his aggressive play style, going for, you know, kind of the shimmer plays, playing with the ice walls, going for, you know, not this play style where you typically see mages go for kind of the blink stun and just trying to play like a long game. He's not afraid to get in your face, go for crowd control, and just try to end the game early on. So it's been a real joy to watch him perform on this roster.
Yeah, it certainly has. And, you know, both of these teams are going to be utilizing quite a lot of creativity. Also, speaking of ice walls, Sid, how do you feel like that's been sort of affecting these teams and how we've seen it utilized this season so far?
Well, I mean, Elswave on Drive Overload, I feel like he's been kind of a main rival for Tessia on the Frost Mage. They've been mirroring head-to-head, week after week, cup after cup, and trying to outdo each other with ice walls and position their targets away from their healers and force them into bad positions and then chain crowd controls. You'll see that labyrinth of ice walls come down anytime these teams go head-to-head against each other, as Relzo is pinned off by this wall and then JT is pinned off by this wall. It's constant trade-offs between these teams on the mage front as well as the feral druid front. It's been Tony and TJ vying against each other for feral supremacy, who is going to be the greatest cat of them all. And then of course JT and Relza mirroring each other, former priest mains now diving in onto paladins, going up head to head. These two teams have been leveling up, getting closer and closer, and we're looking like the main rivals for Echo. But after seeing ILTU, seems like anybody may be a rival for Echo at this point. Like, I have to turn my brain off when it comes to predictions because it doesn't, nothing makes sense anymore. It's been a crazy year, and this is the best way to cap it all off.
Yeah, definitely not a good week for us casters to be placing bets for sure. But for sure, a lot of parallels that you can be driving between these two teams, Drive Overload, StreamerZone.gg. Like I said as well, we are in the upper bracket. So whoever loses this one, I believe, does go down to championship, or to Sunday. I shouldn't call it Championship Sunday, but to potentially make it to that grand finals. So it's a lot on the line here between these two teams. And I had a hard time predicting this one, Zico. Maybe we can take a look at everybody's predictions.
Yeah, I think that no matter what, I mean, we're all basically, we're all aligned here. It's a 3-2, one way or the other. These two teams, I mean, aside from you, Aya, you're giving Drive Overload a little bit more of an advantage there. But yeah, I think no matter what, these teams, you know, like Sid mentioned, super evenly matched. You know, if you just look at the players one by one, it's like Tony, TJ, you got Tessia, you got Elswave, you got JT, you got Relza. It's just so close to call, and they play very similar comps too. So I think it's going to be a 2-3 either way.
Yeah, I'm gonna quote Sid here and say that I've been turning my brain off with predictions. ILTU, they kind of scrambled it up in there. I don't believe in myself anymore in these predictions. I hope these teams believe in themselves more than I do, because I feel like it's anyone's game at this point. You know, Echo, they're in the lower bracket. What's real anymore? Anyways, so we're going to head into this upper bracket here. It's best of 5, Drive Overload versus Streamer Zone GG. Winner moving on in the upper bracket. Let's see here on Sunday.
Every series is heating up, and we just talked all about ice walls. There ain't no mages in game number 1 here.
No.
Kasu is coming in. This is AWC champions, prior champions, coming in with their jungle cleave, bread and butter, and Drive Overload. They're bringing in the elemental shaman into the mix. So that hunter versus shaman, that flavor, Zika. Which one do we think is coming out ahead for the blind pick?
Well, I feel like LA Shaman has gotten stronger in this patch, and Hunter has gotten weaker, but this is Streamer Zone's jungle cleave. This is their bread and butter. I almost forgot Kasu was on the roster there. It's been a minute since we saw him, but let's see what he can do here. Already taking heavy fire from Elsewave. Looking for the Hex. Actually finds a full Hex there onto Relza, but Tony does manage to dispel it so far. Nice power word barrier there coming out from Relza as well, denying some of the damage incoming, and JT now sitting through a Diamond Eyes trap. Tony looking for the follow-up Cyclone. Finds it onto TJ, actually. Not looking for it onto the healer just yet. Now swapping it to the healer. Elsewhere could be in a little bit of trouble here. Already having to use his Stone Bulwark Totem and his Astral Shift. A great opener here for Streamer Zone.
Yeah, they get a lot of cooldowns from Elsewave, putting themselves ahead. They're going to need to land some more crowd control. Relza into a Psychic Scream from JT. He's getting aggressive. That forces the will, but now he's out in the midfield, susceptible to Kasu's crowd control, and Kasu's playing right on top of him. Binding Shot, knock into a Freezing Trap, and Elsewave may need to use the Burrow in this position. They get a Cyclone forward from TJ. Nice Cyclone. Stalling damage, buying time for JT. Now he's going for the Ultimate Penitence. This should likely top the team in this position as he goes to the skies. Really good recovery from Drive Overload in that tense situation.
Yeah, beautiful stuff there. Now it's going to be a bit about who can get that next pounce here. You can see Elsewave already taking some damage, caught up in a stun, gets the pain suppression. JT's pushing in for a fear right now. Bit of a fear duel here between both of these priests. Relza actually with no Will of the Forsaken, so if JT can find it, it's going to be huge. Look at Kasu, he's taking a lot of damage, forced to trade out his Trinket and aspect of the Turtle. A great CC chain there landing from JT, but now here comes the Freezing Trap onto JT. Can they find the pressure? Elsewave just pre-burrows that setup, beautifully done. Shuts down the Cyclone there as well with the Wind Shear, and still not recovered completely here. JT with the Rapture Shields in the backline should be able to recover Elsewhere at this position.
All right, Kasu just engaging in, getting aggressive, looking for crowd control. Can they find it? JT and Elsewave are just hugging at the pillar at the moment, but JT's actually pushing aggressively after Relza. Relza must see him coming through that tar trap. He's trying to reposition. Tony gets cycloned at low health. He's still trying to reposition away from JT as JT's in the midfield chasing him down. TJ into the stun. JT gets there. There's the Psychic Scream, but here comes a Freezing Trap as well. Both healers in crowd control. Who will fall first? And it looks like, no, the Freezing Trap is secured. TJ's in trouble. He trades Survival Instincts. Tony has to trade Survival Instincts. They're so evenly matched when it comes to pressure, but it does look like Drive Overload are building a mana advantage.
Yeah, Drive Overload might be able to win it on mana, but still a lot of cooldowns left to go through here at this position. Look at Kasu, he's taking so much damage right there. Elsewave as well, in the meantime, taking a lot of return fire, but Kasu with no aspect of the turtle, with no defense. TJ almost gets blasted there. Huge swing of damage. That's going to be the Void Shift coming out there from JT, almost going down without using it. Look at JT going for the mind control there in the backline onto Tony. Tony's still looking for the crowd control. Kasu, meanwhile, gets gripped back to safety, but he's not feeling safe. There's the Void Shift coming out from Relza. Both of these priests now down a Void Shift. Kasu's pushing in for the Freezing Trap. He finds the Intim stun. He finds the full trap there potentially. No, not going to be able to connect with it. I think it was maybe grounded there by Elsewave. I'm not sure. Kasu not able to find it, but now here's the pain suppression. Kasu's rotting down. He's pushed in way too deep here, and Relza has a lot of work to do. He traps TJ just to pause the damage for a moment.
All right, let's see if he can hold on here. Cyclone onto Elsewave, but TJ is just chomping right now. He's doing so much damage. He's going to tear Kasu to shreds in a moment. Relza's completely tapped on mana. He's got one more Survival of the Fittest. He can chain that into Exhilaration. He's got maybe 30 seconds to a minute left on the clock to stay alive. Can they win this game in 30 to a minute at this point? Or maybe if Relza can get a drink, they could keep this going. Relza's repositioning to the left, but it looks like he's not going for a drink. Elsewave is there. He's going to deny him even if he tries to at this point. And Kasu's in the midfield. He could get stunned at any moment. It's tons of pressure right now. He trades survival of the fittest. He's disengaging, but he gets lightning lassoed on his disengage. He can't push in aggressively. Beautiful interception. They do Cyclone Elsewave. He decides to trinket it. He's trying to keep his pressure going. They know they have them against the ropes. They just need a little bit more damage to close this. Just one Ascendance proc, and this could be it for them. They've got Fire Elemental available. Tony has nothing left. Relza is totally tapped. There's no cooldowns for so long. Hex gets decurs, but it doesn't matter. Relza can't heal. Tony goes down, and Drive Overload dominate the damage meter.
Yeah, I was just about to say, I mean, Tony got completely gapped on damage. TJ just more than doubles Tony's damage in this position. Absolutely insane. I mean, some of that is probably going to be padded on the BM Hunter pets. We'll see it on the final scoreboard a little bit later, but first, we're going to take a look at their replay here. Drive Overload, they came in prepared. They played it beautifully. They navigated through every single one of these traps expertly. I like the swaps as well to the Feral Druid, not overcommitting there onto the Hunter, realizing, hey, we don't need to play this game where we're just going for CC, where we're just going for these setups. We can just go and just win on all-out damage. We have more than enough of a mana lead at this point to just drive it home, and that's exactly what they were able to do there. So see it here on the replay. Relza sitting back there, trying to drink, and Elsewave pushes in, manages to stop him there with, I think it was an Earthquake right there, and then Casu pushes in, gets the Freezing Trap onto JT, but look at that preemptive Pain Suppression onto TJ, just so he can just stay in and be aggressive. TJ immediately just jumps back in, chomps up Tony there, just takes a big bite there, and Drive Overload looking really, really solid, especially Elsewave on the LA Shaman. It's so hard to play it, you know, when you're being targeted by something like a jungle, something like a feral mage, something like that. So he's able to navigate all of those setups, do effective cooldown trades, pre-burrow on the setups, and always making sure that he has an answer and that they don't fall into those panic positions. And EJ, of course, as well, just an absolute damage lord. Like, how is he doing so much more damage? Yeah. I don't know. Like, what's going on?
Details, you know, it might be a little bit.
Garfield
I think it's mostly,
is back, dude.
I think it's Hunter pets. I think he's just getting Primal Wrath on Hunter pets, so he's getting a ton of Ferocious Bite procs. Whenever the rip ticks, you have a chance to get a Ferocious Bite for free, so he's just chaining those like back to back with all the pets. It seems like we play like a heavy pet class into a Feral Druid, that's going to be a mistake. As far as matchup is concerned. So I do wonder if Casu thought there would be a mage and they were going to play the jungle assuming that Elsewave would be a mage, and Elsewave was like, I'll just play shaman and then we can get the feral advantage against the hunter in this position, because that's ultimately what built the lead. It built their entire victory from start to finish, was just their overall sustained damage, and even their spikes. Look at the burst on the graph, the purple line, that's Drive Overload. They're spiking higher in burst. Their sustain is overall higher. So to me, after seeing that, I feel like you have to change the matchup if you're Streamer Zone.
Yeah. Did we see the scoreboard?
It was doubled. It wasn't as much doubled as details, obviously, with the extra pet damage, but it was still like close to doubled.
Yeah, I mean that's what is that? A 50 mil gap. That is very significant. So you know, some of it 40 mil or so was on the pads, but still, it's definitely not looking too good if you're in Streamer Zone. GG. Garfield's back in the building and he's looking hungry. Drive Overload going to be locking it in once again here with the Ellie Feral Druid, and this priest, this time we're going to Ashamane's Fall. Home field advantage for anyone who plays Feral Druid, of course. And we'll see here what Streamer Zone locks in.
So many feral-friendly maps. We got the Litter Box. We got Ashamane's Fall.
Tiger's Peak.
We got Tiger's Peak. Well, there's a lot of like cats going on here, man.
Yeah, there's some cat bias.
Where are the bear maps, dude? We need some. What is about a boomkin map? I want a boomkin map with a giant boomkin statue.
You got Black Rook Hold. You got the. Oh, I guess it's a raven.
I don't think that's a map. I want a giant. I want a pillar with a boomkin that's dancing on top of it. The entire arena mesh. Just a dancing boomkin in the middle of the arena for this one.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe for the 20th anniversary, the Goblin map.
Yeah, the Goblin map just has boomkins dancing on top of the pillars or something. Streamer Zone, they're taking their time here, because like they got to either think like, all right, Tony, you just got to up your damage, like we should win that matchup, or they're thinking, okay, we gotta completely change it, and they're actually not changing it. So even despite Tessia being the main ingredient throughout the entire cups, you know, enabling them to get a series against Echo, getting them to Game 7 against Echo in the finals. Tessia is sitting on the bench. We talked them up the entire pregame. We're just talking up Tessia, like, but they have him on the bench, Zico.
Yeah, that is not where you want to be if you are Tessia. But to be fair, it is really annoying to play mage into LA Shamans right now. There's so many purges, there's so many interrupts, there's so much spikes of damage, especially with a Feral Druid as well, kind of heading your way, which forces you to just be very defensive and play at the pillar. And that's not really how Tessia likes to play it. He likes to be in your face, he likes to be aggressive. So I'm not sure if they can do that and make it work, but I do find it a little bit concerning that Streamer Zone did lose that on mana, because typically that is one of the good things about the BM Hunter, is that if the game drags on for long, damage is kind of unavoidable, and eventually you're just going to win on that mana lead. But it doesn't look like it went that way, because TJ just able to outperform Tony a little bit in the matchup. So we'll see. Maybe Streamer Zone are thinking, hey, let's focus less on the setups, let's focus more on just overall damage. Because there's a lot of moments where if you are Tony, you're chasing, Elswave instead of just tabbing over to TJ and getting more damage done in situations like that, just because you want to go and have a really potent setup. And there's also those situations where you're trying to follow up the CC on your setup, like a trap lands and Tony's going for cyclones and he's trying to land those instead of just doing damage, and it does limit his damage a lot when he does that. So jungle is one of those comps. Of course, you can play it many ways. You can go for kind of the damp play style. You can go for just trapping up TJ and trying to slow his damage down and just win on mana that way. There's definitely a lot of ways that they can navigate this one. And of course, Streamer Zone, being the best jungle in Europe, they definitely know the entire playbook. They basically wrote it. So we'll see what happens here. But it's not looking good for our predictions. Me, you, and Van, all three of us right now, not looking too good.
I need you to tell me your prediction before we go into it so I can pick the opposite. I seem to today has not been good for me so far. I should have gone with my heart again yesterday with ILTU, but no, I was my brain, I'm trusting my brain today. It's Echo. Surely I can trust my brain when it's Echo. No, I can't trust my brain no matter what the series is. It seems like here today in the tournament, or even just the whole weekend at this point, some people in the chat are really happy about the amount of points they're collecting from their predictions if they're gambling it against complete impossible odds. But we're getting into game number 2. Tony is staying in, Casu is staying in. They need to up their game or change their strategy. I think one element that you talked about, the trapping the DPS, using Diamond Ice on the Feral Druid, which is undispellable, takes the Feral Druid out of the game. So if TJ is in a freezing trap for 5 seconds every 30, then Tony has a chance to scale his damage higher. So I think that's one way that they could control TJ.
Yeah, we'll see if they can contain TJ here, or if he is going to be able to pop off like he did in that last game. Full freezing trap already secured onto JT. They're going to go after Elswave. Elswave trinketing out of the first round, getting out the Astral Shift, going for the Stormkeeper here, and he's going to get a lot of return fire back on to Streamer Zone. Caster's taking a lot of pressure there, but a nice Cyclone from TJ is going to keep him low, as Relza did respond there with the Power Barrier. Now Tony going after TJ, but look at Tony. He could be in trouble. Nice Fear onto JT there by Relza, forcing out the Will of the Forsaken. Relza now catching a Fear in return. Doesn't actually want to trade out his Will of the Forsaken. Actually, it wasn't a Will of the Forsaken. It was a Tremor on the side of JT, but JT did have to use his Trinket in that position. Relza holding on to his Will of the Forsaken as well. JT in the skies, blasting away with the Ultimate Penitence. Now Relza doing the same here in return. Tony is taking a lot of damage though, but it looks like it's going to be enough to recover. Maybe. No, he's going to duck back into bear form. Pain Suppression will be used here as well from Streamer Zone, and another good opener, I would say, for Drive Overload.
Drive Overload are just scaling out of control. Both Elswave and TJ are getting close to doubling at the 1 minute mark at this point, and the pressure is immense. They get a freezing trap. No, they don't even get a freezing trap here onto JT. That's going to put them even further behind. They're just getting destroyed at the moment, and JT is pushing in aggressively. Tony might just die. Relza gets wind sheared. It's so much damage. Casu gets swapped too. He trades survival of the fittest. He might even still go down. Tony's mind controlled back behind the pillar, and I don't think they were able to punish him, but Casu's just dead. He's just outright dead. He has to turtle. That's Void Shift. They're falling apart at the seams right now. Drive Overload are completely undoing StreamerZone.gg at this point, and Relza has so much work to recover in this position. 2 Radiances. Can he manage to pull his entire team back from 20% health?
Yeah, that is the question right now. They managed to recover it a little bit, but Castro's still not out of the woods just yet. Tony's still rotting down. The pressure is endless. And TJ, look at him. He's tripling Tony on the damage meters. And TJ actually is going to be able to secure the win again and again. Drive Overload just keeps the momentum rolling. They never let Streamer Zone and Relza breathe in the matchup. And they are able to go up now 2-0 against Streamer Zone. And, the loser of this matchup Echo is waiting for them in the lower
Yep.
bracket, so it's a nice little present that you get down there if you do lose here. Streamer Zone, what are they gonna do? Let's take a look at it once again. So I mean, it's just so tough for Relza. He gets hexed. He manages to get the void shift. They overlap it with the aspect of the turtle. Relza is low from the void shift. Tony is low. He's getting blasted as well. Elsewave's pushing him. They manage to win cheer Tony. Recovers somewhat, but then Kasu is low again, and Relza has to heal Kasu. He has to heal Tony. Even himself, they're all just low, and the best way to deal with that is just with atonement healing. He gets the radiance off, and then Tony pushes in for the bash, and the lightning lasso connects onto Kasu, and then the hex connects again onto Kasu, and here comes a massive swing of damage onto Tony. Look at that big chomp coming in there from TJ and Elsewhere. I think that's got to be another big earth shock connecting there as well for Elsewave. And that is one of the scary things about the Ellie Shamans, man. The Lava Burst lottery, the Earth Shock lottery, and then paired with a Feral Druid, it's lethal.
If we ever do a crossover with the MDI, and we're trying to build like an MDI team out of AWC players, I think we're putting TJ. I think we're putting him on the MDI team here. He's almost clearing a mil sustained DPS for this long of a period of time. Which is going to be really crazy on their front. You can see it's a nightmare for Relza to try and heal through. He has to do double the healing that JT is doing. Look at the healing meter, 1.2 million health per second for Relza in this position. It's just absolute panic for him. And Elsewave got so many wind shears. I think that was really critical as well for putting them behind. But Tony has to do more damage. I don't know if it's just double dot, just dot the Feral, dot the Ellie, just cleave them, put Barb Shot on 2 targets, just do more cleave damage and try and focus less on CC. Or they need to play something else, because this is just not looking like their series.
Yeah, I don't know.
Look at that graph, man. Look at that graph. You're just completely dominated at every moment. Just purple line is just, oh my god.
Yeah, the ferocious bite right there, 1.7 milli, and an earth shock at the same time. Just a huge amount of burst damage there. I mean, look at that. He's 46%, and then in 1.25 seconds, he's just dead. JT is there with the Shadow with Death execute. You got the elemental blasts coming in as well. The enchants are proccing. The ferocious bites. It's just so much damage, and the dots and the bleeds, are all ticking at the same time as well. Drive overload on match point here against Streamer Zone GG, going to the Maldraxxus Coliseum, and we have to ask the question, is Tessia coming in? Because right now, I don't know how you, I don't know, man. Tony, in that last game, he was behind almost 50 mil damage. And that last game it felt like a very, very quick game. I don't know exact game length, but casting it felt like this game was 2 seconds long, So yeah. I don't know what's going on here, what they're going to do, what they're going to switch up. Streamer Zone GG. I want to see Tessia personally. I don't know how good this matchup is going to be, but I feel like Tessia, at least getting a shot in the matchup. You never know. He is the X Factor. He's been tagged in before. And finally, we're going to get to see it.
Final hour. Okay, dude, we talked about the entire pre-amp to this series. It was all about Tessia, player to watch, and he is going to come in the final hour. Obviously, the matchup, if you were, just playing a ladder game on Solo Shuffle and you saw a Feral Druid and an Ellie, you probably wouldn't be too happy as a mage in that particular scenario. And I think when you're playing at the highest level of competitive 3v3, it probably gets double as bad for you as a mage in that position. So it's final hour against a really difficult composition. Is he going to be able to be the playmaker that he needs in this position? Because you don't want to go to the lower bracket. Echo is in the lower bracket. You've been getting Echoes and Oni everybody the entire season. You can't afford to lose here. You're going out in 4th. You don't get any medals. You don't get any chance at any of the big prize money if you come out in 4th. So,
you still win $15,000 if you come 4th. But
okay,
yeah,
but then compare that to, I think it was 120 or the 70s. Okay, quadra your money. I don't know, man.
Yeah.
And the medal too, man. The medal, man. Look at Waz has so many medals, just sitting behind him on his stream with his webcam. You want that medal too, and you don't get one if you go in 4th. And I would not want to bank getting into 3rd against Echo. So Tessia right here, man, needs to keep his team from going down into the shark pit.
That would be crazy, though. Imagine Echo don't get a medal after winning every cup this year.
Oh.
That would be a plot twist that no one saw coming. I mean, it could happen. Streamer Zone has beaten them in the past. Drive Overload has been close. I mean, it just shows, how fierce the competition has been this year. I would say it's the most competitive year we've seen in both the regions. seeing the back-to-back champions of Europe struggling here, seeing the back-to-back champions of NA not even make it to Saturday and Sunday, so in Team Liquid. So definitely been a very competitive season, and we are seeing some of these newly formed rosters, that formed in Dragonflight or formed even now in the War Within. You're starting to see that synergy build up, and you're starting to see what these players are actually made of. And Streamers Own GG, they're going to need to make something happen. They are down 0-2. They're about to face Echo in the lower bracket tomorrow, actually. If they lose here, they need to win. Tessia has been tagged in. Immediate blink, Dragon's Breath, Sheep connecting. No, Elsewhere denies it with the grounding totem.
Oh, but he's there with the Snowdrift. He gets a stun, but he's lassoed. He can't sheep. They totally denied Tessia's polymorph for so long. Now they've wind sheared it. Tessia just wants to get a polymorph more than anything right now, but now he's skull bashed. He's trying to drop a Ring of Frost. JT can Shadow her Death and run through it, but he does he deaths the poly. He runs into the ring on DR, and that was a beautiful disruption onto Tessia. He just wasn't able to get any CC. Although even despite that, TJ is going to trade cooldowns and respect. Tessia is looking for an Ice Wall there for a second, and whenever he's casting Ice Wall, I'm just immediately potentially peeking at the end of the game. Ultimate Penitence with an Ice Wall. Big setup onto TJ. Frost Novaing him behind the wall, but pre-pain suppression before the wall went down kept TJ alive.
Beautiful plays there by Drive Overload, and this is exactly what I'm talking about. They connect the full sheep. No, JT with the Shadow Word Death there. Beautifully done. Ultimate Penitence coming out there as well from JT. It's hitting Tessia solo. Nice pain suppression, though, coming out from Relza, denying that kind of potential ice block there that we were trying to force. And now here comes more damage, though, onto TJ. It's going to be the target of choice. Tony's looking for the Cyclones. Can they find it onto anybody? Can they isolate a target? TJ's on stun DR right now, so I don't really know what Streamer Zone can do in this position. They need to find some CC. They need to wait for those DRs. They could go after Elsewave, but it's going to be Tony on the back foot instead. Elswave's pushing in with big damage loaded up, but Relza is managing to deal with it. Nice fade on the Cyclone. Tessia looking for the polymorph as well. Can he find it? No, he gets interrupted. They're swarming JT at the pillar, but they're line of sighting Relza in the back line. Finally, a Cyclone connects here from Tony. TJ could be in trouble. The Frozen Orb is down. Tessia looking for the Blast Wave maybe here around that corner, looking maybe for an Ice Wall. No, he goes for the Snowdrift, manages to find it here. Double Snowdrift into a Blast Wave, looking for the poly, not able to find it to get the nice Cyclone there onto Elsewhere, but JT has been very slippery avoiding these crowd controls. That would have been a 3v1 situation, but JT with excellent maneuverability. Oh my god, Ice Wall is insane! Oh my god, he's back! Just as I say, JT's positioning is insane. Tessia just capitalizes on it, drops the most insane Ice Wall, closes off the entire Coliseum, and they just win. I mean, this is what I'm talking about. This is the playmaker. This is why he's the player to watch. Why is he on the bench the first two games? Streamer Zone, wake up.
Streamer Zone, wake up indeed. I mean, I know BM Hunter got a buff. Everybody's been talking BM Hunter. You want to try and make a run with it, but it's Tessia. I don't even care what comp matchup you're playing. It doesn't matter. You're at a disadvantage. I don't care. Tessia is just an MVP. You can't have him sitting on the bench whatsoever. And in this final moment where JT has been avoiding like every polymorph for the last 2 minutes straight, Tessia is like, that's fine. I don't need a polymorph. You're just walled off, bro. And JT tried to master spell it. Tessia blink counterspelled him. He blink counterspelled behind him, so he could. So master spell will remove the ice wall. If he aims it and lands it on the ice wall, it will completely destroy the ice wall. So Tessia knows that, and he shimmer blink behind him, counterspelled him, can't get rid of the wall, and he can't heal even if he could get rid of the wall at that point as a result. So he's like, all right, I don't need a polymorph, bro. I'm just gonna get a counterspell and an ice wall, and that is exactly what they needed in this moment. This moment, like watching this in slow motion. Can we slow this down? Like, do. I don't know if you can do that in live time. Look at counterspell, and he's just jumping in the wall. Like, man, I wish I could heal you. He's just looking at him through the prison jail cell bars. Like, I can't help you, dude.
You know what's even more crazy about this clip is the beginning right there, that he sheeps Elsewave. Wait, can we play that back one more time? Because he sheeps Elsewave. You can see it here. So Elsewave gets Cyclone, and out of the Cyclone, Tessia resets his cooldowns with the shifting power. Then he sheeps Elsewave out of the Cyclone, and that forces JT. You see how JT is moving in for a second there to try to go for a Dispel. Then he goes for the Ice Wall, Counterspell on the Master Spell, so he can't remove it. And it's just checkmate, because if JT goes the opposite direction, that's just going to blink and Dragon's Breath sheep him. So he can't do that. But if he goes the opposite side, there's a wall waiting for him. So Tessia, he's just a master of splitting up the team like that. And they just find the win condition immediately. The pain suppression fades as well. Like, TJ gets caught in a stun out of form. It's just perfect. It's just
These
completely
are what
perfect.
I was talking about, dude. The European ice walls. I just don't know. Like Europe's built different. You got different types of architect brains in Europe or something. Like, just know the perfect angle. Don't leave any cracks. Knowing that like I can blink at this direction, 40-degree angle, and get a counterspell right at the last second of the master spell. Because if JT gets the master spell, he gets the void shift. So. Like, it's like just the heads up awareness to that type of situation to know that instead of just like tunneling damage at that moment in time was really good for Tessia. So despite the disadvantage, I mean, Drive Overload were absolutely owning them as far as shutting down sheep. Like they kicked like every polymorph for 2 minutes or deathed it. I don't think they got a single full polymorph the entire game. So on that front, Drive Overload are looking crazy, but they've got to be ready for the walls. They're going to Hook Point. They're going to a small map. They don't want Tessia to have any room to get away from the blender.
From the blender of Drive Overload. But the question is, what is Drive Overload going to do? I feel like they're going to lock in the Ellie Shaman again, but I don't know, man. On this map, could be a bit of a liability as well. They don't have to go after TJ. They could go after Elsewave as well. And I don't know. What's their best answer if they don't lock in the Ellie Shaman? Probably a mirror with Elsewave on the mage. But even then, all of a sudden, we could be in reverse sweep territory. So this is what we're talking about. Tagging in Tessia, it just flips a switch here on the matchup. And Drive Overload, they are going to be tagging Elsewave again on the Ellie Shaman. So it's going to be interesting to see now how Streamer Zone navigates this map. Because as a mage, one of my favorite maps to play on is actually Hook Point. Like, it depends on the matchup. If it's a matchup that has a lot of burst and a lot of interrupts, like the one that Drive Overload is playing, it's not that fun. But one thing that is really fun when you're playing, you know, with Shimmer and you're going for that aggressive kind of blink in, land snowdrift, land polymorphs playstyle, Hook Point has some of the smallest pillars in the game. You have so many angles to go for a Shimmer Sheep. You can almost do it from like, you know, halfway point in the map and still manage to land those. And trust me, Tessia, he has studied enough geometry to know exactly what that distance is, what that range is. So he's going to be able to land potentially a lot of sheeps out of just thin air onto JT. And even if he doesn't, we saw in that last game, one good ice wall is all it takes here to just completely turn this map on its head.
E equals ice wall squared for streamerzone.gg. Tessia is just absolute clinic with this ability. This is just the ideal wall constructor, man. Like it. I don't know, dude. He's got a future as an architect. I hope that he's studying for it or something in school, because that game was not looking great. They were getting doubled in damage again. If that kept going at that pace, they were certainly going to lose. So Tessia, Tony, and Relza, it's a race against the clock to find a line to victory before they are overwhelmed by the amount of damage that Drive Overload can dispense. And the gates have opened. We're going to the Hook Point. It's match point. Loser of this series goes up against Echo on Sunday and will face elimination.
Yeah, and that is a team that has farmed both of these teams during the regular season, but Dragon's Breath Sheep connecting onto JT. TJ already in trouble, has to trade out his Trinket and his Bark Skin, holding on to the Survival Instincts for now. Uses Heart of the Wild as well, Tony. He's taking a lot of damage here as well. Nice duck into that barrier right there, and that is going to be enough defense here for Relza and the rest of Streamer Zone to manage to stay alive. Look at that beautiful play there from Tessia, blinking in with the Snowdrift, shutting down the Fear attempt there from JT, but not able to find the poly. No, he does find the poly. No Trinket onto JT. Ice Wall's being casted, and JT actually manages to get out of that one. I think the poly did break there, so really nice stuff coming out from Drive Overload, but Streamer Zone GG, they are not pulling any punches so far.
Oh, big blast of damage on Tessia here. It's still match point. If he chokes and goes down without ice blocking, it would be tragic. Tony looking for Cyclones. Tessia still being pressured. Bash on Tony. They could swap to him. Bleeds are being applied. Elsewave is being polymorphed in a panic from Tessia as he fakes interrupts. He's trying to control the pressure. Ice Wall comes down. Line of sighting TJ. JT gets Dragon's Breath by a blink, but he gets shut down on the sheep. He goes for the Snowdrift. They've got the Maim stun. Can they get the polymorph? Tessia goes for it again. Full polymorph. TJ, is he going to survive here? He's got cooldowns. He's being ultra greedy here in game number 4. A Cyclone into JT once again, and TJ gets away with the greed.
Beautiful sequence right there. Tessia blocking it off with the... Oh my god, the damage is not over just yet. Look at TJ still taking tremendous amount of damage. The pain suppression comes through for JT. Fierce up Relza there. Nice Will of the Forsaken coming out from Relza, so he's not going to have that available for a next potential fear, but still more and more pressure here as Relza getting interrupted by Elsewave. He's trying to make something happen. Dragon's Breath coming out from JT, or onto JT. Tessia gets denied on the polymorph there by Elsewave. Beautifully done. Still looking for more crowd control onto JT. He polymorphs Elsewave to try to fake cast Shadow Word Death. Nice mind control there as well onto Elsewave. Tessia still looking for the sheep onto JT. Actually uses the Pet Nova there onto JT, trying to find a sheep, but not able to find it just yet. Now actually blinks away, teleports back with the displacements. Fake cast Shadow Word Death,
full
manages
poly.
to find the full poly. Here comes the damage. Do they have a stun onto TJ? He knows it's coming. He ducks into bear form. Nice Dragon's Breath. DR Ring of Frost gets applied as well. Do they have any more follow-up? Tessia looking for the Snowdrift, finds it as well. He's taken JT out of this game for about 10-15 seconds. The Ice Wall connect. The stun is there. Oh my god, they're about to do it one more time. No, JT manages to duck into line of sight for a moment, gets stunned, but now TJ will recover.
All right, Relza, your mana is looking really low at the moment. It's an elimination match for you. How are you going to keep your confidence up to keep your team going? Because they're getting so close to a kill. But you're going to have to finish this soon because the clock is ticking. Tony is low. He's trying to retreat with Barkskin back behind the pillar. Relza's trying to drink. Elsewave blocks him and denies him from getting any mana back. And now Tessia is low. Tony is low as a result of Relza trying to drink. Relza's rooted out in the open field. And I don't know if he can keep this going. Skull bash into JT. Tony fakes the kick. He gets the full clone. Maybe they can do this. Maybe they can finish TJ. He's in bear form, out of line of sight. Tessia, Ring of Frost around the corner, but he misses it. He DBs. Is he going to go for the knock? Doesn't look like he has it. He goes for a Snowdrift stun into a mass polymorph. He fakes the kick. Tessia is a lord right now. Fakes the kick, gets the polymorph, but a pre-pain suppression from JT is keeping TJ alive at the moment. Elsewave shuts down the re-polymorph. Relza is trying to hold on by a thread. He's trying to dispel Flame Shock, stay ahead of the damage. He's popping down the barriers. He's trying to play really efficiently to make what little mana he has left go the longest distance.
Yeah, can they do it? TJ is going to recover one more time here. Relza running on fumes very shortly here, but he still has his trinket, still has his void shift, still has a couple of cooldown answers. They need to win with a setup. If the game goes on for too long, then Drive Overload will be able to knock Streamer Zone down, but there's the DR sheep onto JT. He fades away from the Snowdrift, defensive fear onto Tessia, and they will be able to stay alive with that position, but here comes the stun onto TJ. Nice grip behind the pillar there from JT, making sure that TJ stays alive. A huge burst of damage onto Tony. Big damage coming out from the Stormkeeper here. Elsewave is loaded up and looking for his target. It's going to be Tessia right now, but Relza deflects it once again with the Rapture Shields, going for some flash shields in the backline as well. Manages to connect with enough healing there. Tessia fake casting yet another interrupt. Now sheeps up Elsewave, looking for the mass poly. He got it! Does he have the wall as well? That could be absolutely devastating. Ring of Frost connects once again. Tessia just CCing the entire team of Drive Overload, pushing in now with Snowdrift onto Tony as well, taking a lot of damage. The Cyclone, getting finding Tessia, forced into the ice block. Tony gets void shifted there by Relza. Such a close call, but Streamer Zone holds on.
Oh my god, ultimate penance straight through. He's got pain suppression. One more ice block remains, but Tony's stunned with no trinket. Rapture comes up. Relza, how are you going to do this, man? You've got absolutely nothing left. Your team needs you to keep this going. Probably at least another minute at this point. How is Relza going to heal his team for another minute? If he loses this game, he's going down to the lower bracket against Echo. He's trying to drink. He's behind the pillar, but he gets rooted. He gets no mana back. Tessia blinks back to his team. They're all dying. Earthquakes are down behind the pillar. There is no safety for them. TJ is moving in. Bleeds have been applied, and Tony's on the run, but Tessia got left behind. He's forced into his second ice block, and Relza just has absolutely nothing. It's a desperation penance to try and pull off the biggest miracle ever. Tessia's casting Ice Wall. They have to win with this Ice Wall. Can they manage to do it? That's just not enough damage. It's completely deflected. Elsewave just walks that off, and now Tony is rotting down. Drive Overload are spiraling out of control. It's looking like it could be a triple kill for them at any moment. Tessia is fighting in defiance. He finds a polymorph, but it looks like it breaks early. He gets Windshield on his cast, and Tessia is floundering. Pain suppression comes through. Relza's doing whatever he can to squeak whatever he's got left, but it won't do it. It won't cut it, and Drive Overload move to face off against Team ILTU.
Wow, drive overload. They managed to just stay alive through those setups. They managed to just deny, and eventually that damage lead advantage coming through. They're able to grab victory here, and they are going to be going up against Team ILTU, which has been such a scary team, just taking out the entire competition here in Europe. Such a force to be reckoned with Corky on that Moonkin, but drive overload. Let's take a look at how they were able to do it here against Streamer Zone. So at this point, there is no cooldowns left, really. They have a pain suppression. They have no mana left. They've just ran out of time. You know, this matchup, it does come down to being on a time limit. Drive overload. They want to stay alive and survive these deadly setups, these sheeps, these cyclones, these ice walls. And if they can, if you look at the damage meter, Tessia and Tony are nowhere to be found compared to TJ and Elsewave, and that damage is going to add up eventually into a mana lead, which JT is going to have. And once that win condition is met, Reza just can't keep up his team anymore. Drive overload. They played a phenomenal game of defense here, managing to shut down all of those scary situations and then eventually ride that momentum into a victory here. A well-deserved win here against Streamer Zone GG. And Streamer Zone GG, they're going to be dropping down to face Echo in that lower bracket.
Wow, no matter which angle you look at it, also the team that won and the team that lost, I think it's going to be a difficult journey. ILTU, they're the team that came up from round one in the gauntlet and has been surprising every single person, the chat, us casters, Echo themselves, and now they are just continuing to dominate in this bracket, and I am excited for how these two teams are going to do it against each other in this next up round. Drive overload. They took down Streamer Zone GG, a very difficult team themselves. Can they take down ILTU? That is a big question. And then, of course, on Sunday, on Championship Sunday, Echo versus Streamer Zone GG is going to be the first match of the day as well. And like, these predictions are getting ridiculous, Zico. I cannot determine who the heck is going to win. I took a dub here, but that was purely RNG.
Zico's just the cursed commentator for the weekend. You don't want your team to be the one that he predicts to win. Just like go DM Zico and like, don't pick my team, bro. Just stay away from predicting me.
Actually, true. I am the dog of the love this weekend. Aya with a perfect prediction, beautiful.
I don't know how I did that.
Yeah, no, I mean you did. You had one or two yesterday as well. You're selling yourself short, but I'm
just in the middle. I'm in solid. You know how I predicted that one, Drive Overload? Tony was being a little doomer on Twitter, so I was like, okay, maybe the vibes aren't great. Maybe I'll just go on that, because if I go off of like the history, it didn't work out for me with ILTU looking at the statistics. So yeah, Drive Overload 3-1. We can take a look at the bracket right here, how it's kind of shaping up for the moment. We've already knocked two teams down to that lower bracket. We're going to see that on Sunday, Echo versus Streamer Zone. Definitely getting ready for that one. Very, very excited. But the semifinals, ILTU, Drive Overload, Super Tees. I'm not going to ask you for your prediction because I don't think that's fair. But what's your take on this series?
I don't even know if it matters what my take is anymore. Like, we're in a different reality. This is like the Avengers.
All right,
where
throw
it's
it a
like,
break then.
It's like
who cares?
This one string of reality where this situation could have happened, and we're actually living in that string of reality. Just one out of an infinite number. And we got this. We're in the
multiverse of AWC now. What is it? The guy that does oh gosh,
Doctor Strange?
My Marvel. Yeah. Thank you. You knew what I was talking about. Just this is the only outcome. All right. Well, I mean, I think the only thing we can do now is head to a break and get to this series, because I cannot wait for this one. The big question, ILTU, they have been on a winning streak. Is Drive Overload gonna put a stake in that streak? Are they gonna break that combo, or is ILTU gonna continue dominating this EU bracket and surprising everyone? Find out next. It's gonna be ILTU versus Drive Overload up in. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are here for ILTU versus Drive Overload. This is the last European series of the day before we hop over to North America. And with the first series that we saw with ILTU, hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are here for ILTU versus Drive Overload. This is the last European series of the day before we hop over to North America. And with the first series that we saw with ILTU, they defeated all odds. They beat Echo 3-0. Azael, I know you've been kind of watching from the sidelines. What's been your reaction so far today?
I mean, I just can't believe that not only did Echo lose, but they got 3-0'd. Like, that is unreal. Echo is, I think, far and away the most dominant team we've had in WoW Esports in a long time. I mean, this team sometimes just like doesn't even drop a game to win a cup, it feels like, right? Like, they lost one series the entire year, and it was a really close back and forth series. They just got 3-0'd, and most of the games felt pretty one-sided for ILTU, so it was an absolute massive shock for me. But this team is just on a complete Cinderella run, right? First team ever to go from the bottom of the gauntlet all the way through, and then it's like, okay, well, now the fun ends. Now you have to play Echo and lose, and then they 3-0 them? Like, are they just gonna win AWC?
It's certainly a question. If you can see the journey that they've taken so far, first team to ever do it, all the way from round one. They beat every single team in the European gauntlet. They've left a trail of death behind them, and that includes now Echo as well for the first round of the day, which you can see right here. And now they're up against Drive Overload, who have also had a good day. They beat Streamer Zone GG pretty convincingly in a 3-1 series, knocking them down to the lower bracket to face off against Echo. So this could be one of the first time we see them have a bit of a challenge. Drive Overload, I'm sure that they have been kind of watching this rise from the top of ILTU, and maybe having some more preparation supities that some of these other teams may not have been able to do.
I think the biggest difference is just ILTU are so aggressive. Usually once you get to this stage of a competition in arena tournaments, it's mostly focused on defense, survivability, trying to win on attrition and slow the game down. But ILTU are doing it their own way. They're speeding things up. They're trinketing aggressively. They're running in on top of you. They're double casting Sleepwalk and Cyclone at the same time, and you can't deal with both threats. So ILTU is just all-out aggression that I think teams weren't expecting. Everybody was expecting the Feral Druids. They were expecting the Subtlety Rogues with the meta that was establishing throughout the cups, and ILTU comes in with the Preservation Evoker. They come in with the Balance Druid, and now teams are trying to adapt on the fly last second basically to figure out how to deal with this, and Echo couldn't adapt in time, got totally dominated. Drive Overload, they're running, I would say, tankier compositions. I think the Elemental Shaman is going to be coming with like a big benefit for them, and even the Feral Mage I think is more durable, a bit safer possibly than the Rogue Mage version of that composition.
Yeah, potentially. We'll certainly have to see what they do bring out in that blind pick. We're getting that game ready to go. In the meantime, let's take a look at the predictions. Now, I've been betting against ILTU this entire time. I have learned my lesson. 3-0 is what I put
Drive
in.
Overload, dude.
3-0.
Zico betted for them. Poor Drive Overload.
Listen. I may as well fully send it. I'm going all in. It gets me nothing additional to bet nothing for Drive Overload. But Azael, you're doubting me. Now I'm nervous.
Well, 3-0 is like, oh man, you don't even give them a shot, right? Like, that's just a stomp. But then again, I guess I shouldn't be that shocked. They literally just 3-0'd Echo. So if they 3-0'd Echo, why wouldn't they 3-0 Drive Overload as well? But you know how I know ILTU might be doomed is now we all believe in them, right? Because I predicted against them 5 times in a row, and they won 5 times in a row, and now I predict they win. So now they might just lose.
All right, here we go, man.
All right.
Is Zico cursed? Are they going to curse Drive Overload here with that prediction towards their side? They're just starting things off with a Solar Beam on the healer right away. This early opener, Kidney Shot, Solar Beam on a Priest to stop them from using Pain Suppression, gets the Medallion. Now they can Cyclone, now they can swap, but an Ice Wall is down, and Coffee is behind the wall. He has to trade Trinket and Cloak of Shadows, and Elsewave is looking on fire in that exchange.
Yeah, absolutely. Built a wall and made him pay for it with that Cloak of Shadows. Corki now under some pressure here. He's getting heavily targeted by JT, who's going to be put into the cheap shot. Stuns getting thrown all around. Elzay's going to get interrupted there by Kankito, but he's thrown into the clone now, and Corki under a lot of fire does pop the Barkton into bear form as well, trying to survive this. You can see a stun there over onto Coffee, and at the same time, the clone now expiring onto Elsway. Both teams just spamming out the CC nonstop, but a nice fear comes through onto Corki. He's on the run here, trying to get back behind the pillar, looking for clones again, but he's going to get skull bashed on it. The barrier comes down. Corki trying to survive as best as he possibly can, but he's getting incredibly low here. Kankito has a lot of work to do to try to pick him back off, as there's a kidney shot over onto JT. Elswave thrown in the clone, and they have stabilized, I think, for now.
They got another pain suppression. They swap off with a Cyclone. I love these swaps to JT. They're getting so much pressure. Elswave gets critically low. Radiance comes through for JT. He's got Alter Time in 30 seconds. It's so far away. Big heals come through from Kankito, topping his team off into the back here. TJ gets Cycloned again. Corki is just getting so many Cyclones. JT has a medallion in 8 more seconds. Nice counterspell on the Cyclone. Coffee gets caught behind the pillar, but Elswave is getting blasted by Corki. It's so much Star Surge damage as the Cork gets popped here, and Corki is just spraying out Star Surge as he gets stunned up. Solar Beam comes down, hits Elswave, denying his burst, denying his setup, putting him a bit behind. They cyclone him. They swap back onto TJ. They catch him out of form with the kidney shot, but he's got Bark Skin and Rapture Power with shields. JT grips him behind the pillar, but now TJ is cloned on his cooldowns, and if they don't stop Corki from getting these clones, I really think ILTU could close this out soon.
Yeah, Corki has just been so problematic for them. Coffee setting him up for a lot of these clones as well with the stuns that he's been throwing around. Kankito pushing in. This team loves to play aggressive in the face of their opponents. The wall's going to come down and split them up, and Coffee could be in a little bit of trouble here. The rake stuns come through, but it's going to be a rescue from Kankito, pulling him to safety. You can see the Snowdrift coming down, looking for multiple stuns there across them from Elswave, and he is going to be able to land it. Ring of Frost connects onto Kankito right after that. What pressure can they get rolling? Coffee and Corki are in trouble here, trying to pull back a little bit. There was a nice CS on the clone, but Elswave taking some damage himself. JT's put into the sleep, and now it's Elswave that is really under pressure here. Kankito, though, thrown into a full fear. Corki has the Barkskin just now and is going to immediately press it as soon as it comes off cooldown. We'll see if there's any more CC onto Kankito. It doesn't look like it, and it could be trouble here now for Elswave. He's pulling back behind the pillar with JT.
Oh my god, both teams are under so much pressure right now. No major cooldowns for Corki at the moment, but he wants to keep up his aggression. Look at the damage coming through. Another Star Surge connects. Corki's jumping in on top of him, looking to close this out. Cheap shot for Crowd Control, forces the block. TJ's running down. It's so much damage. Survival Instincts on top of it. Everybody is dead. What is this pressure coming from Corki and Coffee at the moment? JT's just trying to wrap around the corner here and escape, but Coffee is all over them right now. He's just spilling damage onto the entire team. Shields are coming through onto Elswave, but now TJ could get swapped to, and if JT gets put into a clone, it could be game over, but Corki is so low on health. Can Keto keep him going at this point? He's into a polymorph. Corki is alone. He cyclones up the Feral Druid. He gets behind the pillar. He's healing himself up. Keto, he warps over to his side, and oh my god, Corki survives that full polymorph, but now he's rake stunned. It's a big burst of damage, full fear, and Corki could fall at any moment. He's desperate. He pops Barkskin at 10%. Can he hold on? They're going to win this game if he can hold on. He just needs to hold on a little longer. He can't. Corki goes down, and Drive Overload take game 1, but they are absolutely sweating.
Yeah, that was so close. Drive Overload looked like they were going to crumble there for a minute. Everyone was low, but JT might actually get counter-killed.
There's no way.
I think he survives now. I think he should be okay. That was probably their last little attempt at a kill, and yep, Coffee will surrender after not being able to take down JT there. But Drive Overload does win game number 1. Really nice recovery. There was one moment where all 3 of them were incredibly low, where all of the cooldowns were having to be spent, but they recover from that and are just able to train down this Moonkin. Just too much CC actually getting landed onto Kankito. He just could not, keep Corki alive. It was full sheep. They're able to land a fear after that. Like, there was just so much CC after CC after CC all landing on him, and he didn't have the Barkskin available. So things just got really, really difficult. You could see Rake Stun there onto Corki. There was a nice Skull Bash on a Gankito into the full Psychic Scream. Corki uses the Barkskin in the split second it came up, but it's just too little too late.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Corki because, Rewind is up. He could have just got there for 1 extra second. They had such great pressure, but this is where it's finally starting to, make itself apparent that Boomkin does have a weakness, and I think it's Feral Druid. Feral Druid has been the main weakness. It's that bleed damage, the guaranteed uptime, a lot of stuns and kicks, and it's also really durable. as a melee DPS. So Corki did a good job like cloning him and preventing him from connecting during those specific windows. But even still, the bleeds are ticking while the Feral Druid is cloned. So I really like this Feral Mage composition. It's very durable, a lot of crowd control for the Evoker, and it just gets guaranteed pressure, and it can penetrate through Bearform's defense. So to me, Drive Overload, their comp looks really good. Not that it's completely unbeatable, because ILTU really had them backs against the wall at one point, but Drive Overload recover from that, and then they flip the script, they get aggressive, they force cooldowns, they punish. What did he trinket actually? Can we see that again? Because he trinketed something into a full polymorph. Was it just a panic trinket?
I didn't actually catch that.
I swear he trinkets into a full polymorph. Like I don't know what it was. If we can start the replay again, because he had trinket actually, and if he can trinket rewind, then that's like a complete reset on Corki's health if he hits it during like a big burst moment. So I would think he would want to line those up.
Bash or something like that, because it wouldn't have been a poly, obviously, because that was a full poly, and there was a Psychic Scream after it.
So right here,
let's see.
It's a bash.
It was bash, yeah. It's kind of what I figured. So, I mean, yeah, it's tough. Maybe he thought that he could trinket the bash and interrupt the poly, and then just wasn't able to get the interrupt on the poly, or he thought he could trinket the bash and like get LOS or something like that. Either way, I don't know how much of a difference that makes. You know, if you, it might have made a difference. It might have made a difference actually.
I think it made a difference, and it's just a tough call to make because Corki's so low, and it's a boomkin. Like healing a boomkin is probably like the highest stress thing you can do right now. It's just like I don't think you're gonna live here, so he probably just wanted to trinket instantly.
Oh, it looks like their opponents are pretty stress healing against a boomkin.
Yeah,
too.
well, that's the trade-off. That's the trade-off for it. It's like a glass cannon on their front. So I think ILTU could actually clean that up even a little bit, and if they do, they could definitely still take this. Drive Overload, I'm imagining they're not going to be changing anything. Interesting, they go to a big map. I would think with the Evoker, a big map ends up kind of not being that great because you need to be really close range, which means you're probably going to be in the open more often than not.
Yeah, it is interesting. Maybe they feel like they can kind of just like spread it out and you know, find opportunities to actually get kills if people overextend or something like that. But or maybe just trying to pull the priest off the enemy pillar. I'm not really sure. Obviously, game one was very, very close on the Grand, and Tolveron's a kind of similar map, to be honest. But we'll see how they're going to be able to do. You know, ILTU did have Drive Overload all down to about 20% HP at one point in the game. I don't think we're going to see any sort of a comp swap from ILTU. It has been working very, very well for them. But we will see.
Guz blasted one team, you know, against Ultima in the Gauntlet. And Ellie Shaman, I don't even like. I mean, this is obviously look like their strongest, most polished comp. But if they get really desperate,
again, they might swap. But it's like, I mean, this has been their bread and butter the whole way through, right? And I feel like they've been on such a roll. To ditch it now, I would be surprised.
I don't think you ditch it until it feels like you absolutely need to. But
yeah,
even in that corner position, I don't know if it would be that bad. I feel like Ellie Rogue would do pretty decently. And the Ellie Shaman protects the Evoker way more than the Boomkin. Basically, the Boomkin gives you like next to no protection as far as interrupts for crowd control, but the Ellie gives you probably the most of any class. So that could be like a small map pick with the Ellie Rogue or something for them if this doesn't work. But I'm not counting them out. I think they could still do this. You got to understand also that
game
like
one was really close.
They've been playing like game after game after game. Like like even today, they got to play series into series. So this has been a really long tournament for them. So eventually, there's going to be some flaws in their play, I think, and if they can just clean it up, just somehow have a perfect streak, Cinderella run from the bottom of the gauntlet all the way into the the final spot of the grand finals for Sunday, like whoever's betting their points on that is just going to the cleaners on everybody else here for the tournament. But they're looking like one of the most prepared teams.
I mean, their run has been so insane. Even with this loss, they're now 12-3 over the last 2 days in AWC. Like, that is actually crazy, including a 3-0 over Echo, right? Like, they have just been on such a tear. They're playing so incredibly well. You know, it's the only team running Moonkin, and they're kind of dominating with it. So showing the strength of the class, showing the strength of the comp, if you can play it to this really, really high level, it is clearly very powerful. But we do have game number 2 kicking off here. We'll see if Drive Overload can take a stranglehold on this one, or if ILTU will be able to battle back. Coffee running out. We'll see if he can find that opening that he's looking for. Sap onto Elswave. They're going to actually just open up right onto the Priest here. Cheap Shot and Beam. They're just pumping damage into him. He's going to get Cheap Shot one more time. He did use his trinket, so they get that trinket off the Priest, and they're over onto Elswave. Elswave, nice altar back to full health. He got burst down very heavily by Corki.
This is a standard opener now against these gnome priests. So as a gnome, you can use Escape Artist to get out of root solar beam. So they're stun solar beaming to stop paint suppression and forcing the medallion, which now means JT doesn't have that tool to escape crowd control. Big wall comes down. Coffee cloaks immediately. This is looking like exact mirror of game number 1 right now in terms of the setups at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. There's the trinket, the cloak, the evasion, everything. The vanish used by Coffee. Coffee's now basically out of tools, almost, under a minute into the game. Pretty crazy. He's thrown into that sheep. You can see the stun over onto Corky now as a Arc trying to get the damage rolling onto him. JT popping the ultimate penitence. Clone going to be landed onto Kanketo. It's Coffee, though, that I'm most worried about. He has nothing remaining. If Kanketo's into the full sheep, which he is caught into now, he is going to be popping that Emerald Communion, so we'll be healing them up and should be okay. You can see the clone landed onto TJ. Corky, though, taking a lot of pressure here as well, just from the dots plus L-Wave burst. But look at Coffee thrown into the Dragon's Breath. He is sitting very low. Cheap shot over onto JT. Corky into that Maim stun. He's going to get cloned up, and they're going to turn over onto Coffee. Nice job on that, being able to actually immune the fear coming through from Kanketo.
Oh, TJ fakes a kick. He's going for clones. Coffee's in trouble. Can he keep him going? He got the nullifying shroud up. He's protected from crowd control for some time here unless Elswave can get it off. TJ gets cloned at low health. They're turning up the aggression. Disintegrates are coming in onto Elswave. They want that first block, but pain suppression seems like it will be enough as Elswave is stabilizing. Coffee is still a liability. No medallion for some time at this point. Coffee's getting aggressive. Cheap shot onto JT, but Corky gets counterspoken. Kanketo is there for the sleepwalk. That teamwork, the duo between Corky and Kanketo, and TJ's rotting. Elswave is forced into the block, and they get shut down on their push. That was their Maim stun on Coffee. They wanted to be pushing for the killer. A major cooldown from Kanketo. They don't get it. It's turned in their face, and now they're falling behind.
Yeah, they are, but Coffee still has about 25 seconds until he has those major cooldowns up, so he is vulnerable for a little while. We'll see if they can capitalize on that, but it's Corky who was the target from there. You can see that he's going to be thrown into the stun. The rescue was used by Kanketo, trying to pull him to safety. Full clone land onto the JT, and Elswave now taking a lot of pressure here. Are they going to be able to get the block? No. It is the life swap, though, coming out from JT, and JT has already trinketed. He's into the kidney. They might just try to kill off JT, and I think they have him. The beam comes down, and they kill him off of the swap there. What a beautiful play from ILTU. They get the Void Shift. They immediately kidney on him with no trinket, throw down the beam afterwards, and it's lights out for JT.
ILTU, man, they're just styling in the AWC. They're doing it their own way. The only Boomkin team. They're making flashy plays. They're making textbook plays. They're making crazy swaps. They're pulling victories out of nowhere. They're upsetting the entire region. The entire weekend is just all eyes on ILTU. Like, what did they do as far as preparations? Like, I'm almost hoping that they do win so we can get an interview and ask them because, they're not frequent streamers. We don't get to see a lot of them in terms of the public. They're just in the shadows, just building up this raw power on this team. Kanketo had some really good plays with time stops to avoid critical crowd controls, because I was worried about that going into this game was how is he going to avoid crowd control on a big map when he's in the open, and he's just using deep breath. He's using time stop right before a crowd control was going to hit him, immuning it, because look how dicey it is for Corky. If he doesn't immune one of those crowd controls,
he's just going to play perfectly.
Yeah, he just has to play perfectly. It's even above perfection. This isn't even perfect. You have to literally predict the future ×2 in order to avoid crowd control right now. I feel like it's an anime, and I just have to scale their power out of control for it to make sense at this point. But that's really what they have to do. It is that remarkable on their side. So they stick it out. They don't second guess themselves. They just level up their play and get the work done here in game 2.
Yeah, I mean, that was just such a nice swap at the end. They got so much pressure out. And then the fact that Elswave, they obviously made the call, whether it was his call or team's call, whatever, to not elect to have him block. So because he doesn't block, JT has to spend a lot there. So JT had to trinket and swap. But that really opened him up for the swap to actually be able to get taken down. So I think they played it really, really well. There was just so much pressure on Elswave at this point, and you can see the CC was landing onto JT. Did he trinket nothing, or did he just trinket super late? Because it looks like the clone had already ended. Maybe there was a reclone that he just insta trinketed, but he sat basically a full clone. Then he had to trinket swap. Elswave, didn't block. Obviously, they wanted to hold on to that, and it kind of just went bad, unfortunately for them from that situation. So we're gonna see this one more time. I want to see exactly what did happen.
He's got no paint sub. He gets cloned. He sits.
Elswave had no. Oh no, he did have good block. Yeah, he had cold.
Might be on hypo.
Okay, yeah, he just triggered it late, very late.
Is he on hypo? No, I don't think he's on hypo.
No, I don't think he was on hypo. He just cold snapped and then had the block ready. But he could have traded it out. But obviously, it's reasonable to not do so. But it just ended up being punished expertly by ILTU, right? Because you get trinket swap from the priest, you're right on top of him into the kidney, and then beam over top, so he can't do anything coming out of that. So really, really well played. Able to find a very nice kill onto him, and the series is all tied up.
All right, we're all tied up. That game felt like a series. I feel like we're already on game 5, but we're not. This is only game 3. That's just like how intense this is. And both teams aren't changing their compositions. Drive overloads are preferring the smaller map with hook point. They want to be able to close the distance, get on Corki, kind of just train him down to the ground and keep him in bear form and stop him from being able to get so many cyclones moving forward. Also a really good map for ice wall, with you can connect the wall to basically the perimeter of the map very easily with this one. It also seems to be
pillar type thing.
And it's really tricky with the the fences as well, with like the corridor on the side. If you get caught in that corridor and one side gets blocked off, that can be really stressful. So this is a really good wall map for Elswave. We talked about Tessie as the player to watch for that, but Elswave is now also really showing that off. He's forced major cooldowns from the Rogue 2 games in a row with that, so still keep your eye on it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I think both teams are looking really, really strong. I don't know, though. I don't really feel like this is one of those matchups where there's some massive advantage based on map. So I do think it's going to come down just more to execution, right? Sometimes there's comps where it's really obvious, that one team wants to go to a big map, one team wants to go to a small map. This one, so far, at least to me, feels like it definitely can still be anyone's game. So I don't think Drive Overload is going to have an easy time just because we are going to a smaller map. But that may be proven wrong. ILTU has been really good on some of the small maps, even when they were getting picked against them. We saw a number of times in their gauntlet run them just be able to close out a game instantaneously with a really nice rush down. So game 3, hook point here, ILTU and Drive Overload in the AWC Grand Finals here. This is the upper bracket, both the winners from today looking to move into that final match and secure themselves, at least one of those top 2 positions, and we'll see who's going to be able to take the edge here in game number 3.
I feel like you're basically doubling your money every series that you win here.
That's not bad.
Really a lot on the line for these teams. An entire season trying to show off that they're the best team of the expansion in this initial season as well. It's a mishap. The fear. JT fears Coffee before the Solar Beam stun can connect, and they completely get away with that for free. That was insane by JT to get that Psychic Scream. He just guessed. He was like, I'm fearing now. And he hits the Rogue from stealth, but they're still blasting damage onto the Mage. They're trying to compensate for that lackluster start, but now they're down the Rogue trinket. They're down the Boomkin trinket. This is not a good position for ILTU defensively.
No, not at all. But now they got the trinket off of all 3, all in a row. So, wow, it actually just out of nowhere, they're able to force pretty much everything there from Drive Overload. Nice Ice Wall comes down. Corky's going to get CS. There's a full clone over onto Kankito. How much pressure can they get rolling? Big Psychic Scream connecting on both the DPS, but there's no follow-up CC onto Kankito. And over on the other side, Cheap Shot there onto Elswave. He's pushing forward, going to get kicked on the poly, though. Can't find it over onto Kankito. And now the clone going to expire onto Coffee. Heart of the Wild popped here by TJ, trying to keep offensive here as Coffee's going to be put into the rig stun. He has no trinket, but he does have a cloak if he needs it. He's getting low. The Emerald Communion is healing him up. He's going to be able to hold on for now. Clone now over onto TJ. It's Elswave in trouble. Once again, there's the kidney onto JT. JT has no trinket available. Is Elswave going to have to block? He does. Barely in time. Gets the block down there, and he needs to get topped off now by JT, but TJ's in trouble as well, and he's also popped the Barkskin. JT's falling behind here. Lands a big flash heal. Trying to pick him back off. Nice fake there from Elswave. He's going to be able to get a poly out. Ring of Frost dropped as well. Trying to be defensive here. Clone's going to be thrown over on a JT, though, and the pressure just won't end from ILTU.
If Corky can stabilize here and stay aggressive, I think they're going to be able to take Elswave down very soon at this point. TJ's in a Cyclone. Feral Druid pressure has been removed. Coffee's moving in. They kick Blizzard. He's locked on Frost. JT into a bash, but they don't get the Cyclone, it looks like, as Corky got counterspelled. They cheap shot him. Insane damage, forcing the second Ice Block. Now a swap onto TJ. Corky is just absolutely blasting. That wasn't even the Force of Nature. Force of Nature comes up in 10 seconds. He's going to die before he's dying through Survival Instincts. Void Shift comes through. JT has to use Medallion, and this isn't even Corky's final form. He's 3 seconds away from being able to hit peak damage, but he's stunned up with no trinket. Double fear into a polymorph. Ice Wall down as well for good measure to line of sight him from his team, but Coffee just trades the cloak. JT gets locked on cast, and Coffee is going for the kill at this point as he's playing all out aggression. Full kidney shot on JT. They're swapping over into him. Kankito's blasting damage. That forces pain suppression. He's dead anyways. He gets a shield off at 1% health at this point. Kankito now gets counterspelled. Coffee on the back foot as they are firing back.
Yeah, they're trying to survive. We'll see if they can do it. The blind lands onto JT. Remember, no blocks available for Elswave. He's going to be the target now as there's the clone over on JT, and Elswave is just going to get deleted by ILTU. Small map be damned. They are not afraid of drive overload here. They play the entire game start to finish in their face and just run them over with overwhelming pressure. What a game. What a tournament. What a performance from ILTU. They are just looking unstoppable.
They're redefining the meta right now because I feel like everybody re-rolled off Prez Evoker in the earlier cups to Priest, and then it was Paladin for a while. And now Kankito's just like, no, I'm just going to play Dragon.
Soup is out here messaging every rogue and Prez Evoker he knows. Just
trying to get this new edge.
Lincoln VOD. So you see this comp. It's looking pretty good. I'm
pretty good right
mooking.
now. Maybe we should do this. It would probably be a good idea. I don't know. Like, but ILTU are also just playing it on like an entirely different plane of existence. Like the predictions that they're making, the swaps that they're making. No, but they're making the entire team uncomfortable, which is why they're able to find these opportunities. I feel like a lot of teams that play like Boomkin Rogue, they fall in the trap of just following a script. Like, we're going to attack this target and CC this target. And they just keep playing the script the whole game and try and keep it simple. But the other team knows what you're going to do. So they just have a cooldown every single time. Whereas ILTU, they don't follow a script. They're just like, yeah, let's go priest this game. All right. Okay, we're no switch mage. That's good. Yep, and then it's over. So ILTU, they can't be solved that easily.
Yeah, no, I completely agree, and I mean, I think a big part of it is utilizing some of the strengths of these classes, right? It's very easy for them to throw out damage on really any target. It's very easy to kind of set up some of these offensive goes and just be able to bounce around, right? And I think such a key part of their success is how well they're using the offensive clones and swapping off these targets, right? Because it's not just that they're differing the targets that they're going for game to game. It's that they're ramping up so much pressure by getting someone low, and as soon as their damage is going to start running out, and they're going to be able to get top, they're already into a clone, and then someone else is getting CC'd, and they're swapping targets, and then all of a sudden the healer comes out of their CC. One person was cloned low, the other person is getting burst down, and it's like so difficult then to be able to actually recover from these situations. And you know, in this game, we saw JT just getting overwhelmed. He even had to use the Void Shift when he was like 50-60% health, just because he had no other button to press to try to save TJ. You know, even with Coffee getting feared out of stealth and the opener not being what they wanted at all, I still think they got all three trinkets within the first 10 to 15 seconds of combat. Like, it's just crazy.
Yeah, it's the pressure from the first incarn. It's just when all the cooldowns line up, so you want to just fully respect it. But if you can get away with not using all three medallions, that would obviously be more ideal than popping all three. But they want to respect it because you don't want to get crit by a Star Surge Dream Burst combo and just get completely knocked out. And TJ, like, he was just dominating the damage meter. He's still dominating the damage meter. So like they're having this performance even despite TJ throwing everything that he's got against them in this series, and now they're facing getting knocked down to the lower bracket. Echo is in that lower bracket waiting, and Drive Overload are forced to make a change. Elswave is going off the mage. His Ice Walls have been looking really clutch, but it's just looking a little bit too flimsy. The Shaman's going to be a bit more passively durable and provide some more support as well for his teammates. Yeah. I mean, it's really interesting, right? Because the question is, can they win without a lot of CC, right? And that's kind of going to be answered by this game here. You know, you're bringing in the Ellie, you're losing a lot of CC that the mage is going to be bringing out. And to me, the biggest difference was like Kankito is just not really getting pressured when you look at that last game. Like, he's largely not being CC'd. The amount of CC that's actually coming out from Coffee and Corky has been insane. So JT has been on the back foot so constantly with that. And I just wonder, you know, can they actually just run them over with damage? Because this kind of comp that Drive Overload is swapping to feels more like a dampener. Like, it feels like you have to be able to kind of live through everything and survive till late in the game, and then, you know, be able to just kind of run them over in that way. But ILTU have just been so good at keeping teams on the back foot. It's been very hard to kind of get to that point where they can just kind of win through passive damage. We saw that in the gauntlet with Phoenix Reborn, right? With Swapsy and Z-Pie. Like, these guys are the most notorious dampeners probably of the legacy of AWC. And they couldn't survive long enough to get to dampening to be able to outdo ILTU.
Themselves.
The damp masters, they were born in the dampening, like they were forged by it. So if they couldn't make it into dampening, how is Drive Overload? Are you going to be able to get that deep into dampening? Because Preservation Evoker, it struggles against crowd control and heavy single target burst. Exactly. But just like AoE damage, and you don't CC it, I'm having a good time as a Pres Evoker. Like, Dream Breath up on the whole team, I'm chilling. So a Drive Overload need to live a long time in this game if they're going to win, I think.
Yeah, we'll see if they're going to be able to do it. Elswave does pop Corky out. Not that it matters too much. Cheap shot there over on Elswave. JT coming out of CC now, but Elswave is just getting rocked. He's going to actually get grip back. JT has to trinket the blind, even with that nice life grip. Corky, though, trying to push forward. TJ looking for the clone. Going to get interrupted on it by the beam. Nice skull bash, though, onto Corky's clone. He's taking a lot of damage here. Elswave really pumping in these early minutes, and they're trying to put ILTU on the back foot. Barkston going to be forced there. Coffee now into a stun. He doesn't want to trigger it, but he is getting quite low here into the follow-up rake stun. Clone going to come out, but not before he gets topped. He's going to trigger that clone. Immediately kidney thrown over onto TJ, and now he's trying to get back in onto JT, but it's a good fear from JT out of range of Kankito. Coffee can't get dispelled, so he's not able to land the CC he wanted off of that push.
Oh, he got the Cyclone, though, but now Corky's into a Cyclone from TJ as he's trying to slow that down. And Killing Spree comes through on TJ, but he doesn't care. Maim stun on Coffee, no trinket. Kankito, Spirit Bloom lined up behind the pillar. A Hex comes through, but Corky can just decurse that. That's the other disadvantage of the Shaman versus the Mage. A clone, another clone onto JT, into another clone from Corky. Can they actually kill him in a 1-second clone? It's match point. The pressure is at its highest. You basically double your money. You get a guaranteed second place finish in Europe's finals at this point. The pressure is at its highest. An entire season of play on the line for both teams.
Yeah, we'll see if they can do it. They did already get 1 PS. Astral Shift could be up in 20 seconds here for Elswave. They're trying to put Corky on the back foot, though he is getting rocked right now. Does have that Barkston active. Is going to be able to survive as a result. Coffee throws Kidney over onto Elswave. They're looking for the CC onto JT, but JT has just been repositioning constantly. He's pulling back. Clone landed now onto Elswave. Coffee's going to try to push in. They swap the clone over onto TJ. Killing Spree thrown out there onto Elswave, trying to chunk him down, but can't quite do it. TJ comes out of the CC and is going to land some of his own over onto Coffee. Both these druids just constantly getting clones back and forth. Corky fakes the interrupt there, and now looking for a clone. He's going to have to fake it again. Instead, he's going to get stunned, and he has to get rescued out there by Kankito. Kankito has some work to do as Corky is getting low. There's a Kidney, though, onto 1 DPS, clone onto the other, and that Corky is his signal to try to push forward, try to land something on JT, but he can't do it. JT's just repositioning around the pillar. Now Coffee going forward. There's the cheap shot. They're going to try to find CC out of this. Sleepwalk will land, and Elswave potentially in trouble. Looks like maybe that Sleepwalk got death or tremored out by Elswave, so that's removed immediately.
That's the advantage of the Shaman. You get the Tremor Totem when they do that tag team Sleepwalk Cyclone. Corky getting blasted. He's not in bear form. He bashes up TJ. He jumps away with the Wild Charge looking for his Cyclone. He's not able to get it. He gets wind sheared. He's blasting damage into Elswave. A kidney shot with no trinket. JT grips Elswave back to the pillar, but he's still there. They Cyclone him low. They switch targets. These are the Cyclones that we were talking about, and TJ's in trouble. He's getting shredded. It's match point right now for Drive Overload. ILTU in the driver's seat here. JT's caught in a cheap shot Solar Beam. Another swap. They Cyclone him low. The pressure is endless. The damage is senseless as JT trinkets, but it's into another Cyclone. Elswave has to burrow beneath the ground, and the pressure from ILTU is just constant at this point. TJ, to trade survival instincts, he's still dying. He's dying through pain suppression. They're dying through everything. The aggression of ILTU is out of this world at the moment, and JT is struggling to keep his team alive at this point. They stun Coffee. Can they stagger the damage? Can they hold on and stay alive in this semifinal?
We'll see if they can do it. JT looks like he may have found enough time to be able to stabilize there, but it cost them absolutely everything. And Coffee is back. He's on the run. Cloak's offensive there, trying to get aggressive and take down JT. He's stuck into the kidney shot. They use that for a clone. Now a cheap shot over to TJ, and TJ is just going to get sent. There's no way he survives this. TJ at 1% HP is going to get taken down, and ILTU are heading straight to the finals. 3-0 over Echo, 3-1 over Drive Overload. This team came from the bottom, and now they're truly at the top. What a run. It has been incredible to see. 15-3 their score throughout AWC these last 2 days. It is unreal.
If you wanted a Cinderella story, you got it. If you wanted an underdog story, you got it. Like Azale just said, they started from the very bottom. This is a team that I don't think anybody could have predicted to make it into the final match of the grand finals. They get that coveted seat to just watch the destruction in the lower bracket, because Echo's in the first round of that lower bracket, and they were sent there from ILTU, and their aggression just throughout this entire bracket has just been phenomenal. Corky's just jumping in. Kankito's rescuing him in on top of his opponents. Just keep the pressure, keep the pressure, keep the pace, keep going for the kill, and it's completely throwing the competition off guard. They're not used to this playstyle. They're not used to this aggression, and they're all starting to fall down like dominoes, one after the other, as ILTU are looking to make a huge name for themselves and possibly a legacy if they manage to take this entire tournament. This has been a remarkable team. If they don't have fans after this, like, I don't know what it's going to take
Yeah, I mean, it is insane. Like, these swaps are just so sick. Like, every single time, we're seeing them just bounce around targets, force the maximum amount of cooldowns, it creates these kind of like panic-inducing situations for Drive Overload where all of a sudden it looks like they're fine, and then the next second they have to use like multiple trinkets, PS, swap, they're all dying. It's just crazy the amount of damage that they're able to push out. And every time it feels like JT is going for one of these life swaps, they're just immediately swapping onto him at low HP. He's getting insta-stunned by Coffee, they throw the beam over the top, that's forcing trinket, that's forcing PS, that's forcing these panic situations to where it feels like they can barely catch up. I mean, look at their health. Like, this is ridiculous at this point of the game. Everyone was falling behind, and it took a lot of great interrupts, a lot of great CC from Drive Overload to even recover at this spot. But then Coffee just gets in, full kidney, thrown into the clone, cheap shot thrown out onto Elswave. Elswave instant trinkets that to try to appeal for his team, but there's another cheap shot over onto the Feral. There's an interrupt from Kekido over on Elswave. It's just like everyone is marked, everyone is interrupted, everyone is CC'd. It's crazy.
I think ILTU forgot that they're not in the gauntlet anymore. They don't have to fight this hard. And they have made it all the way to the top. They've kept climbing that step ladder. Amazing, amazing work from them. We're going to be watching the final moments right there as they close out that series. Drive Overload now dropping down to that lower bracket. They're going to be playing on Sunday. And ILT, I mean, this team, I wonder did anybody see the chat predictions before we headed into that?
I do not know.
Usually I keep track of it. I know that there was a big payout. Yeah, it was ILTU was 1.5 million. So finally they've won chat over. Finally is what it took.
Yeah.
But they're continuing it on.
I learned that mistake. I learned the mistake not to bet against them in the Echo series. I'm not betting against them
anymore. Some of them
anymore.
still were.
I'm not.
Some of the casters still were. Who was it?
Zico bet for Drive Overload, I think.
Yeah.
So he's the only one. He's just ILTU hater. He's
just
just the ILTU hater. He's just ILTU series. I'm voting the other way.
It's not like I can really say anything though. I bet against them 5 times in a row and was wrong 5 times in a row. So yeah, they have just been shocking, right? And I think it's reasonable to think, okay, surely like someone is going to figure it out. Surely someone's going to be able to have an answer. Also, when you look back to how they did in the other cups, they never had a single cup where they looked anywhere close to this good, right? Like they had, one cup where they won like 2 series on broadcast, and I think that was their best performance. They just won 6 series in a row, right? Like they probably won. Actually, I'm pretty sure they won more games in this last 2 days than they did the entire season combined. So it's it's like, yeah, you look silly getting it wrong over and over, but also at a certain point you're kind of waiting for them to like sink back to reality. But I guess this just is the new reality, is that they are actually this good.
Deal with it, ILT is saying.
Yeah, and a lot of them, I was sitting here counting some of the losses too, because it's not like they've had 3-0s every single time and they're just like, getting really quick games, really quick wins. A lot of them have been really hard fought battles. If you look at the weekend that they've had so far, the first series that they played against Old and Bad went all the way to a game 5. Same with the game against Ultima. So they've really, really just been fighting for their lives here and have made it this far, and they're going to continue on into Championship Sunday. So I cannot wait to see what this team is capable of. It sounds like we're actually trying to get a interview with Corky, so hopefully we'll get that team loaded in. But in the meantime, let's talk about Drive Overload and how they're dropping down to the next bracket on Championship Sunday. And then we've got Echo versus Streamer Zone GG Supatees as well for the elimination round for the first match of the day on Sunday.
Just think about what you just said. Echo versus Streamer Zone is the first elimination round. Like, that's been like the final most of the time throughout the entire cup stage. That's been the final. That's the first elimination round. One of them is going home.
You said we're in the multiverse. We're in a layer.
Like,
we're in a weird layer.
I don't know what's going on. It's Echo Thanos, and this is like the one string where they could actually stop him. Like, I can't believe this.
ILTU are the Avengers then.
Yeah. Like, what is going on right now? Echo just dominate tournament after tournament, and they just got slammed 3-0 to that lower side against a team that has taken a series off them, has taken them to Game 7. It's not a free run for Echo to get back into this.
No, I mean it's honestly really scary too. Like when you're Echo and you win all 4 cups, you're dominating all year long. Like you're kind of putting in all that work to have the ultimate prize of being, the European Grand Final champions, to being able to win this tournament. It is where, the most prize money is there. It is where the most prestige is there. You can win all 4 cups, but if someone else wins this event, they're the best team in Europe, right? Until proven otherwise, they're the best team in Europe. So, Echo have put in all this hard work, have dominated all year long, but we'll see if they can claw their way back from that lower bracket. They've definitely been able to do it many times in the past, to be able to recover from things going wrong. But it definitely looks like a little bit of a different beast.
Yeah. Certainly does. And while we're waiting for this interview to get lined up, maybe we can take a quick look once again at the prediction leaderboard, because I know that a lot of us, myself included, have been struggling. I kind of want to know how chat is doing. Usually chat seems to be in first place, because that's another thing here. It's been really hard to tell with ILTU just completely shaking up the bracket. Every single time I get asked for this prediction, I'm like, man, I don't even know. Even the other series, because I feel like just so many things have been going on outside of ILTU, obviously winning every single series. Sid, what other surprises have you kind of found so far this weekend for the EU region?
Literally the entire bracket seems to be a surprise. Every series is just an upset, as my mind is just going to get completely against the grain for what the cups were setting up and what expectations were going to be. I really thought like Phoenix Reborn with Zeepai coming onto that roster was going to be a really big threat for the region, and the fact that ILTU just made them look like child's play in the gauntlet, I was just like, what is happening there? Like, these are like some of the biggest names AWC has ever seen, and if we can get this interview going, like, what has the preparation been like for ILTU? Do they just send game after game after game after game after game? Because I know Corky, he's been a top Moonkin in Europe for a very long time at this point, but as far as like taking a major event or something like that, this would be like the next big step for him.
Yeah, how does that feel, Sid, that Moonkins are doing so well? I'm sure you didn't expect, or did you expect it?
I mean, I predicted it earlier on in the tournament. I thought it had potential. I think the damage profile of it is high enough that you can execute for kills. I was more worried about defense and survivability. Would other teams be able to just kind of run them over and not let them get into a position where they can kind of do what they want to do as far as a one-shot? But it seems like the Outlaw Rogue is actually providing support with all of the stuns, setting up the Boomkin for clones, and it kind of shores up that weakness that the Boomkin would otherwise have. And then the healing from the Preservation Evoker is so high that if they're uncontrolled, they can sustain the Boomkin and enable that pressure to be able to win their games.
Yeah, I mean, it is looking really, really good. I also think that they're keeping their healer out of CC partially by the fact that they're being so aggressive, right? Like, they're playing in the face of their opponents so much, so it has been really, really cool to see.
Here's a look at the social media for ILTU. If you want to go follow them, support them, congratulate them. I think Sid said it earlier. These guys are definitely gaining some fans for sure after this weekend. I know I've been, converted to this team because they're. Let's talk about Championship Sunday. We've already mentioned that, but of course we are moving into North America up next. We've got, it seems like this I like almost forgot after that series, like, oh wow, okay, what a day. And then I was like, wait a minute, we've still got North America to go. But sounds like we are here with Corky. Hello, Corky.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Oh my god.
Yeah.
And
That was the last time I heard Corky's voice. I feel like it was Gamescom.
Come on,
Yeah.
you watch don't you watch my stream?
Other than your stream, but I'm saying like having like a,
You watched that
an actual
muted?
conversation.
Nah, you're watching that muted. Oh, yeah,
You're not a tier 3 sub, Supa? What's up with that, man?
Oh,
I'm gonna have
a
to
Boomkin
now.
legend.
I feel like he's gonna have many tier 3 subs if he ends up going all the way like this. Like, what has the preparation been like this for you guys? Like, were you thinking this was even possible?
Nah. We weren't thinking at all this was possible. Like, to be honest, we knew that Boomkin Rogue was like a very good comp, but like, we're kind of all like a little bit casual, more on the casual side. So we like wargame for 3 days, like Fusion 3 days in a row, and then we just did pretty good. And that was pretty much it. We just played ladder and did well. I mean, the combos was great, so.
What do you think is the big difference then between how you're performing now and the cups, right? Because obviously there's been some balance changes and whatnot, but like I feel like you guys have won more games in the last 2 days than you did in the entire season on broadcast. It feels like you guys are just playing on another level. So what do you think the difference is?
Well, I don't think we play necessarily differently because obviously we magically didn't get better in like 2 weeks or whatever. But they nerfed mages. They finally did it. Yeah, they nerfed mages a little bit. Not really though. They nerfed also Feral and they buffed like all our classes. And obviously when Outlaw Rogue is like great, it can make like Boom can live. So the difference is between the last games that like we didn't die anymore. Like the first cups, every time I ran in, I was like instantly dead. Like I watched Mage pops ice events, I see Incan and I'm like on the floor, you know. So like that is like the major thing that changed, that you don't instantly die anymore. But yeah, they need to rework Boomkin defensives. I'm just saying it right now.
Who
Oh,
is
haven't
looking?
you had enough?
No.
No. Go ahead, Sue.
No. We need more. We need even more. Yeah.
Who is looking like? Who would you absolutely not want to see in the finals that makes it through that lower
West,
side?
100% West.
Echo? Okay.
Yeah.
You think that was like luck, a little bit of luck taking them out? Or?
No, we played we played insane. I think they missed every kick. I wish there was like an interrupt counter on the screen, because like it's like unreal how many kicks they missed. Like I was in the head rent free, but like I don't know, they're still like they can turn it up a notch, 100%. And if they play like probably, I won't say, but they have like better choices, you know, into us.
So, you know, going in towards the finals, like has it sunk in then? Like, you're top 2, right? Like you're guaranteed to be top
Yeah.
2. You're in the
Finally a
finals.
medal.
You are one series away from potentially being the European champions. Like, how crazy is that, right? Like, you guys would be the best team in Europe until proven otherwise, and that is three wins away.
Yeah, I
Maybe
mean,
it's
it feels
4. I can't
amazing.
remember.
It feels absolutely amazing. And honestly, why I'm so happy about this is because like Coffee, he picked up Rogue, right? He was like, historically he's a DH main, and he's been doing absolutely incredible on Rogue. And I feel like it's like a mental block. Everyone in the US, they don't want to reroll to Rogue because there's like Wes, and they're like, I will never be as good as Wes. And like he just did it. He just pulled up and did it. And yeah, shout out to my team. They played insane. Franco Kankito's like perma carrying me. He's like telling me every skin I should press. It's not me, guys. It's like I'm just fully remote. And yeah, they're just great. And obviously Gus is just not Ellie meta right now, but also a great player. So yeah, they're all insane.
All right, well, you've got a bit of a break now, so moving forward for tomorrow, what's kind of the plan between now and then? What are your expectations? Sort of, how are you going to tackle the next, games that you've got?
I mean, first of all, we're gonna crack open a cold one today, and then we're gonna maybe try to find war games. Yeah, I mean, it is kind of hard to wargame now because everybody's like, there's no point to wargame anymore. So we maybe send some letter or try to find any games we can. It's not about matchup. We just need to get a bit hot before the series and hope for the best.
Yeah, oh, you guys definitely deserve it. All right, well, before we let you go, any shout outs that you want to make before we let you take a break?
I mean, shout out to my team, shout out to everyone who played. I mean, at the end of the day, WoW is like a comp-based game, we all know that, and we just got lucky that the comp is insane, and obviously we played even if it's bad, so it's also a bit of luck. Shout out to my Frankfurter Jungs, from Germany, and that's it. That's basically pretty much it.
All right, well, congrats on the success so far. Good luck tomorrow, and we'll see you around.
Thank you, guys.
Bye. That was Orky from ILTU. Hopefully that's not the last we're seeing of him, of course. They are going to be competing tomorrow for Championship Sunday. They are all done for today after they beat Drive Overload in that last series. So with that means we are done with EU. We are moving on to North America. We've got 4 teams left over there. We did have Silk Tigers rise up from the gauntlet, and now we've got the Welcome to the Jung versus Silk Tigers up for the first match. So we're going to head to a quick break. When we come back, we're in North America up next in just a moment. we are all wrapped up for the day in the EU region. Now we're hopping over to North America, and it is the same thing over here. You know, we had the teams finish out the gauntlet yesterday. It was Silk Tigers that rose up from that, and now we are starting off the day with Welcome to the JUNG versus Silk Tigers. But there's just as much pressure and just as much on the line, Azael, for these North American teams.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Silk Tigers obviously looking to try to repeat some of the miracles we saw from ILTU, but all of these teams, have worked so hard to get here all year long. They're going to be fighting every single time they win. Their prize money goes up and up and up. There's like a 300K in prizes to be won, as well as those medals, as well as the North American title on the line. You can see fourth place 15K, then it goes up to 25, then it goes up to 40, then it goes up to 70. So every series win is so important, and everyone's been working towards this the entire year.
Definitely. We've got 4 teams remaining here in North America. And so if you haven't really been paying attention, Zico, do you want to give the audience a bit of a recap on these teams?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we see all of these teams, and you can start off with the team of F tier. Now, F tier, they came in last season, or in Dragonflight, I would say, rather, and they were kind of a one-trick team, but they've been leveling up. You got Saul, you got Dorito, you got Laros, and you got Shaz. They've really been leveling up on that Windwalker and the Enhanced Shaman, also bringing in now Saul on the last season, or in Dragonflight, I would say, rather, and they were kind of a one-trick team, but they've been leveling up. You got Saul, you got Dorito, you got Laros, and you got Shaz. They've really been leveling up on that Windwalker and the Enhanced Shaman, also bringing in now Saul on the Ellie Shaman. They've just been powering up, and they have been a really surprising team. They finished season in that top 3 guaranteed position, and yeah, the sky is the limit. I feel like they've gotten themselves a lot of new fans throughout the season. And then another team that we didn't expect to make it, maybe. They had a rocky season, but they finished strong. Everybody loves these guys. The Move. We got Absturge, we got Peekaboo, we got WizK, and they are joined by Giants as their 4th these days. And we kind of, like I mentioned earlier, they had a rough, season trying to find their stride, but eventually it was the Pika Cat that came in with the big bites and the big claws that ended up winning them, actually, that last cup and getting them that guaranteed qualification. And of course, their main rival this entire season has been Welcome to the JUNG. Now, Welcome to the JUNG is basically half of that old school Method NA/Luminosity gaming lineup with Drizzy and Prev. And they have been joined by Jung Bahai and Nick, who have been 2 absolute goats here in North America. This has been a super scary team, kind of looking like the NA Echo, but we did see them bleed a little bit. We did see them struggle a little bit in the first cup. They got reverse swept by the Power Toads, and in the last cup, they also ended up losing to the Move. So we have seen them bleed, but this is typically one of those teams that once they do bleed, they just come back stronger. So they are potentially the favorite heading into this weekend. And the last team that we're going to be looking at is, of course, the Silk Tigers, coming through. Not as deep, not from the bottom position in the gauntlet, but still close. Having to bat. Yeah, definitely close. They had to battle their way throughout multiple opponents yesterday in the NA gauntlet, and they managed to take down the final boss of the gauntlet, of course, in Team Liquid, with Maz on that Blood DK. But they're going to be Calvish, Kearney, Seralium, and Gage. And I'm really excited to see Seralium tagged in more and just performing well on this roster. So I'm excited to see what their RMP and their FMP can do this weekend.
I'm excited as well. And we are going to head into that first series. The last 2 teams that Zico mentioned, Welcome to the JUNG versus Silk Tigers. So if you're watching from home, let us know in the chat. The point predictions have gone out. But Welcome to the JUNG. We haven't seen them play in a while. We haven't obviously seen them play at this weekend, Azael, but they've had a pretty solid season so far leading up to this point.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, these guys are incredibly strong players. They really do, as Zico said, even if they do get taken down, they always seem to come back stronger and stronger and stronger. They're quite flexible as well in the comps that they can play and the things that they can bring out. So I do think that they're coming in favorites. I think most people are going to be looking towards them to kind of repeat a lot of what they got during the cups. Maybe some something from the move could happen to kind of shake things up, because I know they had been struggling to get the practice. They were traveling and doing things like that. But I do think Welcome to the Jung should be looked at as the big favorites, and are a very flexible team. So going to be difficult to find answers against them.
Certainly could. And then Silk Tigers, like we've said, they're the team that rose up from the gauntlet. Now, personally, I've learned my lesson not to doubt these teams. So Silk Tigers, you can bet that they're hungry, Zico, to continue to stay in this tournament after the success in the North American Gauntlet.
I kind of want to see another Cinderella story happen here with the Silk Tigers. So I am going to do the same thing that I've been doing in EU. I'm just going to predict them to lose every series and curse their opponents like that. So we'll see if that ends up working. But yeah, yesterday we did see, a lot of curveballs thrown at this team. They were able to best the Abjur's double Warlock composition, and they were also able to take down some of those other difficult opponents that were thrown their way in, for example, Team Liquid. So running mainly, that RMP, which has been a really solid pickup for them. I feel like anytime you have Calvish in the game, being able to do these kind of plays right there, like the smoke bomb, coming in with fancy plays like the Shadowy Duel, being able to take down the Power Toads with their double Druid composition as well, and just allowing Ceralium to have more time in the games, allowing Ceralium to showcase why he was on that Dynasty team. And for Ceralium, this is an opportunity for him also to go up against his former teammates. Now, I'm not going to say that there's like any bad blood or anything like that, between him and Drake. I doubt it.
But you always want to beat him.
Yes,
friendly.
Yeah, anytime you're playing one of your teammates, it's time to lock in. It doesn't matter if it's solo shuffle. It doesn't matter if it was like a for fun skirmish. It doesn't matter if it's you gotta let them know who's the better teammate, man. The stakes are raised.
Stakes certainly are raised. It looks like we're getting that series booted up right now. It is game number 1 here in North America for the grand finals of the War Within. It's Welcome to the Jung versus Silk Tigers. Game number 1 starting off right now.
All right, welcome to the... Yeah, no, I'm super excited here to see what are we going to see. We are going to see Calvish on the Feral Druid, and we are going to see Welcome to the Jung playing the Feral Shadow Priest and Holy Pala. So what they've been running mainly throughout the season, and we've seen this matchup kind of go both ways, but I feel like in an extended matchup, it has been going in the favor of the Shadow Priest. If you can get some clean setups, it has been going more in favor of the Frost Mage, but Frost Mage have gotten a couple of nerfs since the last time we saw this two comps face off, but big sheep onto Zhang Bahai. Immediate trinket coming out on that one. Already forcing out some big cooldowns here from the Silk Tigers.
Yeah, going to be able to get that trinket out from him already. He's going to be feeling really good. We'll see if he can get that damage rolling now, though. Ceralium going to be targeted a little bit here. He's going to be thrown into that rake stun. You can see Drake on the back of him looking for some clones. Kearney going to be spelling that VT, so he does get feared up. There's a stun over onto Drake, a sheep over onto Zhang Bahai. This time he's not going to be able to just trinket out of that one. He will sit through it, though. Resheep does come out, looking for the MD potentially there. Was Prev, but not going to be able to find it. Drake now out of CC. Great AoE fear does connect, but that one breaks almost immediately as the damage was landing onto Zhang Bahai as well from Ceralium, so not going to be able to get that CC chain that they needed to really get the damage going, but still pretty even game thus far.
Yeah, absolutely. Zhang Bahai also using his sacrifice there, going for a Hammer of Justice, Repentance combo onto Kearney. What are they going to do? They're going after Ceralium here on the side of Welcome to the Jung. They connect a Cyclone there as well on to Drake. They're actually Drake getting mind controlled as well here by Kearney in the back line. Big swap opportunity coming out here potentially onto Zhang Bahai, but they're just going to continue to get the pressure rolling onto Prev. Can they find any CC? There's the stun onto Zhang Bahai. Can they find the polymorph? Ceralium fake has the kicks. He manages to land it. Manages to also pause his HP there for a second with all the time, but it's actually Ceralium forced into the ice block. Can they get any cooldowns back? Doesn't look like it. And even though that push looked really good here from the Silk Tigers, it is Welcome to the Jung that pulls ahead.
Yeah, they pulled way ahead off that. For a second, it looked like they weren't going to get anything because Ceralium had a really good altar, but then they got block, and then they got PS out of the block as well. Prev, though, getting pressured heavily on the other side. Going to have to disperse as he does get skull bashed there by Calvish. Calvish getting the pressure rolling. Kearney, though, going to be put into a full CC. He's maimed into that Repent. He does get out. It's going to have to be the life swap coming out now, though, as so much pressure is being thrown down onto Ceralium. He's just getting trucked, it feels like, so far this game. Drake continuing to chase after him is over on the other side. Kearney going to get stunned up. We'll see if the Dragon's Breath can break up that CC chain. Ceralium just trying to run for his life, while on the other side, Calvish pushing forward. Does get rebuked on his clone, though. Now going to come back and look to try to attack Drake because it does feel like they're losing the race.
Yeah, they're definitely losing on the cooldowns right now. They need to get something going. They did get that dispersion from Prem. They get a full cyclone onto JUNG Bahai, and that is going to be the Divine Shield. Beautiful offense here coming out from the Silk Tigers, showing that they still have some fight left in them. Kearney trying to avoid the CC, but he does get clotheslined by the Cyclone. Drake gets swapped to. Calvish gets swapped to as well. Calvish could be in huge trouble here. Drake, can they do anything? Nice ice wall defensively there, actually, to save Calvish from that position while Kearney was sitting through that crowd control chain. But meanwhile, Ceralium is rotting down. Blinks behind the pillar. Shifting power coming out, trying to reset some of his cooldowns. Kearney now potentially getting swapped. No, it's going to be the rake stun connecting onto Kearney. Ice block will be forced there from Ceralium, but he's going to immediately cancel it. Blinking back to get aggressive here. They don't have dispersion for another 15 seconds. They don't have trinket or bubble on JUNG Bahai. There is a small window of opportunity. Calvish is just getting absolutely chomped. Pushes in too deep behind the pillar, and he's going to be line of sighting his healer in that position. Welcome to the JUNG, taking game number 1.
Yeah, that one just fell apart so fast. You know, we saw that really nice defensive ice wall come down. Kearney was doing his best to try to pick up his team, but he got Psychic Cord, and then he got silenced, and then he got Maim stunned, and his team had kind of not really given him the chance to fully recover. They were all sitting at like 20% HP, but they're still pushing in. And it's this moment here, I believe, that there's the silence that lands, the rake stun comes through, Ceralium has to block, Calvish gets feared off, and then really fully dotted here. And look at how difficult this spot becomes for Kearney. Kearney starts trying to chase after his team, lands if you're on a Drake, it gets dispelled by JUNG Bahai, but your Feral is back behind the pillar. He's going the opposite way of you. Ceralium's low, you're low, and clearly just a miscommunication there on which way they were going to go. I don't know if they like didn't have raid markers down, couldn't see, you know, which side of the pillar that they were going to, but you know, definitely a death that they're going to want back because they still did have some tools.
Yeah, I mean, it's just it does look so silly when Calvish does it like that, but it is that short window of opportunity here. Prev has no trinket, they don't have the dispersion, and JUNG Bahai has no way to break out of crowd control. So Calvish knows he's on a timer here to go in and set up his team for the offensive crowd control, but like you mentioned, miscommunication between him and Kearney. Kearney pushing in as well, trying to catch the Feral Druid and make sure that he can heal him. And then Calvish trying to kind of line of sight and go back to the original position there where he, I guess, thought where Kearney was. So bit unfortunate when they line of sight each other like that. And there was a couple of answers. You know, they had the pain suppression. They had, you know, still a couple of moments there where they potentially could have made something happen on the side of the Silk Tigers. But it is going to be welcome to the JUNG with excellent defense, showing up once again with the Feral, Shadow Priest, Holy Palace. So not really swapping anything up, and that is one thing that we've seen a lot from Drake in particular and the teams that he's been on. They will just play one comp usually and just even if they lose with it, they'll just find out more ways to kind of win with that one comp until they basically lose very convincingly multiple times, and that usually doesn't happen. So they're kind of sticking to their guns and just kind of refining what they already have. And so far, it's looking good.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a smart way to go about it, right? If you can just really master one comp. But I think one of the things that makes them even scarier is that, you know, if you do find a way to finally beat it, it's not like they don't have anything else, right? You know, like we've seen Prev on Aflock this season. You know, Drake can go back to Rogue. JUNG Bahai has played some Priests. You know, like they can bring out other things as well. They have a Mage on the roster. They're too with Nick. So they have a fair bit of flexibility that they can go to, but you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And I do think it is very difficult when you're playing against these compositions that are like, you know, multi-hybrid comps, you know, traditionally throughout WoW. If they're really well played, it's very difficult for comps that are kind of more setup based, which mages traditionally are, to actually get kills, right? Because the mage wants to off CC and be able to burst someone down, but all of a sudden there's, you know, flash heals coming through and shields and life swap from the priest, and then there's, you know, Drake who's CCing and could even throw out heals in a desperate situation. So it's like these hybrid situations, or hybrid comps rather, I should say, are I always feel like really difficult for setup comps to beat.
Yeah, no, definitely. And there's also, you know, the additional kind of mass dispels and things like that as well. So it is a tough situation for them to be in. But I do like the Feral Mage. There's a lot of playmaking ability there, especially with the ice walls. We saw it a little bit when Stream Zone decided to lock it in, going, I guess, 1-1 with their Feral Mage Priest, but we'll see here what they can do. They also still have Calvish on the Rogue as a potential option here as well, so There are options on the Silk Tigers. We'll see what they decide to do if they will lose this one, but it is going to be game number 2. Welcome to the JUNG versus the Silk Tigers. Former teammates turned bitter rivals here. Drake and Prev going up against their former teammates, Cerulean here. And of course, loser here will not be out of the tournament. They will still be dropping down to that lower bracket and play on Sunday, but it's not a position we want to be in if EU has taught us anything today.
Yeah, absolutely. It can get really scary down there. Calvish going to get feared off. Unfortunately, silence landed on Kearney, so we couldn't actually dispel that. Now the bash is going to be thrown onto Calvish. He'll trinket out of that very quickly. Zhang Bahai already popping the wings and his trinket, trying to keep his team well topped off. Cerulean pushing forward, but he's going to get cloned on that. Now the Hodge thrown over onto Kearney. Nice cross CC coming out here from Welcome to the JUNG, and Prev going to be able to be stable. As a result, Calvish the one now under a lot of trouble here. He's getting low. Clone does land onto Kearney. He's going to be sitting through this. Cerulean, though, in trouble as well. Everyone getting kind of burst down, it feels like, by Welcome to the JUNG, and it does put Kearney pretty far behind, but Zhang Bahai now going to get CC'd, and Cerulean trying to get something rolling off of this. There is that fear over on a Drake, the sheep onto Zhang Bahai. You can see another sheep does come through as well. Prev just trying to kite it back here, looking for the MD, does fake the interrupt. MD's the half clone, and I think that's going to be enough for him to be fine.
Nice. Prev has been playing absolutely godly this game, but a nice ice wall coming down from Cerulean. Prev, what is he going to do? He fades to manage to get back into line of sight of his teammates, but Drake has been left behind. Drake's taking a tremendous amount of damage here in the back line as well. Trades out the bark skin. Beautifully done there. Drake's going to duck into bear form. Frenzied Region will activate Heart of the Wild as well for good measures, and Drake will be completely fine in that position. But I was going to say, Prev has been doing a really good job with the Master Spells, with the Fake Cast, and also with the grips. He keeps gripping Zhang Bahai into things like the Ring of Fire to break him out of crowd control, and it's just extra things that they have to go through on the side of the Silk Tigers. Every time something like that happens, that's an extra DR that they have to work through. But here comes the triple CC, beautifully done by the Silk Tigers. Cyclone onto Drake, sheep onto Zhang Bahai. Do they have a follow-up? Now Drake is going to deny it with the silence, then the maim stun. No Cyclone coming out there. Kearney ducking into the sky there for a second, blasting off with the penances, but it's not going to be enough. Drake, though, no barkskin, needs to be very careful in that position. Knocks into bear form, has the Frenzied Region, manages to recover a little bit of his HP, but it did call Zhang Bahai his trinket in that position. They need to kill off that Siphon in the back line. It's doing a lot of work here onto Calvish. Drake gets Cyclone on low HP, though, and the Silk Tigers going after the Feral Druid has been a little bit more effective than going after Prev.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he gets out in the middle field, and Cerulean and Kearney just tee off on this Feral Druid, try to really make him punish for going forward. Drake now looking for the clones, does land one onto Calvish to try to protect Zhang Bahai from any CC as he was stunned up. Calvish now trying to, again, push forward. They're just going to continually target onto Drake. You can see getting a lot of damage down. Now, nice clone. The Ice Wall does come out. They're going to swap it over onto Prev, who is trying to push forward. If Prev is going to present himself as a target of opportunity, they are going to take it. Nice double fear did come down there from Kearney, fearing off Drake, but he's out of it now, and stun does land. Can he find any sort of follow-up CC? There's a bash onto Calvish. He gets the clone over onto the healer, and Calvish now all of a sudden is in trouble here. He's getting pretty low, but they're going to swap it over onto Cerulean. They're trying to get multi-pressure rolling, and Zhang Bahai sitting through the sheep. Prev is doing a good job keeping himself safe, but it's Drake who's really under a lot of fire right now and is going to have to pop the survival instincts.
Beautiful push there coming out from the Silk Tigers. Calvish does get Cyclone, though. No trinket available for that one. Zhang Bahai has a little bit of work to get through here to manage to recover. He goes for the Tears Deliverance behind the pillar. The Hand of Divinity should be able to stabilize his team now with those active. And Cerulean is taking a lot of damage here. The Void Torrent is fully channeled up. Big damage coming out here onto Cerulean, but Kearney is respecting the situation there with the pain suppression. But that means Calvish could potentially be a target. Silence onto Kearney. Big rot pressure coming out here onto Calvish. Big shield, though, from Kearney with that Rapture is going to stabilize Calvish for just a moment. Cerulean also going to be stabilized, and I would say Kearney is doing some miracles here, doing a really good job just efficiently healing up his team, recovering in that position without really using any major defensives. Now Drake just huddled up at the pillar here with Zhang Bahai, looking for the next assault. It's going to be launched here onto Calvish. Big damage potential. No, they're going to just go after Cerulean, forcing out his ice block, and they fear him as he comes out of that ice block, just not giving him even a second to get aggressive here in the matchup.
Yeah, Zhang Bahai, though, he did use his bop there, so he's out of both bops, but he does still have his bubble, he has sack, he has trinket, he has a lot of cooldowns here, and we know when it gets to the later stages of the game, it can get tough for Silk Tigers. You can see Kearney is quite a bit behind on mana. They need to be able to stay offensive here to try to find a way to close out this game, or Prev and Drake are just going to outlast them here. Drake looking for more damage here as he does push forward. There's Cerulean in a lot of trouble. Cerulean has that block, and he has to use it immediately there. Kearney now out of pain suppression charges, very low on mana. Everyone really starting starting to hurt here for Silk Tigers as it's Drake and Prev, relentless aggression pushing forward, but it's Drake getting it turned around on him. There's the trinket and the sacrifice used by Zhang Bahai, overlapped with that Barkton, so Drake could be a target here. We'll see if they can find a window to try to finish him off because Kearney is low. So Rallium's taking pressure. Calvish is in trouble. He's going to have to pop the Barkskin and does get gripped back to the pillar. Kearney on the run now as he did get Psychic Horde out of that VT Fear. Calvish just gets burst. He almost goes down. The life swap comes into the last second, so he is going to survive, but Kearney is running on fumes, and you have to think they only have 1 or 2 more chances left.
Yeah, they got nothing left to work with here. Silk Tigers, they need offense if they're going to be able to pull this game back. Drake is low, but he pulls back to the pillar. He knows he just needs to survive. They have them on mana. They have them on cooldowns. Just need to stay alive and allow Prep to continue doing what he's doing. Calvish is on the ropes. He runs away. There's a Siphon in the back line, though, and it is blasting away onto Calvish, reducing all of those incoming heals. Beautiful Vortex coming out from Drake into a stun, into a Hammer of Justice, and surely that is going to be it. The Pain Suppression connects from 1% HP, but there's barely any mana left for Kearney. Somehow, some way, though, Calvish manages to stay alive there. The renewal coming through in just a moment, and he's going to be able to recover for just a split second. Drake, though, it's taking a lot of damage. Big damage coming out, but Ceralium is going to fall. The raw pressure is too much. When you leave Prev open, this is what happens. Welcome to the Jung. Welcome to the finals, and they are up 2-0.
Yeah, they are looking strong, picking up where they left off in the AWC. Really handling the pressure well from the Silk Tigers. They just can't get over the hump to be able to finish off any of these kills. And, you know, every time you look at the mana, you realize they are the ones on the clock. They are the ones that need to get something done. You know, Prev is playing so well around that. You know, when they are heavily targeting Drake, Prev starts pushing forward, draws them in onto him. And then as soon as he has to start using any cooldowns, he's just pulling so far back and forcing them to overextend to go in on him that he has time to just kind of get those cooldowns back to have that safety ready. You know, they're really balancing this very, very well, not exposing themselves to any sort of real kills that Silk Tigers could get, because it always felt like, you know, even though there was a couple close moments for Welcome to the Jung, Zhang Bahai always had a cooldown that he was going to be able to answer with, and they never got the Void Shift as well. So, you know, as long as Prev has Trinket Shift, as long as the Zhang Bahai has some sort of cooldown, it's hard to see them being able to finish off a kill.
Yeah, that's the problem. I feel like they're just met with this kind of brick wall. I don't know if playing RMP and going after the Paladin more is a strategy that they can do. They need to do something to accelerate this game, because right now, welcome to the Jung, like you mentioned, their defense is so clean. And not only just their defense, but their offense is also so clean. And especially Drake, the way he's playing this is so great. I mean, right now he's going aggressive. Look at this. He gets the bash, and then he leaves a gap. Look at his Vortex right there on the wild charge, and then he gets the main stun. Then they get the extra uptime here onto Calvish, and he survives miraculously actually with a shadow meld. He gets his Heart of the Wild back, manages to get the frenzied regions off, and he manages to survive. But Drake is just playing it so perfect. I mean, look at him. He's just chilling. He's just at the pillar. He's like, okay, if Ceralium pushes in, I'm going to attack him. I'm going to stun Calvish. I don't have the follow-up stun just yet. I'm just going to throw a Vortex here and duck away for a second. Oh, now I have my second stun. I'm going to go back in. And he's just kind of dancing like Muhammad Ali in the ring, basically, just back and forth, just playing a perfect game of defense. And he knows he wins eventually. He just needs to drag it out a little bit.
Yep, I really like how both Drake and Prev were handling it. You know, obviously, Prev in game number 1 was basically the only target, it felt like, for the most part. You know, they were always going after him, so he had to play very, very defensively. And I always hate when players get in that mindset of like, oh, I could be a target, so I must hide the whole time, and end up just kind of being this like AFK bot in the back. This game, they're targeting Drake, so he's finding his moments to push in, and it's like, your cooldowns are resources. You don't need to not use cooldowns. You just need to use them in positive trades, right? So, you know, when Drake was actually in some risk earlier, like they had been teeing off on him, they got through all his cooldowns, it felt like pretty early. So then Prev just starts pushing in their face, and now all of a sudden there's a Shadow Priest playing on top of you that you can't really ignore. So you have to start, dealing with him. They start putting some pressure onto Prev, but then that gives Drake time to get things like his Bark Skin back and to be safe. So, you know, then as soon as Drake is safe again, then Prev can pull back and play defensively and keep Zhang Bahai really safe, like you were highlighting, gripping him into the Ring of Fire to break sheeps, MDing his clones. Like, it's just that really nice balance of utilizing your health as a resource, utilizing your cooldowns as a resource, and being able to just slowly edge ahead.
Yeah, absolutely, and they're just doing a good job kind of balancing. It's like the main tank and the off tank, they're just doing a great job kind of balancing that. Like, okay, Drake is the main target right now. Prev jumps out.
Prev runs in AoE taunts.
No, I mean, they're doing a great job with that. Silk Tigers going to be going to Tigers Peak, so home field advantage, I guess, for the Tigers. And they're going to have the same composition here locked in once again. And I don't know. It's a tough one. If they can find those consistent setups over and over and over again, they can definitely grab the wins. But it all comes down to those breakers, right?
Yeah.
When Jung Bahai doesn't have his trinket, when he doesn't have his bubble, and Prev doesn't have either his dispersion or Drake doesn't have his trinket, that's where you have a checkmate window where if you land a setup and you have a offensive cooldown, you can just close out the game and win.
Yeah.
But it's such a hard win condition, especially with the things that we've highlighted with how they're playing, how they're kind of balancing the aggro and pressing taunt off of each other, how they're kind of balancing their cooldown management, and also just the extra things that the hybrid brings in the Shadow Priest with the Leaps of Faith and the massive spells and the off-healing and things like that. So it's a tough matchup for sure for the Silk Tigers, but they're not out of it just yet. We're going to Tigers Peak. And let's see if they can bring this to a potential game number 4 here against Welcome to the Jung, who are looking just as scary as they did during the regular season.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, I want to see Silk Tigers take a page out of ILTU's book. Just try to go with overwhelming offense. I feel like the only way you're going to get, Welcome to the Jung to be completely dry on cooldowns is if they panic, is if they overlap. And the way that you accomplish that is just by unrelenting, playing in their face, trying to overwhelm them, put the pressure on and make them make a mistake. So we'll see if they are going to go for a more aggressive look here. They're looking for Drake. They did catch him out of form, but he's just going to pop the Bark Skin immediately, and the Wings comes out here from Zhang Bahai to answer. PI going to be used as well. Nice silence coming through there as Kearney's going to get caught into the VT Fear. Calvish stunned up. Ceralium taking a lot of pressure already from Prev. You can see him just rotting down. Is going to blink back to safety. Pops the barrier. Has some big shields to work with here, but looking for that Frostfire bolts. The shields got dispelled off, and then all of a sudden you realize you're maybe still in danger here, as there's another psychic horror used onto Kearney, and he is going to have some work to do to try to catch his team back up.
Yeah, I really love what Prev does with these siphons. He just stacks up on top of them. That siphon has been up for quite some time, but finally Calvish is looking like he's going to be able to take it down. Ceralium is Cyclone on low HP. Kearney chiming some heals out of that Cyclone, but here comes that Entropic Rift. Big damage for Prev coming in onto Ceralium. Calvish is also taking a lot of damage. He blinks in though. Ceralium getting a sheep onto Zhang Bahai. This is an opportunity, but look at that. That's the Leap of Faith. That's just what I was talking about. The Ring of Fire is down. Leap of Faith breaks the polymorph right there, and now Zhang Bahai should have more than enough time to recover his team. Calvish is taking so much damage in this position. Fake has to interrupt, manages to get a precognition, wants to get aggressive, but he's not feeling too confident here. The ulti penny is coming out from Kearney in the back line, but it's not hitting anybody on the side of Welcome to the Jung. It's just going to be a defensive one to stabilize Calvish in that position, and now the Silk Tigers are down yet another big cooldown there, and they weren't able to get the trinket from Zhang Bahai, which was the objective, but they might with this setup. They get a full sheep onto Zhang Bahai, but the double fear is coming out here as well onto Drake and Prev. Zhang Bahai in a stun as well, so good CC chain here. Prev is taking a lot of damage. They're pushing for the dispersion. Can they find it? A DR Cyclone coming out as well. There's the bash, but not enough CC. Prev manages to hold on, and instead it's going to be Ceralium pushed back to play defensively.
Yeah, it's really tough. I mean, Calvish had a good push there, but Ceralium couldn't actually get in to get more damage down on Prev because Drake is just right on him, holding him away from being able to get that extra bit of damage that they would need. And now it's only 50 seconds until Prev has his trinket back. They're not really forcing out any other cooldowns besides those PvP trinkets. Wings is back up for Zhang Bahai, and he's going to be able to pop that and keep that healing rolling. Full fear over on a Calvish. Will break to damage now, but he was thrown into an interrupt there as he tried to look for a clone. Prev now feared off, does have the freedom, trying to kite back and reposition here as Zhang Bahai was into a sheep, but he just goes LOS of Ceralium. Now as Ceralium doesn't have another sheep to throw out, then he comes right back out from behind that pillar, gets the damage going once again. It's just great stuff here from Welcome to the Jung. You can see Drake pushing in, Ice Wall comes down, but it doesn't split them up for long. Calvish, nice fake, but he's going to be LOS unfortunately by that Ice Wall twice in a row. Couldn't actually get the clone. Zhang Bahai making it his own wall, using it to his advantage.
Yeah, that was beautiful. The mage can actually cancel it right there. I would have loved to see Ceralium cancel the wall and just take it down, but Calvish might just get taken down here by Drake, forced to trade out his trinket there on that exchange, and still the Siphons, man, anytime they're going after Drake, the Siphon is just having full uptime, adding such a potent healing reduction. Look at Calvish just waddling over to that Siphon. It actually subsides before he can even kill it there in the end. Now he gets Cyclone on a fresh pain suppression. Oh my goodness, this is not good. Kearney's pushing in for crowd control. Calvish could actually be in huge trouble. They get a full sheep. They got a nice cross CC here. 3 versus 1 situation is being set up here onto Prev, but Prev is just playing it cautiously, and Ceralium is the one rotting down to the pressure from Welcome to the Jung. Still a lot of damage being traded here. Then Tropic Rift is going to connect here onto Calvish. Nice barrier from Kearney to deflect some of that incoming damage, but still it's not looking too good for the Silk Tigers. Mana is not looking good, and Jung Bahai has his trinket, he has his bubble, he has every single cooldown available. When you look under his player frame, it's like the game just started.
Yep, and I mean, they still haven't gotten a single disperse. They haven't gotten swap. Survival Instincts, Barkskin available for Drake. It is just so tough. They're, not fully committing to actually pushing in, and they're just getting dissuaded on every single push. Every time they go in for CC, someone breaks it up. The person who's being targeted pulls back, the other one pushes forward and really slows them down. It's just becoming a nightmare here for Silk Tigers, and they are facing down a lower bracket here. If they do get knocked out in this game, we'll see if they can make something happen. Ceralium trying to tee off on a Prev, but Prev just pulls back LOS, and it's Calvish that's in a lot of trouble, and it's Kearney that's running out of options, running out of mana, and running out of cooldowns. Pops the PI, but it feels like a PI just to try to catch back up, not even to go offensive here, and he can't even catch up with that PI. Calvish is just dying, Ceralium's dying, and Kearney hasn't even had time to top himself back off. Calvish is in bear, Survival Instincts is popped, he's sitting behind the pillar, flash shields are coming out here from Kearney, and you look at Zheng Bahai, he's just chilling on vacation, sipping mimosas on the beach. He's relaxing on the other side of the arena.
He's completely relaxed, and that was during the Icy Veins PI. Calvish pushing in for crowd control, but we've seen this movie before. Finally, a polymorph connects on the Zhang Bahai. The pain suppression is up on Calvish. Nice fear coming out there from Prev, slowing things down for a second. But Zhang Bahai also caught up in a fear. Ceralium is rotting down. He has one more ice block. Might need to use it here as they continue to push forward. Calvish fearless behind that pillar. Kearney getting stopped here by a stun. Zhang Bahai looking for the Hammer of Justice. Looks like they're swapping to Kearney here for a second. Kearney is rotting down. He's got almost nothing there, manages to catch himself back up with a big heal, but Calvish forced to be pulled back there as well by the leap of faith. Kearney now going to be dispelling his own dots, but it is not looking good here for the Silk Tigers. They need to get aggressive. Drake is kind of low though. There could be a moment here onto Drake, but still has a lot of cooldowns to respond. He's just playing it cautiously behind the pillar. He knows Prev is the main tank of the team right now. He doesn't need to get too aggressive and pressed on just yet. Nice kick there on the ultimate penitence, but if Kearney can get it off, he could recover his team. Drake knows it. He goes for the bash. He goes for the cyclone. Surely this will be the ice block. No, Kearney's going to trinket out. Ceralium still on his last leg trying to kite that Entropic Rift, but it will connect. He's going to ice block the hit of damage. Kearney trying to fake cast, trying to get the ultimate penny off, but is he going to be there in time? He gets cycloned on it. He's still going for it, but he knows Drake is there with the interrupts. Calvish fake cast the interrupt. Finally, the ultimate penitence is going to connect, and I think the Silk Tigers will recover for one more push.
Yeah, maybe got one more chance in this game, but again, they forced no cooldowns. They did get that disperse, but look at all the cooldowns available on Zheng Bahai. Now, Survival Instincts and Barkskin popped by Drake, and he just wants to go aggressive with these defensive, try to finish the game off. Going to get pushed back, though, as another PI came up, and Ceralium is teeing off onto Drake. This could be their last chance, but it looks like Calvish is in more trouble than Drake, and Calvish surely is just going to go down. Welcome to the Jung. Welcome to the AWC Grand Finals. They are going 3-0 in the first series today in North America.
Welcome to the Jung. Not playing around here. They're looking laser focused here, and they just played a perfect game defensively, making sure that there was never a moment where they were in that checkmate position without any defensive cooldowns, without any breakers on the Paladin. I don't think Zhang Bahai had to use anything. Like you said, he was just sipping mimosas on the beach, just having the time of his life this entire game. Big mana lead, big cooldown lead. I don't even think I saw him trinket. Maybe he did like once or twice during this match, but for the most part, he didn't really have to do anything in terms of defensive cooldown usage. He just kept his team going with the heals and just stayed out of crowd control. Had a good synergy there with Prev as well. Prev was forced into the dispersion in this position, and there was a little bit of a sign here that maybe they can get something going with that Icy Veins of Ceralium, but it just wasn't enough offense. They're just so far behind. Dampening is ramping up. Prev, he's, I mean, if he doesn't win this weekend, he could always sign up for the MDI with the damage he's doing as well on the side of Welcome to the Jung. So it's just a clean game. It's just, you know, it wasn't the flashiest gameplay by any means. It was just consistent and controlled from Welcome to the Jung.
Who cares about that? You're playing every win is another 15K in the bank. I'm playing to win. you could say a Rushdown comp might be a more interesting play style or whatever, but it's like they are going to play smart. They're going to play, you know, to their comp strengths, and Silk Tigers are the one that are on the clock, and you know they never were really able to kind of push this team enough to really get anything from them to be able to kind of force a win out. I do think if they were able to rematch them, I would love to see them maybe bring in the Rogue. I would love to see them just try to play full rush down, and it's like, yeah, you might lose fast, but you're not going to win a long game. So fully committing everything to offense sometimes is your only chance in these kind of matchups.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they can adopt that maybe next time we see them, because that is not the end of them. They're moving on to the lower bracket, and we will see them for the first match of the day on Championship Sunday as we move into the North American region. But welcome to the JUNG. They're going to be sitting pretty in that upper bracket. We can take a look at the bracket and how it has shaped up so far. As we can see, quick 3-0s knocking Silk Tigers down, and now they're just waiting on an opponent. It's either going to be F tier or the move. Zico, do we have any idea of maybe which team Welcome to the JUNG could be most prepared for?
Oof, I mean, I think Welcome to the JUNG wants the rematch against the move. We saw the mirror, we saw Wiz against Prev, we saw Absturge against Jung Bahai, and Pika Cat going up against Drake, and it did go in favor of the move the last time they met. So I think Welcome to the JUNG, they want their revenge against the move, but both of these teams are going to be an absolutely scary opponent for them in that semifinal. F tier, I would say one of the most improved newcomer teams, if you can call them a newcomer team. They kind of came in during Dragonflight, and they've been staying together here for the War Within and looking absolutely solid. I think that they are a very impressive team that has only gotten better with time. So I'm really excited to see what they can do. Elemental Shaman has gotten some buffs as well, and Saul, he's been playing that. So I definitely think that F tier could be packing some surprises here, and there's a lot of fans out there that just want to see what they can do.
Yeah, there's a lot of fans in this match in general. I know F tier has a bit of a cult following, of course, as well as the move. So stick around. We're going to head to a break. When we get back, you're in the upper bracket still here in North America. F tier versus the move coming up next. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are in the North American region here in the Grand Finals for Season 1 of The War Within. We just saw Welcome to the Jung defeat Silk Tigers, knock them down to the lower bracket. Now it is F tier versus The Move. And Sydney, if you're watching from home, any players we want to be keeping a particular eye out in this series?
I mean, F tier has Saul on Shaman, and for a long time, he was just playing Enhancement Shaman. His team, you know, you can see it on the graphic. Enhancement Shaman, Enhancement Shaman, Enhancement Shaman. He was the one trick. He came in Dragonflight and made a real big name for himself. He made a big splash and built a lot of fans throughout that season in Dragonflight. And it seems like he's been popping off more and more and more and more. And in this season particularly, he's actually been picking up the Elemental Shaman. So he's finally able to flex between that melee specialist as well as a range specialist for his team. And it's what's enabled his team to get so many victories against teams like Liquid. But earlier on in their tournament, you know, in Dragonflight, they were really struggling. They would just get thrown around a lot of times by teams that they just couldn't deal with as a melee cleave. This was them going up against the Golden Guardians of the Move from in Dragonflight. And you could see they just had such a difficult time against these types of tanky compositions with that double melee setup that they had. And it was their main limitation that prevented them from seeing success in that earlier Dragonflight stage. But now that they've expanded and they've brought Saul in on an Enhancement Shaman, Laros has been coming in on Beast Mastery Hunter, you see them absolutely beast moded up now in the War Within, just smacking around big name teams like Liquid, who are reigning champions from Dragonflight. They had a crazy win rate against them at the end of the cup stage. They pulled upset after upsets with different types of flavor with Fury Warriors and Windwalkers together as well. And F tier for me is a team that's been leveling up. They've been broadcasting their streams. They started from the very bottom. They've been grinding up as ladder players to really make a name for themselves in the tournament scene, and they've really been pushing those bounds. I think they got second seed overall in the points, and it's just been a remarkable fireworks show from them. And this is finally their weekend, finally their chance to show that all that preparation is going to pay off.
Absolutely. I couldn't have said it better myself. F tier, a team. It's been a sort of a slow burn for them to get to this point. But like you said, they've been putting in that work, playing consistently and as to the best of their abilities. And we can see how much it's paid off today. So it's kind of now or never for this team right here or right now, because they are against the Move. And we did have a chance to speak with the Move heading into this weekend. And I can't directly quote this, but Absurge said that they are locked the F in. So I think that these guys are ready to go as well, because it's been a bit of a rocky couple of seasons for them then. But recently, you know, especially leading into the finals, how they kind of barely got pushed out from the gauntlet, made it here today.
Yeah, I mean, the Move has been a team that's been consistent for a very long time. I mean, they're a fan favorite, and for good reason. But this season in particular, I mean, Cup 1, Cup 2, Cup 3, they were looking a bit sketchy. You know what I mean? To their credit, maybe some things were going on in the back line, Absturge being sick, you know, them having travel plans, like things were not ideal, but they definitely dialed in for Cup number 3, and it got even better in Cup number 4, where they managed to pull off a win. So they have the most momentum possible going into this finals. And last time they met F tier, they actually won. So this is a matchup that the Move, I think, is feeling pretty confident in. But it's up to them. The Move is just one of those teams where when they show up and play their best, they can beat anyone. And if they don't, then things don't always go their way.
Absolutely. Well, we've got the predictions lined up right now. Let us know if you're watching from home who you think is going to win this series. But let's take a look at what we did or what we said on the casting desk. Because I like every single series today. I've had trouble with this one, but it seems like overwhelmingly people think that the move is going to win. And I probably could guess that that is the same for Chad just because of how popular of a team this is. Ben, you said it yourself. They're a popular team for a reason. There have been one of the longest standing rosters here in North America. But F tier, they're on the up and up. We think, unfortunately, that they are going to drop down. But it won't be the end of them, Supatees, even with whichever team does lose here, because they do have another chance to battle it out against Silk Tigers on Championship Sunday.
Yeah, and in the cup stage, they've been looking really good into any sort of mage compositions. It seems like a lot of teams haven't been able to deal with them, but for them, it's finding an answer for Shadow Priests. They've struggled with the Shadow Priest Feral Druid, and the move are one of the best Shadow Priests. WizK is a household name in the Shadow Priest community, man. Like, he's the Void Lord. So if they haven't figured out a way to deal with Shadow Priest here, it is going to be a tough series.
All right, let's see if they can handle it, if they can handle the Void Lord himself. It is F tier versus the move. Game number 1 here in this upper bracket series in the grand finals of the War Within.
Ooh, F tier. They get to bring in Laros on the Warrior, and this is one thing we haven't touched too much on. Both the Enhancement Shaman as well as the Warrior is looking a lot better in this particular build, both of them getting some significant buffs. So this is a matchup that could go their way. The move, they will be locking in the Shadow Priest Feral Paladin once again for their blind pick, but this could be a very explosive game here, Sid.
It's turbo time. Saul and Laros and Shaz coming in with their staple. Is it going to be enough to do work for them here in the War Within? They fell short in Dragonflight, and now with some changes that came through, the rework to Enhancement Shaman, they need it to be enough. Can they chop up this Shadow Priest? Laros is spinning immediately onto WizK as Saul is trying to dodge a Psychic Scream, it looks like, as he's playing off into the distance and kind of playing ranged at the moment here as he Lightning Lassos Peekaboo, avoiding interrupts. Now he's making his move in on top of WizK. Absurge is posted up at the opposing pillar. A defensive fear comes through here from Laros as he's trying to slow down the attack. And I think the main issue here is going to be mana in this type of matchup. They're both very durable compositions, and it's going to be up to Shaz. I like this, just using the ultimate penitence early. If you know it's going to be a long game, shove that cooldown early because it's a 4-minute timer, and there's a higher likelihood you're going to get 2 of it in a game.
Yeah, very mana efficient, turns the tide of the fight with damage and healing. Good pressure here out onto Shaz, and WizK is just putting pressure on all 3 members. Damage is sky high right now, and Shaz has a little bit of work cut out for him. Full root coming in from Peekaboo, looking for a Cyclone. Manages to find it here onto Shaz as he turns his attention onto Laros, landing a full stun. Laros could be in a little trouble. Searing Glare being cast out there by Absurge, but he gets wind sheared. Good back up there by Saul, and he's not going to be able to slow down Laros too much, but every time he shears Searing Glare, that just frees WizK up a little bit more in the match. So I really like the fact that Absurge is willing to cast out those spells and eat up some of the interrupts that Saul has available.
All right, good work here so far. Shaz is doing a great job on mana. He's ahead of Absurge. I didn't expect that. That is going to be very bad for the move if F tier can hold on, but Laros is vulnerable. No Enrage Regeneration and no Medallion. They catch him in a Hammer of Justice. Shaz dispels, but he dispels into a full Cyclone. Laros is popping Avatar. He's ramping up. Recklessness is up at the same time. This Bladestorm is critting heavy damage onto WizK as he's continued to mount up his onslaught here onto WizK. He's positioning away from the barrier, baiting them out of its defense, and they seem to be boldly moving forward. Shaz catches Peekaboo in a fear. Looks like Absurge is able to dispel it, so Peekaboo lands an interrupt on Shaz, and Peekaboo's actually going after the healer.
Whoa!
Oh, but WizK, Dispersion is forced, and F tier, I would say, are looking really good in terms of offense.
Yeah, Fury Warriors just eat Shadow Priest alive. WizK is in a lot of trouble. Absurge has to bomb out the heals, but he's burning through his mana quite rapidly in this position. He still has a Blessing of Protection if he needs it. Laros gets caught into a Hammer of Justice. Peekaboo going for a Cyclone. Once again, he gets wind sheared. And this is just the reason I like the Priest here is because in the previous times we saw this matchup, they would go after the healer a lot more. And I feel like Disciplined Priests are really good at dealing with those situations. They can keep themselves alive a lot better than a Paladin and kind of deal with this triple rot pressure a little more. But as I say that, Laros is under fire, and I think Shaz should be able to keep him alive. He's got cooldowns. He's not going to overcommit in this situation, but he might need to. I mean, the pressure for WizK and Peekaboo is high. F tier is definitely in some trouble here.
Yeah, Shaz is getting shredded right now. He trinkets into another stun by Absurge, and Laros is dying to WizK. They're all rotting. It's looking like a double kill for the move here. Oh my god, they just leveled up that pressure. It was like WizK's on the back foot. He's kind of dying. Absurge is running out of mana. Don't matter. They just absolutely tear in at that right specific moment and cut them down at the same time. The move, man, out of nowhere. take out F tier in game 1. And this composition is still looking tough. F tier, maybe it's looking better than we've seen in this matchup. Like, I feel like last time we saw them fighting Shadow Priest, they don't get a dispersion for like 6 minutes. So I will say it seems like it's improved a bit, but the Warriors' defense, it just seems to be a liability. They can just solo Laros. The Shadow Priest is just soloing Laros, and then Peekaboo goes after Shaz, and WizK supports him. And what are you gonna do? You're just, everybody is dead. Like, Saul's probably off healing in the back, trying to do what he can. There's no grounding. Like, he can't really do much in this position, and they're finally able to finish it here and take it. Now, why do you think Shaz is preferring Priest over Paladin? Because he's a main Paladin. I feel like Paladin would have better mana. Why do you think he's preferring it?
I was trying to explain it, and then exactly what I was saying didn't happen. I was saying this is the kind of strategy that we see from the move. They like to hit all 3 members and specifically have Peekaboo really harass the healer. And my thought process was that Discipline Priest would be a little bit better in that situation, keeping itself alive. A lot of damage reduction when you are being targeted as that Discipline Priest, but it didn't end up mattering. Shaz just fell so far behind here because of all the damage everybody had. Laros is rotting down. There's no defensive cooldowns, and I don't know if it's just an experience thing. Like, maybe Shaz would just prefer the Paladin just because he's way more experienced at it. In my head, the Discipline Priest doesn't seem that bad, but this is just like a similar story to what we've seen play out in the past, where Peekaboo is able to just put out so much pressure on the healer. He just finds himself in a situation where he really can't recover.
I mean, look at that swell they had from 2 minutes 30 to 2 minutes 50 seconds on that graph. Like, a huge swell of damage right there onto 2 targets. F tier, they're not backing down. They're locking in hook point. The move immediately auto-locking in Peekaboo on that Feral Druid. He had a bunch of people hating on him when he was trying to re-roll. He's trying something new. He's trying to go through the growing pains, and everybody's doubting him. Like, man, just go on rogue. What are you doing? And he leveled it up, cup after cup after cup, and was able to take cup number 4. Now he's showing up in the grand finals for his team on that Feral Druid and still making plays for the team here, setting up swaps and getting great Cyclones. But FTR are not backing down. They're sticking to their guns. They're sticking to their bread and butter. Shaz is not going off the Disc Priest. They're just going to raise the bar on aggression. They're going to a small map.
I wonder who they should be going after. I mean, you'd think as a Shadow Priest, getting ran down by an Enhancement Shaman and Fury Warrior seems like worst case scenario, but WizK is doing a pretty good job just kind of shrugging off these attacks with Absurge backing him up. I mean, you have a lot of damage reduction as this composition. It's one of the reasons I feel like it's so difficult to take down a Shadow Priest. I mean, when you flash heal yourself, you're getting damage reduction. When you fade yourself, you're getting damage reduction. If you have Beacon from the Paladin, you're getting damage reduction. You have Devotion Warrior, you're getting more damage reduction. You actually have like permanent 30% damage reduction or more throughout the game as a Shadow Priest against these melee compositions, and end up just being really, really tough in terms of your defense, and it's difficult for them to really push through.
Yeah, that's just been the kryptonite. The Shadow Priest team is a Shadow Priest Paladin. Seems like such a difficult combination for F tier, and some durability did come down for Shadow Priest. Offense went down for Feral Druid a bit, which is why I think we're seeing it a little bit more close than we saw in the Cup stage as far as meta is concerned. So maybe if F tier can just raise the bar on aggression. We've seen how well aggression worked in Europe. ILTU just were like, oh, did we lose a game? Let's just play more offensive. And it worked for them. So F tier, they're going small map. They're keeping in on this composition, trying to have that type of Cinderella run, at least as far as compositions are concerned. And can they finally beat the Shadow Priest Feral Druid composition that's just been gatekeeping them the entire season?
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. F tier, they're bringing in the Discipline Priest, the Enhancement Shaman. That's exactly what Saul is known for. And the Fury Warrior. On paper, this should work, but the move at WizK, Absurge, it's a different beast. Their defense is just so immaculate, and Peekaboo is doing a really good job creating pressure on Shaz, forcing Laros and Saul to come back and peel, which is not what you want. You want to be unrelenting in your pressure here on the Shadow Priest. I think it's important that they do that, and I think the small map should help them in that regard.
3, 2, 1. Gates have opened. Zug time for F tier. Saul is charging in right away. Laros is heroic leaping first global onto that Shadow Priest, landing a shockwave and ramping up his cooldowns for destruction. But WizK gets the double fear, breaks early. They don't care. It's time to pop the Blade Storm, but Peekaboo is looking for Cyclones. He gets Storm bolted on this one. They really need to worry about stopping Cyclones and staying on the Shadow Priest. Those Cyclones are going to give him a ton of breathing room. Laros is stunned behind the pillar. Shaz is trying to reposition, but he gets rooted by Peekaboo. He can't get in line of sight. It was a great entangling route. Now into a silence. Laros is down his trinket. Saul is rotting. Shaz is in a bash. Everybody is dying. WizK, the Void Lord, is here.
Yeah, I mean, this pressure, especially from Peekaboo as well. I mean, everyone's bleeded up. Some defense coming in. Shaz looks like he's going to be able to recover the team at the same time. WizK under fire, but Absurge basically has every single defensive cooldown, double blessing and protection. They got dispersion, so it's going to be a slow grind. I mean, outside of the move completely dropping the ball, Laros and Sol, it's all about uptime. It's going to take them a while to actually take down WizK and get through all those defensive cooldowns, but it's very important they slow down his damage, rotating their interrupts, their stuns, and just making sure WizK has pretty much a miserable game. They wanted to stop him at all costs in this matchup.
Void volley on Shaz, full dots loaded up. There's a stun, double fear. Everyone's in trouble on the side of F tier. How are they going to hold together? They got decent pressure on WizK. Stormball on the Paladin. WizK is starting to be pushed back. They get his dispersion, and they might be able to stay in the game as a result of forcing that cooldown. Peekaboo's feared by Shaz, trying to punish him, but Absurge repositions, dispels it. Shaz repositions to the back line. He doesn't want to get dotted up by Peekaboo. Peekaboo sees him moving back. He's looking for Cyclones. He gets grounded on this one, goes for another one, gets Shockwaved. They're doing a good job of shutting down the Cyclones. WizK's getting pressured. F-tier are close to a kill. They force the Void Shift. Peekaboo's getting cleaved, and F-tier are looking solid right now. They're so close. Absurge trades out Sacrifice, redirects damage. The fear displaces the pressure, and WizK holds on. Now Peekaboo's setting up. He's got Shaz in a route. He's bleeding him up. Is he going to go for a Cyclone? He gets feared. Instantly dispelled by Absurge. WizK fakes a kick. He's free casting some Vampiric Touches, but now into the Stormbolt. Peekaboo goes for the clone on the Pain Suppression. He's switching back onto Laros. They stun up with the Shadow Priest. Full bleeds applied. F-tier need to hold on. They've got no Pain Suppressions. They got Rapture. Big powered shields coming out from Shaz. They need to keep Laros on target. They're so close. They force Blessing Protection. Can they purge it? They purge it, and F-tier might be just doing this, Ven.
Yeah, it's definitely possible. WizK has no defense left. F tier is all in. They're pushing in. Double Shockwave lands, and WizK is in trouble. Absurge goes for Repentance, manages to find it there on Sol, and WizK will recover as a result of that. Now, once again, is Shaz under fire. Peekaboo's all over him. Fully bled up as well as Laro. So good split pressure here. At the same time, WizK in some danger. Absurge's going to have to keep him alive, but he is on the back foot. He is on the run. At the same time, Laros is getting low. WizK could easily fall in this situation. I mean, both teams are just burning through cooldowns. Dispersion is available, and WizK pulls the trigger. That was a close call, but that's also the Divine Shield. At the same time, Laros is just dead.
Oh my god, it's a full Repentance. He's being greedy. He wants to Trinket, Void Shift. Shaz is saving his Trinket till the last possible second. It's a risky calculation, but he gets away with it. Shockwaves come through, but they're slightly ahead on mana, but they're just so unstable on cooldowns right now. They need to use the Void Shift, I think, but Sol is getting cleaved. Laros is going for the kill. Recklessness Avatar. Reckless abandoned at this point for Laros. It's all or nothing. Can they drop WizK? They're staying on target. Peekaboo desperately trying to Cyclone. Bladestorm immunes it. Lightning Lasso disrupts it. And the fear is good, and that is it. F-tier have finally done it, taking a win against the move.
And that looked a lot better. The small map just allowed Laros and Sol more uptime on WizK without Shaz being so far away. I think if we see a large map once again, I want to see similar to this, where Shaz is in position where he's not so far away from his team that he's basically just getting soloed and they're not able to back him up. I think just sticking together seemed to work out a lot better for F tier. They had a ton of pressure on WizK, and they were forcing cooldown overlaps, dispersion, Divine Shield at the same time, which is not what you want if you are the move.
Okay, F tier, man. This is like, you've been warming up for this. You've been leveling up. You've been broadcasting all your games. You've been grinding thousands of ladder games, solo show after solo show. You've been expanding your roster. You got a couple of meta changes coming in before the grand finals, and now they're finally getting a win here against the move. They lost to him last season. They lost to Lost in Lihue last season in Dragonflight. They really want to make their mark, and this is feeling like it's possible. It's actually possible to be able to get wins against this composition, which has started to overtake North America, whether it's Welcome to the Jung or it's the move. This Pharaoh Druid Shadow Priest has become really popular amongst the highest ranking teams, and F tier are still just trying to make it work with their strategies, with their compositions, and their way, which is the way of the Zug, to get one win. But this is looking like it's going to be a brutal series either way.
Yeah, I mean, this composition should work. I mean, there's so many things I feel like going in its favor. Both the Fear Warrior and the Enhancement Shaman, they do a ton of damage at this point. You also have a lot of crowd control breakers, playing the Berserker Shout. So anytime basically WizK is trying to get Laros and Sol off of them, they can rotate their trinkets, they can rotate Berserker Shout to get out of the fears, they can rotate Tremor Totem. So their uptime should be really high. They have double offensive Dispel with Sol and Greater Purge. Shaz can get in there and Dispel as well, so they can remove the freedoms, they can remove the Blessing of Protections when those do go out. So on paper, this composition makes a lot of sense for me. I just want to see this play out the exact same way, where F tier, they kind of just stick together as a unit. All three members don't get separated, don't get isolated. And I think I could see them winning this matchup if that is the case.
All right, here we go. Laros, he's topping the meter, man. We haven't seen Warriors represented very well so far this season. They've just been kind of with a lackluster performance, and this game, I think, had to be the best we've seen from the Warrior. He's actually beating the Pharaoh Druid, beating the Shadow Priest here, topping the meter, trying to get some work done. We see that one big spike earlier on in the game for them on this graph for F tier being that purple line, and it kind of fell off at the 2-minute 45 mark, but they pulled it back, and they were able to rein it in, pull off a win. And I feel like winning against Shadow Priest Pharaoh at 3.5 minutes, like we've seen Shadow Priest Pharaoh games go on, they've gone the distance sometimes. So this is quite impressive here for F tier to be able to close out a game this rapidly, but the same could be said for the move as well, and both teams are just getting into this, man. This draft took no time at all. We're not even going to go step by step. We already know exactly what it is. Big map. We're tied 1-1. Can F tier take a swing match?
I'll have to wait and see. This big map is going to play out similarly to Nagrand, and that's why I really want to see Shaz. I've said it once, I'll say it again. I want to see Shaz play with Laros and Sol, not get isolated by Peekaboo. That way Sol can, land interrupts and grounding totems on the Cyclones. That is just putting Shaz so far behind. So F tier, I think they can do it here, and based off what just happened in the draft, I feel like this is the matchup. This is the comps we're going to be seeing for the remainder of the series. Both these teams just going to be leading with their best foot forward, and may the better team win. But this is a really important game here for obviously both of these teams. But if F tier can take away the swing match, it's going to be massive for their confidence.
All right, let's see. Where are they going to go with this one? Is the move going to just play more aggressive? Is Peekaboo going to attack the Priest more? Are they just going to keep the same game plan? I don't feel like they rotated defensive cooldowns correctly. It felt like they went through the whole spellbook based on all three players. It's just F tier able to outpace them overall on the damage meter. So, and that Discipline Priest is definitely adding to that. There'll be a lot of extra damage added in with Shaz on that. It's a lot more defensive cooldowns as well. I think it's also harder to kill him. I think out of all the healers, Disc Priest probably is the most difficult, and they're aware that the Pharaoh Druid will love to just dot the healer and leave. But here we go, Gates have opened, and Laris first
goodness.
Global heroic leap, and did Peekaboo disconnect?
Oh no.
I don't know if he disconnected or not, but they are not. I mean, this is a lot of money. You double your money every round, and this composition has beat them. I don't know how many times in the cup stage, but Absurge is doing what he can to keep WizK alive while it looks like Peekaboo is having some type of technical difficulty. So it's going to be 2 versus 3. The move on the back foot, just trying to stay alive right now to buy time for Peekaboo.
Yeah, try to buy as much time as possible. I don't know if it's going to work out, though. Absurge has already burned through so many cooldowns. Very unfortunate here for the move. This is a really important game here. Blessing Protection goes out. Sol and Laros just going all in at this particular moment. And like you mentioned, the stakes for this match are incredibly high. And F tier will take down Peekaboo and go up 2-1 in this series.
Yeah, I mean, this is a situation where it's not, you don't have to wait. That's like, I think it's actually incentivized to the players that you're supposed to technically not wait if you disconnect. And if you haven't left the lobby before the gates open, then it's fair game at that point. So F tier, obviously, in this position, you push forward into top 3, you double your money, you get a guaranteed medal. So I can't really hold it against them in this position to want to go for that, especially given the competition. Like, every single team has compositions that are really hard for them. This does move them to match point, and also I hope Peekaboo is able to get back. I mean, it's one loss, but like hopefully he can get back at all, like for the rest of the series, because without Peekaboo, I mean, Giants is there on the roster, but Shadow Priest Hunter, like, is that even
I don't think
gonna
that's
work?
Well, I don't know. Who knows exactly what they have prepared, but let's just hope for the best that Peekaboo can get back in. But definitely not an ideal situation for the move, as it is going to be 2-1 in favor of F tier, and taking away that swing match going to be really important for them. But the move certainly can come back in this one. We'll have to wait and see exactly what does happen. But is there anything you think the move could be doing better in these games based off of what we've seen? Like, is there any strategy change you've liked to see based off what we saw in game number 2 and 1?
I mean, I like the double dotting. I like the cloning the priest on pain suppression. I feel like I like all of that about it. Maybe it feels like Peekaboo is getting shut down on the clones on the DPS, but they don't really want to use the DRs, because what they're doing is they're stunning the priest and then fearing the shaman. So that's their go. They stun the priest, they can't dispel fear, and then they fear the shaman, which is then obviously putting the warrior and the shaman on DR for clone. It's like people could go for DR clones, but it's not like those are going to be like the most effective. So they could either opt to try and maybe Cyclone Laros first, like get him on DR with a full clone before going for the Fear Stun. So that way Laros is either trinketing or getting, his resources are starting to get pulled more so. Whereas if you use Berserker Rage on Fear, like you're not really, I don't feel like you're getting too far ahead in that regard.
Yeah, you're right. It's just like, it feels like, I kind of mentioned, if F tier does rotate appropriately, the move is going to be using some team delay here, taking their time to make sure everything's good and hopefully get Peekaboo back in these games. But yeah, it's difficult for WizK because exactly what you're talking about, right? When they're doing these kind of healer swaps, they want to get the DPS and fears. But that's the thing about the warrior, is if you talent into it, you can get Berserker Shout, where your Berserker Rage is an AoE team fear break, which is really, really strong, as well as they have the Tremor Totem that they can potentially preemptively use, or you can just Trinket Tremor. So it seems like they can kind of indefinitely rotate through fear breaks if they do it correctly and back up the healer. So yeah, we'll have to see what they decide to change, but I do like the fact that F tier has brought in the Discipline Priest. Like, what are your thoughts on that so far?
I think it's okay. I've been playing Discipline Priest myself more on the ladder. I really like it. I think it's one of the strongest healers. It's really fun. You got a lot of cooldowns that you can rotate through to survive a lot of specific windows. And I mean, it's been my favorite healer to play for multiple expansions. I'm always recommending it whenever somebody's asking, like, what do you think is the most fun healer to play? It's like Discipline Priest. Like, it's like pretty auto go-to lock-in for me, and it's very strong right now with the Solace hero talent trees. Premonition is a super kind of like underrated ability as far as hero talents, when we talk about the new hero talents with expansions, like Riders of the Apocalypse, yeah, 4 horsemen, but like, what about Premonition, bro? Like,
not
Premonition,
as flashy,
Premonition is pretty good. You get you can shoot 3 penances off in a row. It feels really cool when you get that paired up with Mind Blast. You can couple that in together for basically like a mini Avenging Wrath, where you boost all of your healing. And then on the 3rd capstone of Premonition, you get this big shield after you cast a single target heal on the target. And then to cap it all off, when you press Premonition the 4th time, it does all 3 of those at the same time. So you just get this big healing boost while you're shooting multiple penances at the same time and getting this just life cocoon on people. So it's like Avenging Wrath, life cocoon, and a Penance machine gun all in one ability. It's very fun to use, and with their cooldowns extended the way that they are, the interactions with cooldown reduction, with powered shield and your pain suppression, it's really fun to play, and it's obviously strong as well. So not surprised to see it. I think Paladin could work as well. But the Paladin also maybe losing the Purge. Maybe they want like double Purge in case Saul gets unlucky on a bop or something, and they have the Priest as a backup as well in that position.
I also think one of my favorite things about it is I think it's more durable. Like, just against these kind of swaps, it can keep itself alive a little bit better than maybe the Paladin can, which kind of struggles when you involve 3 targets. The Paladin seems really good at healing 2 targets, but once you involve all 3 and you're kind of being trained down, it becomes awkward. You can't have Beacon on everybody, and that's when you can really fall behind. And you lose a lot of that defense too. Like Paladins, they have plate armor, which is really effective against some things like Windwalker monks, but it's not very effective against the Feral Druid. So I think in terms of defense and offense, the Priest to me makes a lot of sense, but it's not something we've really seen Shaz play too much. So it just shows you how much these teams are preparing. F tier realizing that half the teams in this finals is going to be running this composition, this Feral Shadow Priest Paladin. They've been struggling with it, so I like the fact that they've invested in something a little bit different. It's also nice too because I feel like both the Enhancement Shaman and the Fury Warrior, the Warriors in general, have really leveled up for this exact moment. So it feels good for F tier that this is a composition they've invested a lot of time into in the past. It hasn't always worked out for them, but now that this is actually like kind of a meta composition. It's not that meta, but it's a pretty good composition. They can actually pull off wins against these teams.
I don't know about meta. It's definitely a lot more fun. I feel like Enhancement Shaman is like one of the most fun specs after 11.0.5. Although we don't see.
Well, they don't play the build that I actually like.
He's not. As I was gonna say, he's not playing the Stormbringer.
We both like the Thunder build, which is
we like the easy mode dad spec where you just spam Stormstrike. I like that. That's fun.
Me too.
But the Totemic one is a little more tactical, a lot more keybinds, and that is what FTR are opting for as well. So the move, they've ran their delay time. Hopefully this means that Peekaboo is back. FTR are immediately locking in. They are on match points, so now there's going to be no room for mistakes for the move. They've got to be like super fast if they're in the waiting room. If someone disconnects, they've got to be like, yo, are you there, bro? Are you there? Are you there? Are you there? Like double checking to make sure that everybody's there before the gates open here for this. And if Peekaboo isn't here, then obviously I think Giants gets subbed in. I don't know how well that will go for them. So hopefully it looks like they're locking them in, and they're going to send it. So now backs against the wall. They'll be sent down to the lower bracket if they lose this game, where the Silk Tigers are waiting for them on Sunday. Nobody gets eliminated today. We're just priming up. We're setting up for the main dish for tomorrow, where it's just a bloodbath. Just you're gonna get knocked out every single round. Every single round is a knockout tomorrow. So the move, they want to avoid having to make any sort of deep run here and just kind of advance. And F tier they're brutal. They're not showing any mercy. There's no mercy here from them in this series.
It's interesting how the weekend is set up, right? Like the gauntlet is absolutely brutal. Everyone's getting eliminated. Every series is just someone's really sad. Then on Saturday, it's like it's not chill because these are still intense games, but no one gets eliminated today, so everyone kind of gets a second chance. But on Sunday, you definitely, Sunday is where you really have to show up, because any series you lose is going to cost you, the tournament, and there's a lot on the line, like we mentioned. Most prize money for the whole season, the medals, the glory, everything you've worked towards in all 4 cups. So there's a lot here for both of these teams. But one thing's for sure, the move, they got to battle it back. They had a great game 1 victory. Unfortunate game number 2 and 3, but they still have opportunities here to stay alive.
All right. Get in here. Empyrean Domain. It's a big map. A lot of space for the Shadow Priest to be able to breathe and Absterge to get into good positions and to set up for swaps. I feel like Wizkay is going to be baiting Laros. He's going to be baiting Sol far away from Shaz, pulling him into the open so Peekaboo can jump over and stun him, land a double Psychic Scream, and then just explode damage out from there. That's their standard setup. For F tier, it's just momentum. Just uptime on the Shadow Priest. Try and be aware of the double fear. We saw Sol. He was in the first game. He was trying to dodge it. He was like pulling away from the Shadow Priest when he think he was going to fear. Ultimately, it felt like he just ended up wasting a lot of time doing that. And then in game 2, he kind of just tanked every fear. It was just like, yeah, I'm just going to I need to do damage and get uptime. It seems like the Zug strat worked a lot better.
All right, here we go. The move's got to battle it back. They lose this, they will be going down to that lower bracket. The F tier's been looking really good with the Enhancement Shaman, Fury Warrior. This composition brings a lot of damage, a lot of disruption with pummel and stuns and interrupts and everything imaginable that the Shadow Priest really has to deal with. So Wizkay is going to really have to step it up. He's going to have to fake out interrupts if he wants to maximize his damage. And I think a lot of this game does come down to how Wizkay navigates these situations.
Oh, Laros is instantly first global Stormbolt with Heroic Leap. Every cooldown popped. He wants to ramp that momentum train and lead the damage meter. He's getting a ton of uptime right now. Peekaboo's feared into the corner. Absterge pushes forward to dispel him, but he takes a big hit on that Flame Shock dispel, and Wizkay is not looking too comfy at the moment. Ultimate Penitence, first global for Shaz. He wants to try and get 2 of those in this game and start ramping momentum for his team. Absterge trinkets out of fear, goes for Hammer of Justice. Peekaboo's looking for a Cyclone. Repentance at the same time, but they overlap, the Repentance and the Cyclone, but maybe it doesn't matter. Laros is just dying through all of his personal cooldowns at the moment. He manages to hold on by the skin of his teeth, and he's trying to keep up his pursuit onto Wizkay, and Shaz is finally there backing him up with a penance, but that low clone, this is what I want to see from Peekaboo. Just more clones on the warrior.
Yeah, nice flash shields coming in. That's a massive powered shield. Laros looks like he will survive here. He gets knocked out of the powered barrier, but immediately charges back in, getting on top of Wizkay. Peekaboo seems to be focusing more on DPS this game. So going after Laros, going after Sol, realizing maybe he's not going to get that same kind of solo pressure against Shaz on the Discipline Priest. So a little bit of a strategy change coming in from the move. But Wizkay is still just under fire. I mean, that's going to be the Desperate Prayer. That's going to be the first Blessing of Protection. F tier is getting some of these cooldowns out of the way.
All right, they're reconnecting here, but another Cyclone for Peekaboo over onto Shaz. Sol has used his medallion, so Shaz is the only one remaining. You got to buy time for that enraged regen. Another Blade Storm, but Sol can't get there. Peekaboo is getting so many clones this game. He's doing an excellent job. Now he's getting bleeds up on Shaz. Absterge gets a Repentance. Actually just removed all the bleeds, though. He's kind of unlucky with that. Peekaboo is ramping up there, and the Repentance just removes all that. They stun Laros. They silence Shaz into a Maim stun. Peekaboo looking for another Cyclone. Looks like he's not finding it just yet. Maybe the diminishing return hit awkward there. Now he's feared away. He gets dispelled. He's trying to get over to Wizkay, but I feel like his bleed up time has just been nothing now after that Repentance. Peekaboo's damage is going to fall off quite heavily. We see no pressure for their team at the moment, and Absterge is burning mana fast.
I mean, it's a lot of damage that he really has to heal through. Here, almost down to 50% mana just 2 minutes into the game. Peekaboo now getting swapped here. They're putting pressure on both of these DPS, and That's one of the problems. Peekaboo is finding Cyclones, but he is susceptible to being cleaved. When he's playing on top of WizK like this, he is going to eat a lot of that cleave damage coming in from the Enhancement Shaman and the Fury Warrior, which burns through even more mana. Absurge lands a full Repentance here onto Shaz. I like this. WizK just dragging Shaz into the middle of the map, and Absurge can just kind of abuse him with these spam Repentances, which is a new feature for Paladin. So he can just spam out Repentance after Repentance, and if Laros and Sol aren't there to back him up, Shaz can get caught in a lot of crowd control.
Oh, that was a lot of defensive cooldowns burned for F tier right now. Peekaboo gets another full Cyclone onto Shaz. WizK's into Blessing Protection. Sol purges off. Laros is going for the kill. Even despite being so far behind, Laros is keeping up his pursuit. Can he pressure WizK out here and force his dispersion? He's kiting with the Angelic Feather and Freedom. That combination looks so difficult for them to actually connect onto WizK. I love that synergy between the Shadow Priest and the Paladin here in this game.
Yeah, it's looking good so far. Laros and Sol down to 50% health. Shaz is burning through mana too. It's about even now. And this strategy seems to be working out better for the move, but at the same time, Peekaboo is caught into a Lightning Lasso. Absol's going to be going for a Tears Deliverance here. He has a lot of healing available. WizK just continuing to run circles around the outside of the map, continuing to just drag Shaz over and over through the open. WizK right now landing that double fear. Nicely done. Finally, a moment to breathe here. Getting dots on both of them and trying to get some pressure potentially on Shaz. Stormbolt on Peekaboo. Good backup there by Laros. Slowing down some of that incoming crowd control. But the Repentance does land. And Laros now is in a lot of trouble. He's line of sighting. Sol is there to back him up, but he's out of line of sight of a WizK finally charging back in, realizing now his healer has Rapture. He's out of crowd control. And once again, F tier can get aggressive.
Oh, these Cyclones on Laros are just shutting him down so much. Peekaboo's doing a really good job, but now he's feared. Absurge needs to get there. He gets there, dispels him. Peekaboo's looking for a clone. He gets lassoed. Sol is trying to support, but Absurge rebukes it. Now Peekaboo is free. Just constant trades back and forth. Laros is soloing WizK at the moment, trying to force that dispersion by himself. Sol finally makes his way over. He's got that totemic surging totem down. He's trying to reposition it to continue zapping WizK as he's pulled into the corner, baiting Shaz out in the open. Shaz drops a barrier. They win share the Repents, but now Peekaboo can free cast clones without that tool available. He roots Sol with the predatory swiftness. Peekaboo's getting excellent control on the melee. They have great rot right now. It's a triple stun lock from the move. Everybody is dying. Sol is exploding. He might have to use the burrow. He's critically low at the moment. Is he going to trade it in time? What? He's dying to dots beneath the earth. Shaz ultimate penitence in the sky at 10%, holding on for dear life, and they get away with not using the void shift. Sol triggers onto the Cyclone. He's trying to make his way over to WizK, but this new strat, this Angelic Feather Freedom, but no, they swapped to Peekaboo. He's back into bear form, and he gets gripped to WizK's side, and they found an opening there. Bladestorm comes through onto WizK. Can they keep their momentum? They're so close to a kill, and WizK uses Disperse. It's match point, and you do not want to go down to that lower bracket.
Oh, definitely not. Pressure is on for the move. They're all rotting down. Laros and Sol are looking stable, and Shaz still has the Void Shift. That ultimate penitence just keeping his team in the fight. He can hold on to the Void Shift for a later moment, but he dispels off the damage over time effects. WizK is still kiting to the other side of the map. His positioning has been absolutely phenomenal in this game and might carry them to a win here. See if they can do it. Look at Shaz. He's just all alone. Cyclone's coming in. Sol's forced a line of sight. He needs to keep himself alive. His healer is out of the game for an extended period of time. Finally, the Rapture shields will connect, and once again, F-tier can make a push.
No disperse. Sol is cloned low. Laros is soloing WizK. Laros basically needs to win this game by himself right now. He shockwaves the Feral Druid. Sol's trying to get there. He gets rooted on his gust of wind. Peekaboo is going crazy with his utility in this round. Sol lassos him. Absurge is charging in. He wants to be the hero, but he can't find it. He gets the Hammer of Justice. Sol has his wall. Is he going to trade immediately here? They use Pain Suppression before the Repentance. They overlap it with Astral Shift. They're going for the kill. WizK has no dispersion for 30 seconds, but Sol is dying through double defensive cooldowns. He has to Void Shift as well. Can they push for the kill? If they don't kill him right here and now, actually, he's out of mana. Absurge is out of mana. F-tier might be able to pull this off. This could be a cross kill. This is a miracle moment for them right now in game number 4. It's match point. WizK literally against the ropes of Empyrean Domain. He gets pummeled on his off-field, and Absurge can't heal anymore. He's got no mana. Shaz is moving in. The final nail in the coffin. He gets the full Psychic Scream with no trinket. WizK is stunned up, but he gets the Void Shift off at the last second into the Divine Shield. He's got Disperse off cooldown. He needs to press that right now. Dispersion trades through, and that is it. They have thrown everything that they have to stay alive. If they don't kill Laros or Sol in the next couple of seconds, WizK will fall.
WizK's on the run. He's got the Blessing of Freedom. Laros is still just all over him. Sol and Laros in hot pursuit. WizK down to 10% health, but some way in Defiance stays alive. Laros and Sol at the same time. They may have overextended. Peekaboo might be able to take them down. The pressure is immense. Sol's 10% health. Laros is in a maim stun. I don't know how WizK is still alive.
There's no trinket. That's it. They've done it. WizK survived. They made it past all of the checkpoints. Laros and Sol, it's looking like a double kill. They get a double. What is that? Shield. Sol gets shield up. I can't believe this. This is the most insane game ever. The move coming off the back of a disconnect. They'll be sent to the lower bracket if they lose this. And they're battling to their absolute wits end, throwing out everything that they've got but the kitchen sink. Peekaboo barks against the swap. He stuns up Laros. They're looking for repentance. Shaz avoids it here. The grounding totem blocks it. Sol has cooldowns. He's going to trade, but now Peekaboo's exploding. He gets gripped into the corner, and the dots are ticking. Peekaboo jumps right back in to get bleeds up. He's taking damage in bear form, trying to be the support for his team. Pop Heart of the Wild, man. Heart of the Wild in bear form. He gets feared away by Laros. He's got no trinket. Sacrifices up. How is this game still going?
I don't know, but Peekaboo may have ran out of time. Sol goes for the lightning lasso. It gets shut down, but Peekaboo, I don't know if he's going to be able to remain offensive, and he's down to 1% health. In bear form, a huge heal comes in, and now Laros could be the one that falls. He's spinning to win, but I don't know if he's going to be able to survive. Shaz is there. No mana left whatsoever. They're making a swap on WizK. This is the closest game we've seen today. Laros in a stun. He trinkets, but will fall. Shaz gets caught to a repentance. The move, I don't know how they stayed alive during those final moments. Absurd has been out of mana for a minute and a half, but somehow, some way they do it, and they tie this series up.
Oh my god, moment. Just take a moment. I need to take a moment. That's a game where you gotta like take a moment. Like, what just even
Breathe.
How is the move alive? This is just 3 minutes of him out of mana, running his little dwarf Shadow Priest butt around with angelic feather, just praying that he doesn't die. Look at him just running, just like, oh my god, don't touch me, don't get near me right now, he's gonna explode. Peekaboo tried to be the hero in bear form to tank those hits with Heart of the Wild. He almost goes down while he was trying to be the hero.
Lay on
and
hands.
then Absurge clutches a lay on hands at the last possible second. So Peekaboo bounces back in the fight, and they can finish Laros through pain suppression at 40% dampening. If Peekaboo gets the clone to deny Sol's support, because he's really the only healer right now, because Shaz is out of mana. So the clone takes Sol out of the game. Peekaboo just made a hero play. They were going to get knocked out of the tournament, and he's like, I will tank the blows. I am bear. He just goes up in front of their face in bear form and just tanks them in the final second right here.
Look at Lay on Hands. Like, Lay on Hands just comes up to save Peekaboo at 1% health. How is it even possible? Look at this. 2 seconds, it comes off cooldown, he gets it off. Like, that is a miracle. That is an absolute miracle, and they can't believe it. F-Tier cannot believe that Lay on Hands came off of cooldown. I mean, that's just absolutely insane. It's almost an 8-minute game. It's so rare that a game will go on this long. You get 2 Lay on Hands? What?
Oh my god. 7 minutes. See, that's why you send the cooldowns. You just send them early, so you can get them again. Shaz was almost to his 3rd ultimate penitence in this game as well. That was like 30 seconds away at this point. He survived by the skin of his teeth. Like, even just like any extra crit right there, anything at all. If Shaz had any mana to do some damage even, like, it was over for him. It was absolutely over for Peekaboo. They'd be in the lower bracket right now against the Silk Tigers, but they're not. We're going to a game 5. It's F-Tier's chance to counterpick though, and I do think the map was important. WizK being able to get into the far corners of this map were definitely a major reason as to why they could survive this long.
Where are we going?
So, Runes, Dalaran, Black Rook, probably. What else is there? Dalaran. This has been the stable turbo map for a long time, I feel like.
I like it. A respectable clean
Also,
map.
Thunderstorm can be good on this map. You know, Shadow Priest goes in a bad spot, gets knocked into a corner, so it's a small map and you get knockbacks from the enhance. This is really good, I think, for F-Tier. The move, are they thinking, like, do you change comp? I mean, like, that was a really good game, but, like, it was close on a big map. And if you change comp, what do you even change to?
Yeah, I mean, I really don't know. I feel like I said, I just get the feeling with how close these games are, we're going to be seeing the same thing over and over. I don't think F-Tier really has a better comp. It seems like they definitely have the potential to win. I mean, that was so close. Like, that literally came down to, like, Lay on Hands getting buffed. Like, with the Paladin rework to some of the talents, Lay on Hands got a change where it's no longer affected by healing reduction effects. So it is a very potent cooldown. That's basically just a free heal, and it saved Peekaboo. It was 5% health in bear form. I mean, there's just no way to recover outside of that one miracle moment. I just can't believe it.
Okay, here we go. It's set up. Nobody is changing. Nobody is backing down. It's a small map. Can the move manage to navigate through F-Tier here for a Game 5 advance to the final Sunday of the War Within Season 1 to go up against Welcome to the JUNG, which has been a fireworks series as well. We've seen in Cup number 4 with the move taking it there. They've just been leveling up in that mirror match, but F-Tier want to deny them of that opportunity. They want that spot and that chance against Welcome to the JUNG and to double their money. Like, this one game doubles your money and guarantees you a medal.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's a lot. This is about as high pressure of a situation as you can be in. You definitely want to stay alive in that upper bracket. I mean, like we mentioned, I mean, the whole season comes down to these games, these last few games that play out today and tomorrow. And staying in that upper bracket is definitely really, really important for both these squads. F-Tier set themselves up in a position where they get the small map. The small maps have looked incredibly good for them. You know, it really came down to WizK and his positioning in that last game. Freedom's not coming off. When he gets a blessing of freedom and he's actually able to escape and kite, it just allows Absurge so much breathing room, allows WizK so much breathing room to actually drag Shaz across the map. Like, if that doesn't happen and Shaz is there for dispels and Sol is able to remove the blessings of freedom right away, F-Tier's pressure just goes sky high. And I don't know if we're going to see that same result we saw on Empyrean.
Yeah, I think, like you just said, that's the main game. They have to get Blessing of Freedom off. WizK is just having way too much fun. That synergy between Feather and Freedom is the only thing that's enabling him to, you know, limit the uptime of Laros. So if Sol gets unlucky on a purge, it's Shaz who has to be able to remove it. And if he's not in position or in range, then WizK is just gone. He's just going to be on the other side of the map and nobody can really catch up to him. Maybe it's also a matter of being more patient with your stun. Maybe they should wait until Freedom and then use Stormbolt. I feel like Laros is just shipping it. It's just, I have Stormbolt and we're pressing it.
Laros looks like a lot of like, this isn't meant to be an insult, but like in the beginning of the game, like when I'm playing like solo shuffle, a lot of time my warrior will just heroic leap first global, pop every cooldown and try to just get on a target. And that's what's happening in these games. Like Laros is not messing around. He is going full pain train here onto WizK. Gates are open. One of these teams going to be moving to the upper bracket finals and one will be sent to the lower bracket, which is not where you want to be. Let's see which one it is after this one. Dalaran Su is a nice small map. F-Tier once again getting aggressive very early on here, Sid.
Love that Vortex. It's stopping Sol and it's stopping Shaz from getting in there with Laros, but Laros is just single-handedly killing WizK at the moment. Sol gets there. He's getting knocked up in the air using that stone form to remove some dots and reduce some pressure on himself, also to get some intellect as he is going to be boosting his damage with that during his big burst window. Laros is getting destroyed right now. It's game 5. You double your money. You guarantee yourself a medal, and you make it to the semifinals for North America. Who is going to take it? This is a game that could end almost instantly or go the distance. Every single second is going to count.
Yeah, Laro's going to be using that Blade Storm, making sure it's getting caught in a stun out of line of sight. I really like that. He really hesitated going down because he realized what was going to happen. But with that Blade Storm, it allowed him a lot of freedom and flexibility to get back in line of sight of Shaz. Ultimate Penitence is going to be cast out. Oh, it gets ranged. Oh, no, Shaz is going to get that off. That would have put his team in such a good spot, but they all ranged the cast. And unfortunately, he's not able to get it off. And now he's just so far behind. Sol's in trouble.
Everybody's dying on their side. Big shield comes through. I think that was the premonition onto Laros from that Oracle Hero talent tree. Laros is leaping over. Absurge is rooted downstairs by Sol. Sol is trying to march through the pain and get a kill here onto WizK. Laros is doing work, but Big Heal comes in. That's the lay on hands. Absurge is using that very early, hopefully so you can see a second one. Sol gets low here with a cycle on Shaz. He trades his Astral Shift immediately. Laros doesn't have that same luxury, though. His Enraged Regeneration is 50 seconds away, and he's still pushing the pace, but his team can't keep up, and this reckless abandon from Laros could cost them the game.
Let's see what happens. They're all over WizK. Absurge forced to trade out his trinket. There's no lay on hands for quite some time. I don't think we're going to see a second one on this map. Here comes the Ultimate Penitence. Big damage coming in from F-Tier onto the move, but Peekaboo kind of shrugs off that attack. WizK once again just going to reposition across the entire map, but he is getting absolutely destroyed. Might have to trade out the Dispersion. He's just going to try to line of sight. Sol shutting down Peekaboo a little bit with that Lightning Lasso. Full stun now onto Absurge, and pressure is sky high for F-Tier.
Oh, barrier down here, but the double fear pulls him out of it. Full cycle onto Shaz. Peekaboo is setting up, getting bleeds, getting ready for the next stun lock onto his opponents here, but he's a bit worried about going behind the box. WizK's positioning has been so good. He's just running cross map, jumping downstairs, so Thunderstorm's not a big deal. Really utilizing that freedom, even in these close quarters, to be able to escape. I love this. Sol's forced into Burrow. They stun Laros at the same time. Nice pummel on that Void Torrent from Laros in this position. Peekaboo's trying to come back and pressure Laros away, but he walks into a double shockwave. Sol leaps back into the fight as he was feared, but Laros is dying. He's getting shredded. Void Shift. Sol could just die. He drops down a grounding totem in desperation, and Peekaboo is ripping it. He fakes the kick. He gets the clone. He forces the trinket. Peekaboo is on fire.
Yeah, he's doing a great job to make a swap, though, and get the survival instinct. So Peekaboo's not going to have that defensive cooldown in the future, but F tier has burned through so much of their critical defense. It's going to be difficult for them to continue to make this push, but Laros just does not care. He is pushing the pace of the game, but WizK swats him away. He's got a big damage. Mind Flay Insanity is going to be channeled out here by WizK at the same time. Laros is back on target. Blessing Protection has to trade here for Absurge. They're just kiting circles around the map once again, and this is the best way you can play the map. If you are that caster that's being trained, just run on the outskirts of the map. Keep dragging them and allow Peekaboo to get crowd control on Shaz. Get all this damage that we're seeing from Peekaboo onto Laros and Sol.
Oh, big shockwave on Peekaboo, but Laros is just keeping up the chase on the Shadow Priest. I wonder if that's a mistake, if maybe they should be attacking the Feral Druid a little bit more, but that's insane cleave damage that Absurge has to deal with now. Peekaboo diffuses it, a Maim Stun, looking for a Cyclone, gets it onto Sol. That's going to buy breathing room for Absurge. Absurge is trying to reposition. He doesn't want to get cleaved, I think, on this staircase, but Shaz is in the backline. Peekaboo jumps over. He's looking for a bash. They silence Sol. He Stormforms, but he VT fears himself. He can't stop the clone. Now he's in a Hammer of Justice from Absurge, but Peekaboo gets knocked away from the Thunderstorm. Excellent play there from Sol. Now he's looking to reconnect. Laros is still ramping. Avatar is up. Recklessness is up. Stormbolt over onto WizK. Big damage is coming in from that Surging Totem of Sol as well, and they're really pushing the pace to try and get that dispersion. Absurge's mana is looking dicey in this position. And he really wants to be ahead of Shaz at this point, but it's way too close for their team. WizK's trying to reposition. Kiting Sol off into the corner. Baiting Shaz. Nice Typhoon by Peekaboo. Knocking Sol off the side for a moment as he's making his way back. Rake Stun on Laros. Big ramp. Shaz is in a stun. He paint ups into a Repentance. Laros could die through paint up. It's a lot of damage. He's down at 20%, just throwing caution to the wind. He's going for the kill. He doesn't care. He's trading whatever he's got to stay on target. It's all or nothing for F tier.
Yeah, Laros is in so much trouble. 10% health. Shaz with no defense left connects a big penance powered shield, but at the same time, Sol is just getting low. Peekaboo on both targets. A full Maim Stun lands. The move, they want this win. They want to stay alive in the upper bracket, and they are looking good to do so. WizK just needs to stay alive. This pressure is completely overwhelming. Shaz just does not have the healing to keep him alive. He cannot sustain. Finally, a penance power shield lands. Sol stays alive, but I don't know for how much longer.
Oh, another Entropic Rift. Big Shadow Crash. Sol is fully dotted. WizK's fully loaded and ready to roll into the semifinals for North America. Barrier comes down in a last-ditch effort. Peekaboo's feared off into the corner, but look at the mana. Shaz has nothing. Sol is so low. It's game 5. Full clone from Peekaboo secured. Sol desperate. Lassos against silenced by WizK. Peekaboo is there for the stun. He's chomping. Absurge is there for the Hammer of Justice, and Sol is looking to fall. How on earth is he alive right now? He trades up the Stone Bulwark. Big powered shields come through. Sol is defying all odds against this moment in time right now. I cannot believe that he's alive. Peekaboo is getting torn apart, and somehow they're turning this back.
This is an incredible series. Ultimate Pennant, and it's up in 5 seconds for Shaz. If he can get that off, he could turn the tide of the fight. Somehow, Sol stays alive. Peekaboo is low. Absurge is almost completely tapped on mana. At this point in the game, the Astral Shift trades. There is the Ultimate Penitence, and all of the move is going to run and hide. Peekaboo's in bear form right now, burning through pretty much every single one of his defensive cooldowns, and F tier is unafraid. They're keeping up the chase, and Peekaboo could easily fall.
Oh, he's ducking for cover right now. WizK has no dispersion. Peekaboo blew every defensive. Absurge has 0 mana. Enrage regen comes up in 12 seconds. Sol has no defensives. He's lassoing Peekaboo, but now he's into a Hammer of Justice. Shaz dispels, but he hits a VT. He's feared into the corner, and Laros is still just trying to go for the kill. They have to finish this fast. Shaz can't keep this game going. He's trying to heal with Atonement. He's using whatever mana efficient heals he's got, but dampening is so high, it's just not even moving their health bars. Laros trades up the wall. He's got Archangel. Shaz has a couple of flash heals left in his mana bank, but Sol goes down, and the move, baby, that is the move. They do it. 3-2.
I can't not believe it. I mean, the move, they played this one out expertly. This composition that F tier has crafted is really good at running down Shadow Priest, but the move, the way they positioned, WizK and Absurge did such a good job with their defense and their kiting, the Blessing of Freedoms, the feathers, and of course, Peekaboo just backing him up with cyclones and damage. It's a really well-played series.
Oh my god. This was so back and forth in game 5 here, man. If you're the move, like you're down on a disconnect, you're on match point, it's like you're fighting against a team that's leveled up so much throughout the season, but they found the strat. WizK with expert positioning, an entire team effort in this moment at the end of the game. Everybody was involved for this kill because there's 0 mana to keep going, and they were just all in great positions to find crowd control and then ultimately finish off the game. and find the win. So really well done to the move. They've improved, even despite all the naysayers, even despite all the haters saying like, what are you doing? Get off this Feraldur. This is never going to work, man. Like, play mains, play RPS. And that criticism always bounces back and forth every season of the AWC. But the move stick to it despite all of that chatter in the background. And they managed to do it. They're in the semifinals for North America. They're going up against Welcome to the JUNG. They're the favorites for North America. F tier, they're going down to the lower bracket. They've got to fight the Silk Tigers. And the Silk Tigers have been looking better and better as they were able to get out of that gauntlet beating Liquid. So this is no team to pass up.
I am muted. Okay, I was so excited. I muted my microphone. The move here, they said that they were going to locked in, and they certainly did that for this series. Incredibly well done. We see those final moments right there as they closed out that series. F tier, they're not out of it just yet. You could tell how much both of those teams really wanted it, and they're still in it. They still have a chance. But F tier, they've got a difficult road ahead of them as well. Like you mentioned, Sid, Silk Tigers is a team that's going to put up a challenge for sure.
Yeah, they've got the Feral Druid compositions that have been really rough for them. They've got Ceralium, who's looking on fire. You know, he's getting back into form after we saw him competing with his former teammates. Unfortunately, they kind of got slaughtered in that matchup. They didn't really have an answer, but this matchup, I think, is likely going to be a lot more favorable for them with how polished they looked in the gauntlet. So every single series is absolutely wild, and we're actually going to see Welcome to the JUNG, the move. I'm sitting here, that was so epic. I actually thought that was the end of the day. I'm just like, oh, nope. That was the last series. And it's actually not. This is the end of the day. Welcome to the JUNG against the move.
Yeah. I mean, this is going to be a big game. We've seen this play out in the past, and it's been really back and forth between these two teams, but I'm expecting just an all-out mirror match, which would be a really great way. I mean, you have two Titan teams. They've been playing phenomenal season. They're in the semifinals, and the winner of a potential mirror match, that's my guess, is going to make it to the finals, which I think is very fitting.
Yeah, if you look at the record between these two teams, the Move versus Welcome to the JUNG. Welcome to the JUNG has won 3 times, whereas the Move has won 1. So they've faced each other quite a bit, and like you guys were saying, pretty even between these two teams. A lot of parallels that you could draw. And the Move, they're going to be riding that momentum into this series, the last one of the day as well. Winning this one is going to put you in a really nice position and set you up for success for tomorrow. You're going to be able to sit there in the finals for North America and just kind of watch all the other teams battle it out in the lower bracket. So very, very important match coming up here. A lot is on the line, and like we've been saying, it's an expensive loss as well, just because the price will just keep going up the higher and the deeper that you go into the bracket. So stick around. We're going to head to a break. It's Welcome to the JUNG versus the Move up next for our final series of the day. series of the day here for North America. We are sending yet another team down to the lower bracket, and it's going to be either Welcome to the Jung or the Move. We saw the Move just win a very, very close series against F tier, and then Welcome to the Jung, Azale. They're kind of doing what they always do and going pretty undefeated throughout the day here.
Yep, they're looking really strong. Came in, dominate the first series. Last one was really close between the Move and F tier. Even though obviously there was that one DC game, just even the wins from the Move were so close. So that was a pretty stressful series, I think, for them. And now I'm really excited to see how they're gonna look against Welcome to the Jung, because I felt like these are the two favorites coming into the NA Grand Finals, and it's looking like that's the case.
Yeah. Certainly, here we are, last series of the day, two the best teams in North America facing off against each other. I wonder if we can take a quick look at the predictions that we have for the casters on desk, Ben, because I say this every time. I'm becoming a broken record, but it really is getting hard to predict. I'm having a hard time today.
Well, I mean, you got two of the best teams in the region. Okay, we both had the same thing, same idea. Okay, we're all going in favor of the Move. I mean, that miracle run, that's actually a bit surprising. I know the Move's coming off a big win. They also won the 4th cup. So
I'm shocked I'm the only one that was predicting Welcome to the Jung, because I feel like it's very close.
It definitely is close, but for me, it's like recency bias. Like the Move has been looking better recently, So
you just watched them win a series, and the series that was 3-0'd by Welcome to Jung, that was like an hour ago. I mean,
no, I mean even in Cup number 4,
yeah.
When these two teams met in Cup number 4, was the Move that came ahead in the mirror match. So it's like that's putting me slightly in favor of them. And we'll see what happens. Though I mean, Welcome to the Jung, they are an absolute beast of a team.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like over the years, they've met so many times, these players. And I do feel like historically, yes, it's not the exact same roster, but when you're thinking back to like Luminosity era and all that, it's like traditionally, those are the guys who won the vast majority of the matchups, not just against the Move, against literally everyone in North America. So, maybe I'm looking a little bit more at history, but I definitely think they could get it done.
I'm kind of with you. I was going to say, Azale, I mean, I was talking about the record that these two teams have with each other this season. It's the Move 1-3 versus Welcome to the Jung, meaning that Welcome to the Jung has beat them 3 times, whereas the Move have only beat them once. So if you do look at that historically, you would think that Welcome to the Jung would take this. Personally, I did it based off of just like the momentum. I feel like we've seen how many times, especially today, if you look at like ILTU, for example, how getting those wins in a row can be so advantageous. But Welcome to the Jung, I mean, they've been kind of sitting on the sidelines watching the Move play, so I'm sure that they are kind of prepared for the Move leading into this series.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be exciting. You said it, it's 3-1 as far as series score, but mostly the series that, Welcome to the Jung is winning are pretty one-sided. So they're actually 11-4 up in game score. So, outside of the one series that they did lose, which was a 3-2, I believe, they won every other series like 3-0 or 3-1. So, a lot of the previous series have obviously been pretty dominant, but at the same time, Peekaboo obviously ramping up on the feral, so they've been getting better. So maybe it's not like a 1-to-1 comparison, but I mean I think it's going to be really, really close. I'm very excited for it because I feel like whoever wins this, I would not be shocked at all to see it just be a rematch in the finals between the two teams. So I think it's a really important match to kind of give you a lot of momentum and confidence against who's probably your biggest competition.
Yep, certainly could. If you're watching from home, get those predictions in right now, though. Seeing as it's the Move, I feel like I could kind of guess which way chat is swinging. They have been the favorite to win by chat. Yep, 2.5 million versus the 1.8 million points. So honestly, not as uneven as you would think. So it seems like they're kind of reflecting us here on the casting desk. But we're heading into the series soon. Peekaboo having power problems, working on it. Gotcha. Okay. I mean, as per our rule book, they are allowed to take a little bit of a delay timer. So like I was saying, get those predictions in, and we will get those players ready to go as soon as possible. But we know how important also leading into game number 1 and these types of when teams are so close to each other, and we know that it's going to be a pretty close series, how important that blind pick can be and how important winning game number 1 is as well.
I definitely want to cross your T's and dot your I's going into game number 1. It's a momentum thing. I feel like we're going to see a mirror match. Like my guess is we will see a mirror match. So it's just going to be the Feral Shadow Priest Paladin for every single game. can see here, some of the statistics for the move, and they have really been favoring Peekaboo on that Feral Druid. So by far, most of their games have been played with that. Earlier on in the season, they did play WizK on Warlock a little bit. They played a little bit of DK, mostly Peekaboo on Rogue. But once they kind of realized the strength of Feral Druid, Peekaboo fully committed. And Supet's mentioned it earlier in the day. A lot of people were kind of hating on Peekaboo, saying that he's not doing a good job on the Feral, like he doesn't know how to play, but kind of stuck with it. He rose to the top of the solo shuffle ladder, just grinding it out, putting in a lot of work, and it's definitely paid off for them. See, welcome to the JUNG. They are a very interesting team because they basically came in with different compositions for almost every cup. In cup number 1, it was all about the Affliction Warlock, Assassination Rogue Discipline Priest, which carried them to almost a win. They did lose in the finals. They got reverse swept, but they were looking like a very dominant team. Cup number 2, they bring in the Feral Frostmage Paladin. They go 10-1 and get a cup win there. And then the next cup, they just switch it up again, bring in the Shadow Priest. They just won with the Mage, but they just completely abandoned it. Now they're playing Shadow Priest only, and they have an insane record. I mean, 21-4. This team is insane at World of Warcraft. Like, let's just be honest. They're not a team that really puts themselves out there in terms of being a big personality and streaming. They just really focus on the games, and they kind of let the results speak for themselves.
I'm curious, Ben, when we first saw this team welcome to the JUNG early on form, did you expect them to do this well? Is this a team that you thought would make it all the way to the end here?
Well, I mean, just when you look at the names, right? Like Drake and Prev, absolutely dominant over their career. I mean, I don't know. They have I want to say 12, 13 first place finishes in tournaments, which is incredibly impressive. And then we have Zhang, who we kind of got to see for the first time, really make a name for himself last season. And he had a really impressive performance as a healer, specifically on the Shaman. He's been playing mostly just Holy Paladin and Discipline Priest for this one, but I think he's been an amazing addition to the roster. And then, of course, Nick. Nick has been one of those players who really hasn't had the tournament success you would think. He has played the Frost Mage, and obviously they had an insane record with that. I think it was 10-1 playing that composition. Mm-hmm. Look at that, 91% win rate there on the Frost Mage. Very impressive. And he doesn't even play, so he's kind of like the secret weapon on the bench when they need him, but he's an incredible player, multi-classer. I think he's gotten rank 1 on every single class in the game on different roles, so he's definitely a gamer.
Bit of a contrast as well. We were talking about F tier in the last series on how they've kind of had a slow burn. They've sort of been ramping up and getting better and better ever since we've seen them. Whereas I feel like Welcome to the JUNG, in contrast, kind of immediately started winning those games. They reminded me of the early days of Kawhi, being able to immediately find that success, which is difficult. It's not something you often see, Asdale, I feel like, in this kind of environment, because you've got teams like The Move, you've got teams like Team Liquid, like Echo, that have been playing together for so many years. So to be able to find a roster that instantly finds success like Welcome to the JUNG is so rare.
Yeah, I mean, I absolutely agree, right? It is such a knowledge-based game, such an experience-based game, and when you can have a team that can kind of just come together and immediately have it work, it is really, really impressive. Because I know, from my experience competing a lot, and I'm sure Ben can echo the same, even when you're playing with, going from playing with one top player to another top player, the expectations and the playstyles can be so different that it can be really, really hard. Especially, I always found when you're playing with a different healer, right? Even if you're playing with someone else who's equally as good, they will expect you to kite a certain way. The other person will expect you to kite a different way. They're going to expect you to respond first, while the other guy might be the one who wants to use his cooldowns first. And all these things take a while to work out and to get, really, really down pat. Because not overlapping cooldowns, being perfectly coordinated, that is so much of what success is at that super high level. So anytime you can have a roster swap and have it click like that right off the bat, I think it's really rare, and it is definitely a pretty amazing thing.
All right, well, we're going to see them capitalize on that rarity right now heading into this series. Sounds like Peekaboo's lights are back on. Welcome to the JUNG versus The Move here in game number 1, last series of the day before moving into Championship Sunday.
All right, here we go. 2 Titan teams at the end of the series. One of them will be in the finals for North America, the grand finals. Lots on the line for this one. I'm expecting a mirror match in the blind pick. That Shadow Priest Feral Paladin has been the most prominent composition for both of these teams. The last time these teams met, it was The Move that came out ahead, but welcome to the JUNG. They've definitely been putting up numbers and overall have a better score in their history.
Yep, exactly. 11-4 in welcome to the Jung's favor so far this season of the War Within AWC. Of course, that is across the 4 cups, and yeah, Peekaboo obviously putting a lot of time to learn that Feral. Did really get comfortable on it and was able to beat them in that 4th cup. So this is going to be a really exciting one. Hopefully, no more power issues for Peekaboo, and we can have a smooth series going on into it. But we are taking a little bit of time to start this, so I'm assuming that there may be some sort of a little issue. We'll let you know as soon as we find out any additional information, but a lot of pressure for players, and definitely having to deal with any sort of tech issues in these kind of things can be really frustrating, and also can kind of take you out of like the mindset and the focus you need to really have to perform, I think, at the best level. So it's definitely unfortunate.
Yeah, sounds like we are actually remaking that game. They one of the players, not sure which side, DC'd before the gates opened, which means that we are allowed to remake that game. So we're going to get those players in there as soon as possible, Ben.
Yep. And I mean, these teams want to make sure that they're fully loaded up. Like we mentioned, just so important you're in the right headspace going into a matchup like this. I mean, the stakes are at the absolute highest. The only higher stakes is going to be tomorrow when one of these teams plays for that championship title. But this is the big one. I mean, both these teams in a prime position to make it to those finals. It's been a really rough road. I mean, if you look at the journey of these two teams to make it to the spot, it's been rough for the move. Like, they were not looking good in their early games. I mean, you could say it's because of a lot of things going on outside of the game, having to travel, being sick. That's certainly the case. But for Welcome to the Jung, they've just been looking good every single cup. They've been looking dominant, going toe-to-toe with the best teams. When you look at like their match history, their way through the upper bracket, it's always like a 3-0, a 3-0, a 3-0, maybe a 3-1. But they've just been kind of owning every team. They put in the work. They war game like no one else. Move is going to have to really step up to the challenge here if they want to go toe-to-toe against Welcome to the Jung.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Drake has just been killing it on this Feral Druid. He's 25-5 coming into today as far as his win-loss, which is pretty insane. And then they just 3-0'd, so I guess he's 28-5 at that point, which is definitely a ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous record that he has been able to perform at. But, both teams obviously have a tremendous amount of experience. They have the ability to kind of rise to the occasion. And I always find in moments like this, a lot of it can just be about like who's kind of better on the day, like who's actually really feeling it, who's able to fake more of those interrupts, make things happen, be that kind of playmaker for the team. Because mirror matches can be kind of interesting. Mirror matches sometimes are very different than, any other matchup in the game, because it's like you could have a team that's, better at every other matchup in the game, but like always loses mirror matchups, right? And you can have sometimes vice versa. So I always find it really interesting to see the comparison. You obviously played like a lot of RMP and stuff back in the day, and like RMP mirrors were such a big thing. And I feel like this is kind of that similar idea where it doesn't always indicate how you'll do in other matchups, but like it can just be such a unique skill set because both teams have the exact same tools, and it comes down to like who can kind of utilize them better and deny what your opponent wants to do.
Comes down to a lot of repetition too, like just making sure you're wargaming, getting in as much practice as possible. And that's one thing Welcome to the Jung is very good at. Like a lot of the time when a new build comes up and the servers come up at like 10 a.m. or whatever, they're on immediately. All three of them are on the tournament realm, trying out new classes, wargaming other teams, which is not something that a lot of teams really do. I definitely feel like they're the most practiced team in this tournament, and that gives you a big edge. So if they've had like a practice partner where they've been able to play the Feral Shadow Priest Paladin mirror matchups, they've been able to evolve their strategies. It is really, really important. Whereas for the move, if they haven't had that same kind of practice, it's going to be difficult because you don't know. Sometimes, like you said, the mirror matchup will evolve. Targeting changes, just adapting to all the different situations, knowing who you can go after at certain times, who you want to put your crowd control on. All those things really do matter, but it looks like we are going to be getting this game underway. 14 seconds until game number 1 does open here, Azale.
So if you are wondering, it is Giants that is going to be playing the Feral instead of Peekaboo. So Peekaboo continuing to have some of those power issues, I'm assuming. So they are locked on their comp. They couldn't swap comp, but it has to be a different player coming in here playing that Feral. So we'll see how comfortable they can look in this one. Definitely going to make things a lot more difficult for the move.
Yeah, definitely. We'll see. We haven't seen too much of Giants just yet. He's going to be sitting in that cat form right now, sitting back. Let's see what he decides to do. Looks like they are going to open up on a WizK. Giants just not feeling too confident to open up just yet. Maybe just stalling for time at this point, trying to buy Peekaboo more time to get back into the game and just delay as much as possible here in this Grand Arena. Drake, though, going for a full Cyclone. It looks like they are just going to be going after WizK, full guns ablaze, getting out as much pressure as they can, and WizK might be forced into an early dispersion.
Yeah, Giants is not even opening, so it kind of feels like they're just FFing a little bit, to be honest, because he's still just sitting in stealth in the gate. So I don't know if he's going to participate or what exactly is going on, but it does look like he's just going to stealth the other side. So I think that they are, unfortunately. I think. Wow, he's setting up his keybinds. He doesn't have keybinds ready.
Yeah, so definitely not an ideal situation here for the move, and welcome to the Jung.
Yeah.
He's going to be happy. But if, like, this is actually a really important game, like, it's kind of, like, in my mind, it's not really realistic that they're going to win here with Giants. They just don't think they have the practice to go toe-to-toe with the team like welcome to the Jung, especially with Giants just setting up his keybinds. But I think one thing they can realistically do is just try to buy as much time as possible here in this game number one, so that Peekaboo can get back on and they can run, their main composition with their main players.
Yeah. Hopefully he can figure out what's going on with power, or maybe like go to like a LAN center or something. Find some way, go to a friend's house to maybe be able to kind of continue playing this out, because that would obviously be pretty devastating if that is the way that the move does end up losing. Of course, for Welcome to the Jung, they obviously do not have to wait. They are going to be trying to close this out. I would think as fast as they can, but we'll see exactly how they want to play this.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. WizK going for a little bit of a Dark Ascension here. Absurge has been burning through quite a bit of his mana. Zhang, Prev, and Drake just pushing in here, trying to get the damage rolling on both targets. Inevitably, dampening will ramp higher and higher, but typically it's not the Shadow Priest that is the target in the early stages of this match. You do need a little bit of dampening to actually take them down. A lot of the pressure from this matchup comes out from actually hitting multiple members of the team, including the Feral Druid. Or Repentance does land here. I don't know if WizK is going to be able to survive. It gets interrupted, and Drake and Prev and Zhang once again just pushing the pressure, and Giants still just kind of sitting in stealth. So I wonder exactly what the thought process is here. Like, if Giants actually doesn't have a single keybind available, why are they waiting for so long?
Right? Like, you have to have some keybinds. There's just no way. Even if you just bind a couple things, and spam Cyclone, you could probably make it go longer. He does end up opening with Pounce, but I don't think he used any other abilities, really. So just going to be running back behind the pillar, and Giants just looking to run away and maybe go for a re-stealth or something. I'm not really sure. But WizK, does have his Disperse back. Absurd, though, being focused, has no bubble, had to use his last spot there. Does have Trinket, but not a lot of tools to keep himself alive here, and the AoE pressure is, of course, beginning. Giants now being involved by Drake, who is out there trying to get him dotted up as well. Survival Instincts, Barkskin, both going to be popped here by Giants. Absurge just trying to keep them alive for as long as he possibly can. Of course, you have no real hope of winning this game, and as you said, you're just kind of trying to buy time for Peekaboo to come back and hope that he can get his internet or his power situation figured out, and that they can have as much of a real series as they can have from there. But Giants is at least involved, and we'll see if they can force anything. Zhang Bahia is going to have to use the wing, so they are at the very least going to get that, but Absurge obviously already in a really tough spot.
Yeah, they're running out of time. 4 minutes have elapsed at this point in the game, but I do think that this is just a stall tactic here for the side of the move, just trying to buy as much time as possible. Absurge is going to be going for a Tears Deliverance, just trying to keep his team in the fight, but Giants does get caught into a stun. As a renewal, might need to get, is in bear form, so make himself as durable as possible. Void Shift comes in from WizK. Flash Shields come out, but it looks like Welcome to the Jung will be able to close this one out at about 4 minutes and 30 seconds into the first game. Very unfortunate start here for the move.
Yeah, so we'll see if Peekaboo is going to be back. They're just going to keep playing it out, because again, if you're just trying to buy time, then who cares? If it's a 3v2, if it's a, it doesn't really matter. Your goal does remain the same here. So WizK and Absurge just going to continue to try to buy some time and hope that Peekaboo can come back. Giants, of course, obviously was not planned to play the Feral. The reason that he was on that Feral there is because Peekaboo did load into the first game with the team, and once the compositions have been spotted, the compositions are locked. They were allowed to change player, but not comp. So, Giants couldn't come in on a character that he already had set up. He had to come in on a Feral Druid, and that is, of course, why he didn't have the keybinds. That is, of course, why, clearly he wasn't really participating in this game. Just so those of you who know, it's not like, they were planning on having Giants play a Feral Druid and he just didn't know how to play or forgot his buttons or something. It's nothing like that. It's just basically a stall tactic. They either had to FF game 1 or put Giants on the Feral Druid, try to buy some time. So that's what they decided to do. And it is, of course, still going to be a win for Welcome to the Jung, but we'll see if Peekaboo is back and ready for game number 2.
Yeah, not too much to really go off of off that game number 1.
Break that one down for
recap.
me.
Yeah. Yeah, Welcome to the Jung, just basically trying to close the game out as fast as they can. But we're all just hoping Peekaboo can, of course, get his power back and is going to be able to play here in this second game. But we'll have to wait and see exactly what goes down. Yeah, what are your thoughts on that one, Sale? Because I don't really have anything to say.
My thoughts are it's really unfortunate for the move, right? Especially when you already had one power outage or internet outage or whatever it was earlier. I know that, for me, I would be super tilted, right? It can be really, really tough. And the game is so mental. All these players are obviously incredibly good. They're more than good enough to be able to win the entire thing. So a lot of it does come down to, just mental and can you kind of deal with some of these difficult situations? These are the rules. This is the way it works. That's just kind of the way it goes sometimes. And it's the nature of online gaming, right? You can't infinitely give restarts because people could just abuse that. There's no real way to tell, is something a power outage, is it not? Of course, in this case, we know that Peekaboo is not going to be faking it. There's no sort of advantage to be gained. But if you were allowed to give resets for any time someone DC'd, start losing a game, you alt F4, okay, I want to reset, So it's a tough situation for the move. I just hope that they can kind of stay even keel, and I hope that Peekaboo can have no more map issues or power issues, and that they can get back and we can have a good series.
Yep, me too. Ashman's Fall going to be game number 2 here. The move just locking in right away in that draft pick. So the fact that they just locked it in right away makes me feel like they're ready to go, ready to get this game underway. Welcome to the Jung. Might take a moment here and decide their composition, but I do think it's just going to be this matchup for the entirety of the series. And the move, I mean, they had to come back in that last series. It was the same story, right? Peekaboo DC'd right as the gates opened. They weren't able to get that reset, and F-Tier was able to take Peekaboo down. So they just got to, like you said, it's a lot about mental fortitude, keeping up positive spirits, because if you're going into the game negative and you're already really frustrated,
it's really
already
hard.
You've already kind of lost the game. So the move, I think they are a team that is very positive in general. I mean, obviously, being content creators, Peekaboo is always super happy. He's always really, really upbeat, and I think that's what you really need in this situation. You need someone to kind of keep everyone's spirits positive, because, like you mentioned, they've been working pretty much the entire season to get to this moment. To have it come down to disconnects would be really unfortunate.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Peekaboo is such a good vibes type of streamer too. I really enjoy watching his stream. I think that's why so many people enjoy watching his stream. So I feel like he's going to be probably pretty unfazed and just come in, no problem. Let's play it out. So hopefully they can do that, as best as they possibly can. And just kind of shrug it off and see if they can, battle it back from this position. It's obviously still a very winnable series. We are waiting on the comp lock-in here for the move, and that's when we'll probably find out if it is going to be Peekaboo again, or if they're going to have to try something with Giants. Of course, if it is with Giants again, my assumption would be that they would not play the same comp, that they would have to play, whatever it is that Giants is already kind of prepared on and already has set up. So we will see if that is going to be the case. He hasn't played any games that I can see so far in this season with the move, so I'm not really sure exactly what he has been practicing with the team, or if they have really been practicing with him at all. But you would hope that they would at least be able to kind of give it a go with a more real comp, if that is the case. But Peekaboo's there, so it looks like he's locked in, so hopefully no more issues and we can just have a good old-fashioned mirror match.
Good old-fashioned mirror match. No problems, all gameplay. That's what I want to see here.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, both these teams have really put on such a show for us throughout the season. That's all we want. We just want to see the gameplay between these two teams. both of them Titans experts, and it looks like the move will be fully powered up here with Peekaboo on the Feral Druid. They were able to stall out enough time in that game number 1. He's back. They are down 1-0, but I've seen the move come back from worse, so they're certainly not out of it yet.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is a team that has reverse swept a bunch of times, right? So, and they just had one game dropped in the previous series from the same thing, and then won that series. So it's definitely winnable, but it is tough. And Welcome to Jung are obviously incredibly difficult competitors. Were you a fan of mirror matches? I'm kind of curious. I don't know if I ever asked you this. Like, did you enjoy mirror matches, or did you enjoy not playing mirror matches more?
I mean, when I was playing RMP way back in the day, I feel like that was the only thing my RMP was good at. We were only good at winning mirror matchups, and we were bad at against every other comp. So, I enjoyed it.
Love the mirror matches. I feel like we were the opposite. I feel like I was garbage in RLS mirrors, but I felt like I was better than the other RLSs against the cleaves and stuff like that. So I always hated playing mirror matchups. Plus, I always feel like people judge your skill so much by mirror matchups, you know?
Yeah, that's all that matters. Like, even if you're, even if you win the mirror, you're the better team, even though that's not necessarily the case.
Yeah.
But a lot of it just comes down to reps. Like, I think for myself, my own team, we just had so much experience in those games. Like, the thing we practiced the absolute most, because it was the thing we cared about the most, is just winning the mirrors. So maybe we lacked practice in other ways, but we'll see. I mean, these two teams, they've been really back and forth in this mirror so far. The move won the last one. They've kind of leveled up. I feel like they were a little bit behind in terms of strategy, but the move is a team that learns really, really quickly. So we'll see if the Welcome to the Jung has kind of changed strategy. They've evolved this matchup, or if the move is going to be able to go toe-to-toe.
Yeah, this is going to be hype. Peekaboo is back. He's in there, opens up on Prev, but he did get Hodge, and he's very far away from Absurge, so no Dispel on the Hodge. Peekaboo going to have to charge back in onto Prev, see what damage he can get done. PI comes out. He's looking for the clone. Is going to be able to land it, and they're to come back and look to attack Drake here, who is pushed pretty far up, and Drake has already lost his trinket, as has Prev, but on the other side, the trinkets were traded out as well. Full clone now onto Peekaboo as that stun comes in onto Prev, and Jang behind now looking to push in further here, trying to reposition up on this further up pillar. Peekaboo's going to knock him off the pillar, though. WizK, unfortunately, is cloned up, though, so we can't really take advantage of it to get too many dots, too much damage out there. And Nabsurge now over on the other side is going to get feared off by Prev, as Prev and Drake are trying to get the damage rolling on Peekaboo. And WizK, it feels like they have an early lead.
Definitely does. Good pressure out so far. Zhang Bahai does recover his team, and they have a lot of pressure on Peekaboo. He's caught into a Cyclone. Peekaboo going forward, looking for a Maim Stun. Zhang immediately trinkets out of that, lands a counter Hammer of Justice into a Searing Glare. Great crowd control incoming. Peekaboo gets rebuked. Zhang is doing such a good job denying Peekaboo. I really like those plays on Paladin. You can see Absurge is struggling to deal with this damage.
Yeah, it is really difficult. Prev, though, getting incredibly low. The Disperse is going to be forced. And a nice instant clone there coming out from Peekaboo. Looked like he just got that out so fast, anticipating that it was going to be coming. Hodge over onto Drake. He's at a range of Zhang Bahai, so couldn't actually get Dispelled. Absurge, though, he gets the VT Fear off the Dispel into the clone, and Peekaboo's in trouble now. Peekaboo, oh no, looks like he's DC'd again. I don't know if it's power went out or he DC'd or what exactly happened. They are waiting, so I think they're going to try to give him a little bit of time to see if he can actually get back in, but heartbreaking for the move. I do think they were a little bit behind, but still, the game was obviously anyone's.
Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of like mutual respect amongst these players as well, so I'm sure it's not going to feel good for Welcome to the Jung if they do win this series because of, these situations. Looks like Peekaboo is going to be back, which is great. Welcome to the Jung is going to give them the time. And looks like they're just going to be getting right back into the game. Drake opening up here onto WizK. Peekaboo going to be getting bleed effects over onto Prev, getting the damage rolling. But it looks like the move is a little bit on the back foot during this moment. Silence comes in as Prev's looking to set up his team.
Yeah, and we'll see if they can recover from this spot. But definitely a lot of credit deserved by Welcome to Jung. Pretty honorable play, I think, to be able to wait there. Nice clone offensively on WizK. He's low. The sacrifice is going to get negated pretty heavily. Hodge was thrown out onto Drake. Absurd trying to do what he can. Does dispel off the dots, but he's into the VT Fear as a result. And WizK still sitting quite low. Nice skull bash, though, from Peekaboo over onto Drake as he went for the clone one more time. Peekaboo trying to help turn this around. There's the Maim Stun over onto WizK as Drake's going to jump over and throw the bash down on Absurge. He's trying to get dots rolling on all the targets here. here, and Prev has pushed forward to try to do the same. Nice Skull Bash comes out on the VT though. Peekaboo interrupting him, trying to slow him down as much as he possibly can, as WizK does land the full Psychic Scream over on his Drake. It's going to get broken though by a Hammer of Wrath coming out from Absurge, and Absurge into the root, gets silenced up. Big damage thrown out onto Peekaboo. Peekaboo has got to try to retreat back. He's holding on to Survival Instincts, now going to pop it as he's under a lot of threat there. The silence was traded out as well. The move definitely on the back foot.
No doubt about it. WizK going to get feared out, though. He goes for a Master Spell on that Cyclone, freeing up Peekaboo, and now Drake is under fire. Hammer of Justice there by Absurge, backing up WizK, but WizK is taking a lot of damage. Zhang going for a Searing Glare. Going to be reducing some of that incoming damage there from Peekaboo, blinding him up, making it so all of his attacks do miss. Those Searing Glares can be really important on Paladin to extend CC chains. All three members of the move are rotting down. The pressure is sky high right now for Welcome to the Jung, but at the same time, Prev and Drake are getting low. Both teams just not holding anything back here in this second game of this series. I mean, both these healers have a lot of work cut out for them. Absurge is struggling right now as Drake has just fully loaded him up with bleed effects. He's fully dotted. Tears Deliverance, so from Absurge, should really help his team recover.
Yeah, we'll see if he's going to be able to recover. I just think such a difference so far has been that Drake has been getting over and pressuring Absurge way more than Peekaboo has been on to Zhang Bahai. And Peekaboo gets feared behind the pillar and he gets stunned up. He might just be in trouble. He goes into Bear. He's going to get Life Grip back, but Absurge is now pulled into the middle of the map. He's into the Hodge. Absurge is just in so much trouble. The fact that Welcome to the Jung are getting this third target involved has really been critical for them and is getting them a pretty big advantage at this point. Zhang Bahai, though, thrown into the fear. Can the move make magic happen? They're already down a game and they want to try to pull this one back. We'll see if they're going to be able to do it. Peekaboo in a lot of trouble. Absurge is just struggling to recover here. Peekaboo's got to try to get out of there, but he's going to get stunned. He gets bopped off immediately as WizK, Peekaboo, Absurge are fully on the run. The VT is going to get dispelled off by Absurge, and he has finally stabilized his team with the bop, with the wings, though full clone does land on a Peekaboo. Now WizK could be in some trouble. Drake looking for the clone. It's going to land on Absurge, and it looks like Welcome to the Jung want to try to push forward here. Zhang Bahai trying to stay with Drake, but Drake gets feared off into an awkward spot. Peekaboo looking for the clone. It's going to get Hodge. Can there be a dispel from Absurge? Looks like there will be, and Peekaboo now getting the Paladin involved on the other side. He's trying to get that damage rolling on all three targets, really trying to look to pull it back. Can he land the clone? Not going to be able to do it just yet. WizK on the other side, fully cloned up, and Peekaboo looks like he's just going to go down. Peekaboo will fall. Welcome to the Jung. Move us to match point. It's definitely a tough one for the move, but respect to Welcome to the Jung, allowing Peekaboo the time to get back in and battle it out.
Yeah, Prev during those final moments was able to put out a ton of damage, basically soloing Peekaboo in those final moments. Peekaboo wanted to get aggressive with a Cyclone, but he was forced into bear form and inevitably was taken down. Welcome to the Jung looking really good here in this game number 2. I feel like pressure was good for both sides, though. Like, this is a really back and forth game. I will say, like, looking at Paladin cooldowns near the end, Zhang did a really good job. He held on to, his lay on hand. So I think in terms of defensive cooldowns, he was a little bit ahead. One thing I like that Zhang was willing to do as well is he was just immediately using Blessing of Protection on the Incarnation. So Peekaboo would use his Incarnations, he'd fully load Prev up with damage, and he would just bop it off, just not allow them to get the momentum and try to just stay ahead of the pressure.
Yeah. I really thought that Drake getting Absurge involved constantly with the damage was really key too. Like, Drake would be hitting WizK, and Peekaboo was mostly hitting Prev and looking for CC on Zhang Bahai, but, sometimes there would be clones coming out from Drake, but other times Drake would just hop on over to Absurge, dot him up. Like, if he didn't have a clone DR, he'd just jump over onto him, stun him up, try to put some damage on him as well, and it felt like it was really making Absurge's job hard, because then all of a sudden, he comes out of a clone, now he's bashed, he's being hit, he has to heal himself up, we still have WizK low, and then Peekaboo's getting hit by both Prev and Zhang Bahai was constantly just throwing Hodges onto Peekaboo when Absurge wasn't always in a spot to be able to dispel it. So I just felt like Welcome to the Jung did a good job of getting that third target involved, which definitely felt like a pretty big difference to me.
It was also, Drake just completely shut down Absurge. Look at this. So he gets the Cyclone. Like, during these final moments, Drake, WizK actually hasn't saved. They both have saves here, so let's see exactly how it plays out once again. So this is where Drake rolls back. He gets bleeds up on Peekaboo, and Prev starts loading him up with damage as well. And then look at Drake. He pushes in. He gets a stun here onto Absurge, and then he goes for a full Cyclone onto WizK. And now no one can help Peekaboo. They can't access the Void Shift. So that was just a really good play there by Drake, knowing that they had the pressure onto Peekaboo, and he just had to shut down both WizK and Absurge, and they were going to get the win.
Yep. Really well played. It is a tough one, though, been whatsoever. So hopefully, you know, the move can continue to try to bounce back here. Hopefully there's no more power issues, no more DC issues that will affect him. You know, it's obviously extremely unfortunate timing for this to be happening at, you know, the most important tournament of the year, of the expansion for them thus far. So hopefully we can get a nice clean game 3 and see what the move can do. We obviously know that they're very capable of taking this series, and would love to see them have, you know, a game with no issues.
Yeah, I mean, I did that 100%. I think Welcome to the Jung wants that as well.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think for Welcome to the Jung, they're the type of players, they want legacy. Like, they just care about being the best. They don't want, like, any of their wins cheapened with, like, disconnects or anything like that.
Yeah.
So I think they want to have a fair and square game, and that's why they did wait in that second game when Peekaboo did disconnect. So I think it's important to them as well. Hopefully there's no more issues. We can just keep saying that right now. Zale, your prediction? Looking pretty good at this point.
Well, the 3-2 is not looking as good, but I mean, definitely Welcome to the Jung out to a big advantage.
Still better than us.
Yeah, I'm catching up a little bit in the predictions after the 0-5 start or whatever it was, betting against Moonkins, which was much to my regret. But we are going to be heading on into this third game here. Tigers Peak. It's a mirror match. It's Welcome to the Jung, already at match point here. Of course, if the move do lose, they are not going to be knocked out. They are just going to be knocked down to that lower bracket, so they will absolutely still have a chance to battle back and win the entire tournament. But they would like to stay in the upper bracket. They would like to get to the finals right here, right now. The winner of this series guarantees themselves at least $40,000. Of course, that $70,000 first place prize would still be on the line here, but Peekaboo immediately running out of the gates here onto Prev immediately, because she's going to trinket that and throw out the fear onto him. Peekaboo not going to be able to get dispelled until just now. Now the Hodge is going to come to follow that up. Great job there defensively by Jang Bahai and Prev.
Yeah, WizK going to be loaded up with some dots here. Going to trade out that Fireblood Rachel very early on here to try to get the damage rolling and just stay ahead. I noticed both teams, they're just willing to make the trades on those initial very powerful bleeds so they don't have to burn through mana. They don't fall behind in terms of pressure. So I like that. You don't use the cooldowns too late. You use them to just stay ahead in the matchup. Keep up your pressure. At the same time, though, Drake and Prev both getting low. Full Cyclone lands. Nicely done there by Peekaboo. This is a big opportunity for the move.
Yeah, we'll see if they can get something done here. Drake just trying to turn it around onto Peekaboo, though. Peekaboo, unfortunately, was just CC'd up through a lot of that. Does have to pop the Heart of the Wild. Obviously, the Barkskin was used about 30 seconds ago, so is a little bit behind in that regard. Just trying to stay onto Prev. Prev, nice little fake on the interrupt. Skullbash going to land on the other side, though, from Drake. He's going to get Psychic Horde as he tried to look for that full CC on Absurd, but there's a clone over on Jang Bahai as the fear comes in onto Drake, so it is a 3v1 right now onto Prev. We'll see if they can force out that Disperse. Doesn't look like it just yet. Jang Bahai trying to do his best to not have to use any cooldowns. Peekaboo thrown into the fear. Absurge has no dispel. And Drake, though, on the other side is getting quite low. We'll see if he can force a Barkskin or anything. Prev is cloned up. Drake was rotting down. Things looking pretty good for the move here. But Jang Bahai able to recover.
Yeah, still has pretty much every cooldown, too. That lay on hands, going to pay dividends at some point. WizK getting a little bit low on damage. Absurge getting caught into the bash. A full Cyclone could potentially land. Beautiful grip there by WizK, bringing Absurge out of range and out of line of sight. I really like that life grip there from WizK, denying the crowd control from Drake. That was a great play. Drake, though, still looking for the Cyclone. Manages to find it. Now turning his attention onto Peekaboo. Going to be loading him up with Rip and Rake, those bleed effects, and Peekaboo is rotting down low. But at the same time, WizK's been free. He has loaded everyone up with damage over time effects, and Prev and Drake are falling behind.
Yeah, Drake's going to get feared off of that Hodge. Finally now, Jang Bahai able to push forward and get that Dispel off onto him. Drake just trying to continue this pressure over onto WizK. It feels like he's not able to get Absurge nearly as involved as he was in that previous game. Peekaboo, though, taking quite a bit of damage. Peekaboo is going to have to potentially pull back a little bit. We'll see if he does do it. Prev now pushing forward as they get a full clone onto Peekaboo. It's going to get MD'd off by WizK. Nice job by him getting his Feral back into the game here. It's a VT Fear coming out there onto WizK. WizK popping the Dark Ascension, looking to load those dots back up on everyone he possibly can. Prev, though, free casting in the middle of the map right now. Going to get skull bashed by Peekaboo. Peekaboo looking for a clone. Who will it be on? It's going to be on Jang Bahai, and it's Drake that has to pop the Barkton. Drake getting very low. We'll see if they can force even more out from him. Peekaboo looking for another CC. Can't get it, but the silence is there on Jang Bahai, but not before the lay on hands comes out and just stops the go.
Blessing and Protection early there from Absurge. Hammer of Justice to just slow down Peekaboo, not allow him free reign with that immunity to physical effects. Pika moves forward. He stops the Hand of Divinity. Nicely done. Looking for a full Cyclone. And this is opportunities here. Drake is getting low. Big heals on WizK. Absurge makes the trade, and Drake could easily fall. The move looking to put a point on the board. Realizing he's going to survive, Peekaboo gets the offensive Cyclone, turning his attention now onto Prev. All 3 members are rotting down. Zhang has cooldowns to trade, but he is being very greedy right now. He has Blessing and Protections. He's got the Divine Shield, but he's just having full faith in his healing.
Yeah, that is actually crazy. They got no cooldowns basically from Zhang Bahai, and Drake didn't even pop Survival Instincts when he was getting that low. They just had supreme confidence that they'd be able to recover from the situation, and they were right. That greed could be paying off now as Absurge has been pulled out into the middle of the map a little bit. The Barkston's going to have to be popped by Drake. There's a silence over on Zhang Bahai. Drake is in trouble. Can they get some sort of major cooldown to be popped? Doesn't look like it. It's just the Barkston traded out. Zhang sits through everything and is going to be able to survive after it. Clone being looked for here from Drake. It's going to be a Psychic Horror to interrupt that from WizK. Drake again getting pulled back, getting rotted down. Peekaboo doing a great job on the other side. It's a full clone over on Zhang Bahai. Prev can't empty it, but Peekaboo does get feared off. Drake trying to look for the counter clones now is going to be thrown out on Peekaboo, but that one is quite DR'd, so Peekaboo will be back into the action already, and Drake is getting pulled into these awkward spots. It's pulling their Paladin out into the middle of the map. Peekaboo looking for a clone. It's going to be full onto Drake, and they're just going to keep going on this pressure, trying to get it rolling onto Prev. Both Paladins just trying to dispel dots off as much as they possibly can, but it does mean that sometimes you're going to have to sit through the CC.
Oh, Drake get a Hammer of Justice. Zhang, is he going to make the trade? Uses the Blessing of Protection, removing all of Peekaboo's bleed effects and allowing Drake to get aggressive. Looking for a Cyclone now. He finds it onto WizK. Drake turns his attention now into Peekaboo, just making sure he's keeping him honest, keeping those bleed effects up, and really helping Prev pressure him. It's all about just pressure in this match. You want to have all 3 members, dotted up for maximum damage potential here and really stress out the enemy Paladin. The Apps are just going for dispels. Zhang Bahai uses his Avenging Wrath. He's going to have a lot of healing here to keep his team alive, but Drake needs to be careful he doesn't overextend at the same time. WizK and Peekaboo are getting low. Absurge has the Divine Shield. They've got the Void Shift if they need it, but pressure is very high in favor of Welcome to the Jung.
Yeah, I'm worried for Peekaboo here. He still doesn't have his Barkston, and he has no Survival Instincts. And on the other side, Drake has both. Peekaboo's got to survive until these cooldowns do come back up. There's a bash over on WizK. There's a full clone onto Absurge. They're looking to set up a 3v1 onto Peekaboo. We'll see if they can actually make it happen. Prev is going to be bopped. Does look like he actually faded that clone. Now going to be able to Psychic Horror Peekaboo into another silence. He's triple interrupting the clones and really making things difficult. Zhang Bahai, though, is going to be thrown into a stun, and Drake finally has to use the Barkston here. Prev rotting down as well. Zhang Bahai falling behind. He's got a lot of work to do to catch up. Absurge has used this Blessing of Sacrifice to try to keep them topped, and WizK going to be able to trick it out of that clone. He wants to keep this pressure rolling. They know this is the best spot they've been in so far this game. Peekaboo, though, had to use the Barkskin there. 45 seconds until Barkskin or Survival Instincts. He's going to pop Heart of the Wild. He's trying his best to survive here as Absurge had to go into the bubble, throws down the Searing Glare onto Prev. They're trying to keep this pressure going. They know that they're falling behind as far as defensives go, but they are really ahead as far as HP is concerned right now, and we'll see if they can get something from it.
Oh, this is such a tense moment in the match. Dampening is getting high. Both of these Paladins are struggling, but both teams have cooldowns to trade. It's just about where are they going to allocate those cooldowns. Drake might just go down right now. Frenzy of Regeneration does come in. Looks like Zhang should be able to keep him alive with the Sacrifice, Heart of the Wild, Incarnation. Incarnation is a very scary cooldown, and Peekaboo has it ready to go. He gets the Cyclone. He gets the Incarnation. Drake could easily fall. Zhang Bahai is not going to be messing around, using the Divine Shield immediately just to stay ahead of the damage. He realizes Peekaboo has such a high damage potential during these moments. Unfortunately, gets shut down. A beautiful Cyclone by Drake is going to slow down the move, and Welcome to the Jung is looking to get the pressure out here onto WizK, who might be forced into the dispersion.
Yeah, WizK trying to survive, but he's going to get cloned low, and this is going to be tough now for Absurge. Throws out the Hodge onto Drake. Peekaboo is low. WizK is low. Absurge is basically tapped on mana. Zhang Bahai is ahead as far as that is concerned and has the wings rolling here. He dispels off the dots. WizK trying to make something happen with the Void Torrent. It's a nice rebuke onto Drake when he went for the clone, but WizK is in a lot of trouble. He's going to have to be bopped, and look at Peekaboo. He's feared, and he's feared behind the corner. That gets dispelled, but he's thrown right into the Hodge, and they're going to turn it around onto him. A good Repentance comes out from Absurge over onto Zhang Bahai, but it's Prev getting really low, forced into the disperse. We can see Drake is sitting low as well. He has the Survival Instincts, but he's trying to hold on to it. A Double Fear comes out from WizK. Could this be their moment to try to turn it around? He's still not using the Survival Instincts, and he's just going to go down. Drake doesn't pop the cooldown, dies with it up, and is going to get taken out. The move are back in it.
Yeah, the move, they actually did a really good job just kind of micro CCing Drake. So Drake had all the answers, but unfortunately he just couldn't access them. So a little bit unfortunate for him. WizK pushed in. He landed a beautiful Double Fear during those final moments. Peekaboo was able to get the stun out of that, but you can see here, this is where it's not looking good for the move. I actually am like, okay, Welcome to the Jung. they're looking really good. But Absurge plays it cool. He gets a nice Searing Glare. This is where Drake rolls back. They get the full stun on Peekaboo, but WizK is just left open. He gets the damage out. This full Repentance is just looking beautiful here from Absurge, and this is where WizK kind of just charges in. He realizes this is where they can win the game, and this is where they get the Fear onto Drake. So he doesn't actually have Bark Scan for 7 seconds, and unfortunately, you can't use the Survival Instincts when you're in a Fear or a stun. So he gets feared into the stun, isn't able to get off any of his major defensive cooldowns, and he's taken down. So that was just really good lockdown there by the move.
Yeah, really well played. I mean, it's just a case of finding that one moment and getting everything out of it, right? Like it felt to me that Welcome to the Jung was winning for 90% of this game or more. Like they were always ahead on defensives, they were ahead on mana. You look at the mana on Absurge at this point in the game, like this is literally your last chance. And I do think Drake just kind of greeted it out too much. You know, he didn't want to early pop that Survival Instincts, but waited too long. They get caught in the double fear. Zhang Bahaya has nothing, and they're able to finish out that kill. And definitely a really close game. Look at Prev and WizK, by the way. How long of a game that was? It's 203 to 202 million. Look at Peekaboo and Drake. 157 to 156 million. Like, that is just crazy. They're basically both doing the exact same thing the entire game. 7 minutes and 37 seconds, blow for blow, dot for dot, damage for damage. It's pretty much dead even the whole way through.
That's really, I feel like that's kind of rare to see.
Super rare.
Yeah, that's definitely really rare to see, especially in a game that is that long. It shows you how even that these teams really are. Looks like Tolvaron Arena will be the next map, and the move confidently locking in their composition once again. I feel like for both of these teams, they're going to play this composition for the rest of the tournament. No matter what happens, this is the comp. Like in the lower bracket, this is the comp. We get a rematch in the finals. This is the comp. You know, like, this is what they're playing. This is what they put most of their time and effort into. And it's been really solid, too, for both of these rosters. But welcome to the Jung. See what they decide to do here in game number 4. It is a nice, large map. But yeah, these two teams are just so incredibly evenly matched. This could definitely go either way here in game number 4.
Yep. And I mean, map, let's be honest, doesn't really matter too much in a mirror match unless two teams are trying to play very different ways. But both teams obviously having pretty much identical strategies, having pretty much identical, play styles in that last game. Just kind of slight differences here and there. It was interesting because in game 2, I really felt like Drake had a big edge in how much he was getting Absurge involved compared to what Peekaboo was doing with Zhang Bahai, but in game 3 wasn't really able to emulate the same thing, and maybe that is because the move kind of spread out the map a little bit more, pulled him back a little bit more, so Drake didn't feel comfortable to kind of hit Absurge as much as he had in the previous game. But just such an even match in that last one, coming down to the last moment there. Peekaboo landing a Vortex that gets double fear, they have the Repent out of it, and that's sometimes how WoW goes, right? It's just capitalizing on these small opportunities that can change the outcome of an entire game.
Yeah, I just want to also just give a shout out to Absurge, because I feel like Absurge today has been, the healer often doesn't get a lot of the glory, but I feel like he's done an incredible job pulling his team out of these really desperate situations, is still managing to find that offense, which is really, really important. One of the only differentials when we looked at the breakdown from the last game was actually Absurge just getting off a little bit more damage, and he was the one that found that Repentance at the end of the match to actually secure the win. So I think Absurge in general is a really offensive healer in terms of his mindset and his play, and I think he's pulled out some real miracles to keep the move alive in these tournaments today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's one of the best healers in the game, no questions asked. Both of these healers have been playing incredibly well. Both of them obviously very, very well coordinated as a team, really on the same page with how they want to play it out. And it's always fun to see people just stay so focused on their win conditions, finding ways to turn around a game even when it looks like it's a really tough spot to be in. Sometimes, when you do get behind and you are in those spots where you're close to losing, your opponents can get a little bit over aggressive. Your opponents can, overextend and give you an opportunity that wasn't earlier there. The move were able to find that. They were able to capitalize on that. And we'll see if they can do it again here and send us to a game number 5. Peekaboo charging straight on into Prev. There's the stun. He was trying to back out to maybe anticipate that Trinket Fear that Prev has been going for. Now the fear does come down. This one is not going to get dispelled from Absurge as the fear is covered by the silence there. WizK, though, pushing forward, does get a double Psychic Scream. Now the Psychic Horror thrown over onto Drake. Drake trying to get Absurge involved here. Does look for a little bit of damage over onto him. You can see Zhang Bahai going to get summed up as well. Peekaboo looking for the clone with the PI. WizK, though, cloned very low here. It's a really chaotic opening to the start game.
Yeah, Peekaboo really holding off on his incarnation, so it's interesting. They've just kind of sat back, not really popped much offense in the early stage of the game. Drake's didn't get that rolling immediately, and I kind of like the idea of getting those cooldowns rotated through faster, because, I mean, this is such a pressure-based matchup. Peekaboo's still sitting on that incarnation. He's going to have to pull the trigger soon. He gets cycloned on it immediately, and Drake is just going to run, making it really difficult for Peekaboo to actually land damage. It's a really important cooldown, and I feel like the move is a bit behind the way they played this one.
Yeah, absolutely agreed. You know, they're going to have theirs up on the other side like a full minute earlier, you know, or even about that. So it is going to be an advantage. You know, they can look to kind of continue to push. Last game almost came down to mana, so if it does again, that could be the slight difference that it takes to be able to win this game for Welcome to the Jung. Peekaboo, though, going to get back here. They're going to be looking to collapse onto Drake as Drake was getting that pressure going onto Absurge. Peekaboo now into bear form, out in the middle of the map, trying to get back here onto Prev. Does land the Skull Bash on the Shadow Tree. You can see Zhang Bahai coming out, going to get cloned up, though, and Prev starting to rot down a little bit. WizK free firing in the back line. Nice Psychic Horror onto Drake, does disrupt that clone. They have to make sure that they're stopping these clones as much as they possibly can, but there's the Skull Bash over onto the MD. Absurge dispelling the dots. Drake just jumps onto him out of that, does throw the stun on him. Now going to be a clone potentially to follow that up. Doesn't look like it comes out because the silence was there from WizK. WizK has just been disrupting Drake's pressure so much this game.
Yeah, definitely. It's been looking really good for him. Both these Feral Druids meeting in the middle of the map right now, just loading each other up with bleeds, and seems like that's a lot of the match, right? It's just a lot of the Feral Druids just putting bleeds on the other Feral, and then just trying to get control of the Shadow Priest and the Paladin as much as possible. Peekaboo lands a nice little Cyclone there onto Drake, gets the follow-up clone as well. This is allowing WizK to get a lot of damage out. I mean, Drake has not been on WizK for quite some time, and this has put them in a great position where WizK is basically just free casting. His damage is quite high, but look at the damage meter. Prev is even higher at this point, so Prev really having a good game in terms of damage. At the start of this one, we're about 2.5 minutes have elapsed. Absurge is slightly ahead in terms of mana, but I would say Zhang is slightly ahead in terms of cooldowns, as it does look like the move is getting a lot of pressure in these moments.
Yeah, and Peekaboo has his Incarn back in 5 seconds. They did survive that second Incarn you were talking about earlier from Drake, from that faster first press. We'll see when Peekaboo is going to use it now. Steps back, gets the clone. Is this the time to let that Incarn rip? There's a pre-bop, though, came out on the clone. Well played there by Zhang Bahai, knowing he would want to use that Incarn in that moment. When does Peekaboo find his opportunity to go for it? He's going to be thrown into the bash, taking quite a bit of damage here in the middle of the map. He's going to get cloned low, and they'll push in onto WizK, trying to get that rolling. Peekaboo comes out of the clone, but now he's into the fear as Absurge had used his Dispel on those dots over onto WizK. Peekaboo still holding onto the Incarn, not using it just yet, is trying to find that perfect opportunity, and it might just be right here, right now. Nice life grip, though, and the bop comes out immediately. Peekaboo does get the response. Now he's going to be thrown into a stun. Does trinket that. He wants to get so much done with this. We'll see if he can do it.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see, but he gets cloned up once again. Unfortunate, getting controlled there by Drake. Drake having a really good read on the situation, really denying what Peekaboo is able to do. Peekaboo came back for a little bit of a cheeky swap, and it was just an immediate blessing of protection. I really like the way Welcome to the Jung played that one. And now the third incarnation is going to be available here for Welcome to the Jung in about 20 seconds. That's going to give them an opportunity to pull way ahead in the match.
Yeah, we'll see if they're going to be able to do it. Peekaboo getting somewhat low here, looking for the clone. Is he going to be able to find it? Does land it over on a Zhang Bahai, trying to get the pressure rolling now onto Preb. But it's Drake that's rotting down as WizK has the split pressure going here. They're going to try to get the stun down onto Zhang Bahai. They're getting him involved as well. Prev is low. Drake is rotting. There's a silence thrown from WizK over onto Prev, trying to stop his damage. But WizK is getting low here too. He's trying to kite back. Doesn't want to use that disperse if he doesn't have to, and gets a good fear onto Drake out of LOS. Then the stun to follow it up. The clone is there as well. That one's triple DR though from Peekaboo. He's going to jump back in onto Prev. You can see Tears Deliverance getting loaded up by Zhang Bahai over on the other side. Searing Glare came out as well, and Peekaboo is getting rocked on the other side of the map. Absurge has to get back to him here, and Absurge had to use both the bubble and the wing. Silence thrown down onto WizK. He's going to get dispelled out, but does have that VT fear over on him as Drake's pushing forward. It feels like Welcome to the Jung starting to take a little bit of momentum back in this game.
Incarnation up for 30 seconds here for Peekaboo. The move, they need to win this game if they want to stay alive in the upper bracket and make it to the grand finals. A lot on the line in this one. If Welcome to the Jung can close this out, they will be our first grand finalists. Blessing Protection trades out here onto Peekaboo. Drake's in bear form, trying to tank through a lot of this incoming damage. Absolutely are pulling out miracles once again, but Zhang Bahai seems like he's way ahead in terms of cooldowns, in terms of mana. Things are looking good here for Welcome to the Jung, but that Incarnation could easily turn the tide of the fight. 3 seconds here for Peekaboo. They've already got pressure. WizK is fully ramped up. Peekaboo, he just needs to find the stun on Drake. Drake has Trinket. He's just used his Bark Skin. So if Peekaboo can roll back and get 2 stuns on Drake, they might be able to close it out, but he needs a bit more time. Massive damage incoming, but Absurge keeps him alive, and Peekaboo now can get aggressive.
Yeah, Peekaboo wants to find his moment here. Incarn's going to get popped. How much can he get done on Drake? Drake's just looking to kite it out, and Peekaboo not getting a lot done with this. Now gets cloned on the Incarn. He's getting so little value. This is devastating for the move's chances here. And over on the other side, it's going to be WizK getting cloned up. He immediately triggers it. Life grips Peekaboo back to safety, but the Incarn is expired. They got nothing done with it whatsoever, and now the move so much on the back foot. Prev is just teeing off onto Peekaboo. Peekaboo getting lower and lower, sitting about half HP as Absurge is struggling to keep up with the pressure. Drake goes in. Zhang Bahai is moving forward. They're sensing blood in the water. They're trying to finish it out right here, right now. WizK does have to use the Void Shift there onto Peekaboo, but he's not even full health. Both of them are getting incredibly low. Drake's pushing in. The Psychic Scream comes out. It's going to be instantly dispelled by Zhang Bahai. And here comes Prev. Lands the full fear onto Absurge. Peekaboo in a world of trouble, and Peekaboo gonna go down. Welcome to the Jung. Take the series 3-1. They're heading to the finals.
Yeah, they're looking really good. It's a very back and forth series, but it's very similar to what we saw in the last game where WizK was feeling confident. He pushed in, he got the double fear. In this game, it was a different story. Prev was the one that was able to push in, get that double fear, close out the match. And honestly, I feel like a lot of this game, to me, just came down to Welcome to the Jung using their Incarnation and dealing with Peekaboo's Incarnation a lot better. Peekaboo really wasn't able to get that much done. Yeah. Every time he used his Incarnation, he was getting mass cycloned over and over. They were gripping Drake away. He was getting CC'd up as much as possible, and I feel like that really limited the damage he was able to put out, or at least have those high pressure moments.
Yeah, no, I completely agree, because they were actually ahead on the Druid defensive cooldowns for a moment there. There was that time right when Incarn was about to come back up for Peekaboo, where Drake had no survival instincts, no bark skin, and you're thinking, okay, maybe this is their moment. Maybe this is the time where they could actually get it done. But it was just handled so incredibly well. Insta life grip, he gets Psychic Horde, he gets cloned. It felt like maybe they needed to save some more of those interrupts. Like, WizK was doing a great job interrupting a lot of Drake's clones, but maybe he needed to save those interrupts for when the Incarn was going to go out. Just accept that you're going to have to sit some more CC, and then kind of find that moment when you have that Incarn ready to really be able to protect Peekaboo from getting CC'd, because I fully agree with you. It just felt like they got so much less value from those big pressure moments in this game. And, we talked about last game how it was so even. It was basically exactly even as far as damage done from both of the damage dealers, but this time, there were some more notable differences as far as the total damage done for both Prev and Drake. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yep, 2 very, very close teams, but it was Welcome to the Jung that came out victorious. That is not the end of the move. They've got another chance tomorrow for Championship Sunday to make it back up to the finals, but it's going to be difficult, I am sure, because the pool of North American teams is so strong this season, as we can see right here, especially in teams like Welcome. So I could not be more excited for this North American bracket. We can take a look at it right here. As you can see, they've now dropped down to that lower bracket, so they're either going to be facing off against Silk Tigers or F Tier Men tomorrow.
Yep, they're still not out of it just yet. Silk Tigers and FT are going to have to go toe-to-toe. Tomorrow's going to be brutal. I mean, every single series is elimination. Every single series, there's a lot on the line. But the move, I feel like they had to overcome some adversity today, dealing with lots of disconnects, power issues. I think they just need a good night's sleep and go, I just want to make sure... Yeah, electrician, exactly, to make sure everything is good for tomorrow. But I feel like as long as they're in a good headspace tomorrow, they can still do it. That was a really close series there with Welcome to the Jung. They beat them in the past. Definitely can't count them out, but there's still a lot of solid teams in this tournament. And that series, even with FTR, was incredibly close yesterday. So nothing's going to be free tomorrow.
Yeah.
Level of competition very, very high here for North America. Zale, of course, that is not the only region that we're playing in. We're also over in Europe. We played those games earlier today. I think that was my favorite region today, just based on how those games went down. We can take a look at the bracket. ILTU, the longest winning streak I've ever seen in AWC, Zale.
Yeah, I mean, it is crazy. They have just been playing so well. You know, we had Corky on broadcast talking about how he feels like it's an incredibly strong comp now, that some of their main competitors were nerfed, and, you know, they were playing it to perfection. And like he said, you know, they were playing that comp whether it was strong, whether it was weak. And when you're doing that and you're playing comp and you're putting in hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands and thousands of games, when, you know, the balance shifts in your favor, you can take the most possible advantage of it. They executed incredibly in every series that they played today. They didn't just beat Echo, they 3-0'd Echo and are waiting in the grand finals. And it is just crazy to see Echo in the lower bracket, and in the lower bracket without even winning a game.
Yeah, it definitely feels like we're in the twilight zone a little bit based on how the European region went. So I am incredibly excited for both regions. But honestly, we're starting off with Echo versus Streamer Zone GG tomorrow, and it's just going to get competitive from then on for the rest of the day. So definitely be tuning in tomorrow, because these games are just going to continue to get better and better. So before we sign off, let's take one quick look at the predictions leaderboard. I hear that is ready to go. Where do you guys think you landed?
I'm climbing the tables. I think I'm getting near the top.
Okay.
I think I'm doing okay, because I had a few where I was the only one who predicted the opposite way of everyone else, and those went my way. So I think I'm near the top now.
It did serve you well.
And Ben was extremely ahead of me before. So I'm doing okay.
We're all
now.
tied up.
Wow.
I had a great day number one. I think I got 7 of 8, which means I only got one right today, which is kind of brutal,
I got
honestly.
5 wrong in a row to start day one.
My favorite part about this weekend is Azale and Zico having like a little handshake, being like, "Yeah, let's go down together. We're gonna predict it. We're gonna be at the bottom together." And now look at this. You've
Only
left your buddy
Zico going
behind,
down.
Azale. What is that?
Well, I told him this is the thing. I told him that we have to, like, you know, if I got all 4 in a row wrong, which I did, then I was gonna go for the 0-8 dream. But then I accidentally got one right, so I was like, well, now there's not even any point.
Well.
Like, what's the point in going for you know 1 and 7? You got to go for 0-8 or nothing. So once I got a win, I had to keep seeing if I could pick some more up.
Yep, sound logic. Zico the Prophet. I don't know about that anymore, production. Let's wipe that clean. All right, well, we've got a whole day tomorrow of gameplay. We will be crowning our champion for both EU and North America. So thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in. We're going to sign off. See you tomorrow, same time, same place, twitch.tv/Warcraft. We're also on YouTube. You can also check us out on Twitter at WoW Esports for all kinds of WoW Esports related updates. So thank you guys so much. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye.